performance by Fire yesterday, but Ice have took revenge.
It felt good to not be today. Tomorrow, I hope to put on the same performance.
That SKT OMG game, this place exploded.
He's going to TP out. It's going to be quick. He's going to win. He doesn't get any closer than that.
Cloud9, ladies and gentlemen, will finish second. Go for Cyanide. He wants to try and pop him down. Whoa! Maybe enough. He gets Cyanide down before the power drops. And Fnatic gets through to the semi-finals to face SK Telecom.
Welcome to Day 3 of All-Star Paris 2014. You are looking live at a packed Zenith de Paris where the world's best League of Legends players have assembled to do battle. The crowd is looking pumped as we kick off our playoffs. This is the outside of the arena. I love the waves and the energy. Hopefully we keep that up the whole day long. Ribbon, that is phenomenal. Love the cosplay. Keep it up, guys. Cloud9 will be doing battle in the first semi-final of the day. Let's hope they're ready. Fnatic will take place in their batch later. Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the All-Star event. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and with me are some of the top minds in League of Legends to help break down the blow-by-blow action. Thank you for joining me, Deficio. Martin Deficiolinger, of course. And of course, joining us are OG and caster Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, Mitch Crepo Forceballs from the Evil Geniuses, and David Freak Turley, who was created from the powers of the Trinity Force. Good to have you guys back on the desk, guys. The epic event is being beamed out by our stalwart broadcast crew who have been working hard to ensure a terrific experience for the audience inside Le Zenith and to the fans everywhere around the globe. There's a lot of production that goes on behind the scenes. The entire show is broadcast in 16 different languages by 23 different broadcasters, including OGaming's Chips and Noir, who are providing the French language coverage. OnGameNet is here covering the event for Korea. League of Legends Pro League is broadcasting via remote feed in Shanghai. And once again, we have our crew on the ground bringing you all the action, including Joe, Jat, and Kobe over at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller, along with Joshua Jack Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, along with Lee Demon Smith, who will also be joining us a little later in the show.
Yeah, and looking at all this stuff, you can really see how much goes into these shows, and it's just awesome when we actually get to see the action.
So exciting to feed off the energy of this crowd as well.
Yeah, they're on fire. The last couple of days they've been loud, but I think it's only getting louder here. We'll, of course, be bringing you the play-by-play, starting with the challenge game. And then our two semi-finals where 4 teams will face off for a shot at becoming a champion here at All-Stars.
I think Fnatic's going to be one of those teams, is what the crowd might be on about.
That's what they maybe be thinking right now. They've got a long way ahead of them, though. We'll be moving on to those games later. For the inside track on those games, we've got Shock standing by in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello, everybody. I am Eve, your Shock supporter, and today I'll be bringing you the straight story directly from the players throughout our day of games. But now, let's throw it over to Quickshot and the guys at the analyst desk to catch us up on all the latest news.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And our big news heading into today is that SKT T1K is continuing to dominate the competition. And this is even when you consider the team has been underperforming in Korea lately. Now, SKT have secured their place in the second All-Star semi-final series later today.
They defeated OMG to take sole possession of the top spot and are currently 4-0. And they'll face off against Fnatic, who took down the Taipei Assassins.
Yeah, in our first semi-final series coming up after the challenge game, we do have Cloud9 taking on OMG.
And Cloud9 have continued to perform well with Link in the mid lane, and they're just jumping on opportunities in games and punishing teams for their mistakes. And they have to be feeling good since they defeated OMG yesterday to secure the spot in the semis.
Yeah, with the 2 semi-finals locked in, it does mean that the Taipei Assassins have been eliminated after they were unable to secure any victories in their games. Now, before we get to the semi-finals, we do have a quick update for everybody. The challenge teams have decided on their 1v1 and their 2v2 matches, and the votes are in for the Super 1v1 that you guys at home decided. So here's a look at the matches that will kick off Sunday morning.
We begin with a 1v1 where Archie will face off against Shy. After that is another 1v1 as Cool takes on QTV. And then a 2v2 between the bromance team of Doublelift and Madlife facing Diamond and Bjergsen. And the All-Star Challenge games will conclude with the super 1v1 match that you pick. It is Froggen versus Wei Xiao.
Definitely looking forward to those individual matchups. So they will take place tomorrow at the start of the day. But today there is a different clash of the challenge teams as they face off in the mode that we're calling Pick 10.
Each team will be given a pool of 5 champions that the fans have decided on, and within that champion pool, the teams will then decide who plays what. So for Team Ice, they will be playing Thresh, Vayne, and Nivea, Lucian, and Lee Sin.
And then for Team Fire, you vote for Thresh, Ezreal, Zed, Lucian, and Lee Sin. On the line are 2 points for the winners, and with both teams tied up at 2 points each, both will be hungry to take a lead with this game. As we've mentioned, after the challenge game, we will be bringing you those 2 best-of-3 semi-final matchups. The winners will advance and fight for the title of Paris All-Star 2014 champion.
And up first, we'll see Cloud9 against OMG, and then it's going to be SKT T1K who takes on Fnatic.
Right, now I do want to go around the desk because we've been talking for a while, and I want to get your take on the Twitter question that we are asking. For everybody at home, the question is, which regional team's playstyle have you enjoyed watching the most and why? And let's start this with Freak. Which region is it?
OMG, bloodthirsty, fighting all the time, great coordination. China.
A little bit pedantic.
Yep.
Care to chime in on the conversation, Crepo?
Not OMG, aka not China, Korea. I mean, the biggest strategic force was SKTT1 so far, so by proxy that will be the Korean playstyle. And I'm pretty sure somebody else on this desk will agree here.
I would agree with you, Crepo. As many of you know, I love those rotations. I love the big picture strategy style. It's my bread and butter. I'm going with Korea too.
I have to say, NA actually really impressed me. Cloud9, the way they've been playing, I liked it. I especially like Sneaky on Twitch here. Whenever he sets up plays, it's beautiful to watch.
And of course, the Europeans yesterday, at least Fnatic, giving us some exciting games. Well, you guys at home, send your answers to us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag All-Star. In using a time-honored and mysterious process, we'll choose our favorite tweets to read later in the show. Now, we also want you to join in the conversation by offering up your All-Star big plays. Here are some of them from Friday. The first comes from Cloud9 versus OMG. It was at Bave Denvis. He writes, Sneaky and Meteos absolutely demolish OMG around the dragon and come away ahead. Hashtag apple pie. Freak, walk us through this one.
So this is basically one of the very big dragon fights where Cloud9 kind of comes in, and it's a great dragon steal, first of all, by Meteos. And just kind of watch what Twitch does here, because he goes in, gets a bunch of damage to the front lines, he gets Shockwave, but he's able to flash away and get a couple of shields, which buys him enough time to rat-a-tat his way through the OMG lineup for a while. And at this point, it's kind of cleanup crew. Link's untouched, Elimination's untouched, and Meteos up top. He's kind of actually just outplays everybody. He lands Cocoon, jumps up, takes a bunch of shields again, the double support combo.
Alan, they're all calling Alan.
Alan.
Oh, it's
he's going to go down.
Oh, it's Steve. Yeah, it might have been Steve.
No, it was definitely Alan.
I'm sure it was Steve.
It looked a little racy. It looked a little racy at the beginning, to be fair.
Yeah.
All right, the next one comes to us from @Harakos. He writes, I think the Faker sidesteps in SKT versus the OMG game are just incredibly ridiculous. Monty, you're probably pretty used to seeing these sorts of things.
I mean, we've all seen the things Faker does, right? And here he comes in again, gets a good shockwave to start things off, and it's just dodging bouncing bomb after bouncing bomb, and then an entire tidal wave here as well. Coming on in, Alan going to try and hit him, but no, Faker just going to sidestep that and dodge a nice little bubble right there as well. Nice pillar by impact to help protect him, and Faker sadly miscalculates on the flash damage right here, but it's so close on the Pablo. And
so greedy.
So greedy, Faker.
To be fair, I think he dodged 5 bouncing bombs, unless I missed one.
So.
Okay, so scumbag Faker.
Yeah.
Anyways, finally, another one comes from SKT. This time it was against Fnatic, and it was at Silky Sam. He writes, 1, kill a smite. 2, steal a Baron. And 3, resume God status. Crepo, on a scale of 1 to 10, how godly is this status?
The play itself was probably like a 7. It was a relatively easy. Fnatic helped SKT a little bit. Although this was SKT's only chance to win the game back from our European team. Actually, no. It was actually kind of sad. Fnatic did make the right play here. A lot of people were discrediting him for going for this Baron. I do think that going for the Baron was the right play. Having your jungler close to the wall, being able to be ulted on by Zed and just he doesn't even have to shadow into the Baron pit is a little bit of a mistake. I understand why. I mean, we've all made those mistakes. Like, you just want to clear the vision. but that should be done by somebody else. And then everybody in that pit should try to keep the jungler alive as long as they can. Unfortunate mistake that swayed the game even farther into SKT1's favor, but they were in full control the entire game anyways.
Well, very exciting game indeed. You guys at home, be sure to add your contributions by sending them to us at LOL Esports and using that hashtag All-Star Big Plays. Now, guys, it has been an incredible week so far. The crowds have been absolutely enthralling. The stakes are high, and the stage is set for an amazing weekend. Before we get to it, I do want to ask you guys some more questions.
Oh, hold up, Great shot. You've been doing a great job, asking questions, really leading the analyst desk all weekend, but do your hard work. Let's give you a little bit of a break because there's a new sheriff in town. All right, freak. You've backed OMG hard from the beginning, man.
Yeah.
What do you think they need to correct to come out on top here when everything is said and done in Paris?
And to me, honestly, they just have to start actually trying. They started the week out 2-0, and then they knew at day 2 that they would just be able to get out of the group stage no matter what. So against SKT, against Cloud9, they just knew they had it. So they slacked off a little bit, saved their picks, and they've got some stuff prepared. So it's just play their game, and they're fine.
Fantastic. Well, let's move on to you, Crepo. You've been wildly fixated on the rotations this whole weekend so far, which it comes as a bit of a surprise to me because I was under the impression that in the Evil Geniuses retirement home for pro gamers, you played more bingo than League of Legends. But that said, what team's map movements have impressed you the most so far?
See, now I just don't want to say anything about Korea at all. I can't. No, I feel Cloud9 has probably had really good map movement so far for a non-Korean team. Even in the normal split, they've been really good. So I aspire in my retirement home, known as Evil Geniuses, to one day live up to the level of a CLG with 4 subs.
All right, Deficio. What do I got for you? Can the hometown favorites here, Fnatic, we've heard the crowd chants for them. They've been really adamant about the European team getting a win here. Can they shock the world champions and 8th best team in Korea today to pull off an upset?
Well, it would surprise me if they did. However, I think the individual play has been okay. And once they get a few kills, if they can focus more on objectives then, get some gold here, maybe even surprise SKT with some picks. Soraka top lane could be an option. Maybe they can beat them and go to the finals.
And just as a little bit of a follow-up question for you, I've noticed you've been great all weekend, but I've noticed a little bit of inconsistency in your analysis. You've been calling, Bjergsen an American, a Dane. You gave him that compliment as an American, but which one is he? Where are you landing on this?
So the thing is, it's actually not in my power anymore to decide. The Queen of Denmark and history lesson, she's very important in Denmark. She decides pretty much everything. She follows League of Legends very closely. She's actually going to be the one to decide. From today's game versus Double After Mad Life, if Bjergsen does well, he can remain Danish. If not, we have to ship him away and keep him away.
Ooh, strong words. So do I get a question?
No. Well, first off, you just asked your question, so you've run out on that one, man. And besides, what's the name of this segment, guys?
Monty asks the questions.
I do have an extra question, though, for Kobe coming in here. You've got that great engineering background, Kobe. You've been talking about rotations versus translations. But do you actually know the dictionary definition of rotation? I studied English, and just go ahead and answer this one for you. It's a cycle of events in an order or sequence. That is another definition of rotation. It's how you play out the game based on map conditions, based on objectives and team composition. So there you go. You're welcome, Kobe.
Today I learned. Well, that is a fair point. And Monty, you have asked some excellent questions, but we need to take a break. And I am the only one that is licensed to get us there. So when we get back, we'll drive right into our first match between the challenge teams, Team Ice and Fire, in the Pick 10 mode. Team Fire and Team Ice, let's see what they can do. That's them getting ready, getting warmed up. We'll see what Froggen can do. We'll see if Bjergsen gets disowned by his queen or not. We'll be right back after this, guys.
Pick 10 is when the community decides what champion you play. I'm pretty sure they picked Vayne for me.
Yeah, they voted me to play Anivia, so it's gonna be a fun matchup against Zed.
I'll say I have a slight advantage. I'm fairly happy with the choices. I haven't really played Zed lately, but then again, it's a fun champion to play and watch, so I understand why the fans would pick it.
对于粉丝来说，这个肯定是他们想看到我们用什么英雄。
모피 챔피언이죠 지금. 그래서 이 대회에서 그 챔피언 할 수 있게 돼서 굉장히 영광스럽고요. 뽑아주신 만큼 그만큼 멋진 플레이 하도록 노력하겠습니다.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I'm always excited to play in front of an international stage because that's when I play my best. Like, even if I'm not playing that great in the regular season, then I always step up in front of an international crowd.
I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out, but hopefully it will be fun.
Welcome back to the All-Star Paris event and our first match of the day as Team Ice versus Team Fire in the Pick 10 game mode.
Okay, before we do get into this mode though, you know, Monty got to have a segment on the analyst desk. I'm sad I didn't get to be on the analyst desk this year, but I do have a rebuttal. I'm so happy, Monty. Thank you for your English lesson here, and I agree that language, spoken language, is an inherently flawed way of communicating ideas. It's always open to interpretation. Jad has been so kind as to open dictionary.com for me here, and under the #1 definition of rotations, it is the act of rotating, turning around an axis. And as you know, Monty, as the ceremonial master of rotations, the Earth is currently rotating around its axis from west to east. Not to mention the literal map movements of tectonic plates.
All right.
I am actually currently rotating right now with no effort at all.
Congratulations.
So that's just how easy rotations are.
Yeah, well, now that we're through with the rotation lesson, it's time to remind the fans how Pick 10 works. So they voted on the champions for each team. Then the players get to decide amongst themselves who's going to play which champion. So for Team Ice, they'll be playing Thresh, Vayne, Anivia, Lucian, and Lee Sin.
And for Team Fire, you picked Thresh, Ezreal, Zed, Lucian, and Lee Sin.
Well, let's get on with it. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Ice. They are, of course, from the European LCS Alliance. It's Froggen. We have then CLG's Double Lift from the North American LCS. Korea's Mad Life from CJ Enters Frost. Cool from OMG in League of Legends Pro League in China. And finally, we have Archie from Southeast Asia's Saigon Jokers in the Garena Premier League.
And on the red side is Team Fire, captained by Gambit and Europe's Diamond. Bjergsen is also from North America on Team Solo Mid. Obviously, the crowd is behind all these guys. Shy from CJ Enters Frost, Team WE's Wei Xiao, and of course from Southeast Asia, it's QTV from the Saigon Jokers.
So we've got a different pick and ban pre-game talk here because we've kind of already got them. Pick 10 kind of does what it says on the tin. You guys pick the champions that they're going to be playing. Where's the focus going to lie in this one?
Yeah, I have a feeling, well, the question is going to be, is Double Lift going to play Vayne in the bottom lane against Lucian? Which if he did, they'd have to move Lucian to a solo lane. Then the question is Lucian going to solo against Ezreal or Zed? And is Froggen going to want to play against Zed on Anivia? Those are the main questions.
So I'd say he probably does not want to play Anivia versus Zed. That's a pretty bad matchup for Anivia, and you know it's not his fault that he was voted into that situation. But we'll see what can they do to rectify this situation. That's what it's all about. League of Legends is all about adapting to the situation. Can they actually adapt to these matchups?
Yeah, he said there in the pre-game video, you know, guys, thanks for choosing Anivia. It's going to be a fun matchup against Zed. I detected a slight note of sarcasm in his voice from that one because that's not a lane matchup that he's going to want to actually end up playing. So it's, as you said, the interest here is whether we see Double Lift on Vayne, what they actually do positioning-wise for all of these players.
Double Lift is currently on Vayne and he's immediately locked it in.
Well, that settles that. It basically means Archie is going to be playing Lucian, probably in a solo lane. One thing I noticed when these lineups were announced is generally how squishy all of the teams were, which is meaning it's probably going to be a pretty explosive game, much like the previous two Hexakill and Earth modes we saw.
We also have Team Fire being very attack damage heavy, and they don't have a support like Zyra that can build a lot of AP and influence the game that way. So we'll have to see. Maybe it will be an AP Ezreal or something. They do have those two AD carries that they can switch around. That being said, Lucian here on Team Ice, not the worst of AD carries if you have to go to a solo lane. He has a dash.
Plus, on the side of Ice, they don't have a true jungler, right? So that means Cool is going to be jungling Lee Sin. He's formerly a mid laner of OMG.
And you'd imagine that, you know, mechanically, that kind of champion is going to be fine for him to play. Whether it is, you know, his role as a mid laner and not as a jungler, he's going to be playing into that one. We're going to have to say, I mean, he's up against Diamond, who is one of the legendary Lee Sin players and an all-time great in the jungle. It's not an easy matchup for him.
Yeah, going up against Diamond on the Lee Sin is never an easy task. However, Cool in the mid lane, he's one of those short-range assassin mid lane players. He was known for his fizz, also playing Yasuo, so I think Lee Sin, he won't have too hard of a transition into that champion.
So we are going to be finding out who's going to get the edge in this one. Teams, of course, now sorted out who they're going to play from the champions that you guys chose. So head over to Twitter and tell us who you think is going to win the game. Use the hashtag IceWin or hashtag FireWin and be sure to send it to @LOL Esports for all that. And we'll, of course, be checking in a little bit later to see where your guys' votes lie. I'm going to ask you guys, though, where do your votes lie?
I gotta say, the team with more people on position, this is actually an advantage for Team Ice, I feel like. They have everyone on their comfortable champions. Mad Life, Thresh, Double Lift, Vayne, Froggen, and Nivea. Things are looking pretty good right there.
Yeah, I'll just go opposite from you then, because I can say the same things. Bjergsen is on Zed. Very happy with that champion. Diamond on Lee Sin, we already talked about, so I'll go Fire.
Well, here we go. We're going to get into it. It's Ice versus Fire one more time in the Pick 10 game. The question is, how is this one all going to work out? Of course, yesterday, Ice bounced back after, let's be honest, a thrashing in day one when it came to the Earth mode game to win in the Hexakill matchup. We'll see who gets the points here today.
Yeah, I like how the intensity of these matches has definitely heated up. They're definitely taking the competition more seriously now, as you can see an invade already from Team Ice.
You could really tell, as soon as Double Lift fed in the first game and he got all that criticism, it was game time immediately after that one. And now it's really just game on because they've both won that game and kind of embarrassed each other.
Well, we see that Ice are already moving up through the Fire jungle, up by that red buff there already. What are they going to be going for in this one? Diamond did spot a couple of guys in there. QTV as well with Ezreal was on the top side of the map, so staying safe. Actually, the Q from Cool landing there onto Bjergsen. Not going to dive in, though. No vision there for Ice beyond what they could see in the river in the middle.
I like the SKT skin that Bjergsen's decided to wear in this one. I really doubt that Froggen's going to be playing heads up against Bjergsen Zed, though.
Yeah, speaking of Froggen with the Anivia, he has taken Teleport. So that may be a top lane Anivia, or he may be trying to use it as an escape to get away from Zed.
Yeah, Joe was actually mentioning earlier backstage how if he's bringing Teleport on Anivia, he might actually try and teleport away from the death mark when Bjergsen comes in on him.
Which will work once, and then he's, you know, he's got his egg. Not very often. His teleport's not going to be up all that quick. Bjergsen's probably just going to say, okay, you win this one single trade, then you get away from it. You can call that winning even.
Winning the trade is using all your summoner spells in your passive.
Not even dying. That's winning for Froggen, I do believe. But we do see that red buff started. We're going to see Mad Life and Double Lift headed down into this bottom lane. Going to be 2 versus 2 against Wei Zhao and Shy.
And we do get to see Froggen versus Bjergsen here. He lands the stun. See, that's the hardest part of this matchup, is landing the slow stun from Anivia. He's got it there, and he also has plenty of consumables in his inventory here, starting pretty much all consumables except for that charm.
He's going to need them too, because he took a whole bunch of damage right off the bat in that early trade. Long sword start from Bjergsen, so you can tell who's going to be going aggressive in that mid lane there.
And down on the bottom already, Shy and Wei Zhao putting down some good damage onto Mad Life and Double Lift. Double hooks, of course, in this bottom lane, and I think Shy's going to have a bit of a point to prove here against the legend on Thresh himself, Mad Life.
Mad Life. They both have started with those Duran shields, so they're looking to trade early. Both of these guys in the bottom lane are looking to fight, so it will be action-packed.
I like how Shy played Blitzcrank in the Earth mode, and then he's just like, all right, I'm actually just going to be the Hookmaster here, even if he's on the same team of Mad Life. It doesn't surprise me at all they go with exactly the same item builds as well, because they should actually know what each other build on Thresh at least.
Oh, actually a Flay coming in. They're going to go aggressive here on towards Double Lift. Shy, not exactly super. There is Hook landed. Exhaust put onto Wei Zhao. That may have just saved Double Lift's life.
Now, right there, a lot of the damage from Team Ice was going into Shy, and all the damage was from Fire was going into Double Lift, so he got low. Cool, though, gonna look to even it up.
This is bad news. Cool coming in from the side. Shy going to get pushed against the wall. This is surely first blood. He's going to go to double lift. And there is Cool hammering away on Wei Zhao. He's level 3, but decides against the turret down.
Meanwhile, up top, Diamond is going for a gank of his own. Actually, he backs away now.
Backing away from the crowd there on their feet for this one. And this mid lane, we can see that Froggen doing some decent trade-off, but look at his items. Those basically full inventory of consumables that he has.
He doesn't want to get harassed down, but he might get him here.
Oh, this is close. Is he going to go in for it? Not quite. Got the damage there to finish off. And Bjergsen running risky, especially with Cool moving up.
Froggen actually 2 points in Q and in E, so he's maxing his damage early on in that lane. Pre-6, he's done a pretty good job against Zed and will continue to. It's going to be post-6 when he starts having these issues. Meanwhile, that bottom lane matchup is a little bit crazy. Vayne is disadvantaged early against Lucian, but it didn't matter for Team Ice.
And we saw last time Double Lift got first blood. Oh, top they're fighting.
Going in gank. QTV, but here comes Diamond going to safeguard over on towards QTV, but he flashes back in. He gets the kill onto QTV. I think he might die from this one though. There is a push. Cool comes around. Diamond gets the kill, but will he lose that blue up? He'll refresh over there for Cool.
I have to say, Cool is doing extremely well on his Lee Sin versus Diamond. Not only did he get the first blood for Double Lift, who went off last time he got kills in the game, but he also gets the return kill on the other Lee Sin. Looks like Cool is #1 Lee Sin at All-Stars so far.
Yeah, yesterday in the game he did exceedingly well. Nice substitute fill-in for Team Ice right here. And Kobe, the prediction I had very early for Team Ice looked a little bit better here, even if you just picked Fire to go on the other side of me.
Are we going to see Froggen and Bjergsen fight here once again? You have to wonder whether Bjergsen's just biding his time here to get to level 6. They're going to go all in force. Froggen out Wei Zhao here, taking a lot of damage. Once again, Double Lift and Madlife not really losing much from that. Do see that both AD carries have now got themselves... I say both AD carries, we've of course got 2 Lucians, an Ezreal, and a Vayne in there as well. Yeah. But the bottom lane AD carries, let's say, we have Vayne, of course, Double Lift picking up first blood with that Vamp Scepter. On the other side, only the longsword here for Wei Zhao, so not quite got the same sustaining there, and you can see he's having to burn through pots to stay healthy in that lane.
And let's be completely honest, if Madlife Double Lift do not win a 2v2 lane against guys who don't lane together, they are going to get shredded by social media right here. So that's the big advantage of Ice, is that lane.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Wei Zhao got to choose his timing to go back. He was forced to go back because he was killed.
That is rather true as well. Double Lift actually going decently low from this one. Still within good range, though, of their turret, but needs to be careful because Shy, whilst he's not your normal Thresh player, certainly can hit these hooks. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely strong mechanical skill there in the bottom lane. I have to point out the mid lane as well. Never mind, Diamond's down here for the gank. This would be really dangerous if Ice was going aggressive, but with the current health bars down there, I really don't expect them to do any type of aggressive move. I think Diamond's actually wasting his time down here.
Cool is actually on the other side of the map, so there wouldn't be any opposition if they were to go in for this one, but they'd require a dive at this stage. Double Lift and Madlife both underneath their own turret. Wei Zhao actually just tanking up one hit. Diamond's still waiting here.
It would be very dangerous to go for that dive because Double Lift and Madlife still have their defensive summoner spells, the heal and the exhaust ready.
Oh, there's a play coming in. Double Lift gets hooked in. He's going to go down. The patience, we questioned whether it was going to be worth it, and there's the answer. It was.
It absolutely was, but that's because Double Lift decided to get a little bit aggressive right outside his turret, ate the hook from Shy, and it was absolutely fatal.
Yeah, Shy answering back with some Thresh play of his own here. Very well played, and Diamond, patience play pays off.
As you said, they can't afford to lose this lane. Everyone has been wanting to see Double Lift and Madlife on Vayne and the Thresh as well. And well, I think it'd also be quite hard to swallow for Madlife if he hits less hooks in that lane than Shy does.
Yeah, and speaking of the fan favorite picks, the mid lane is still continuing to be that farm up between Froggen and Bjergsen, but this would be where it starts to turn. Froggen has to itemize mana. He actually went for an early Chalice, which means if Bjergsen gets on top of him, he's probably just dead.
Yeah, I think this next Amp Tome, he'll probably be turning into an arm guard because he needs some sort of defensive capabilities against the Zed. Already level 7. This is where the kill pressure comes in. He still has Ignite as well.
Froggen has been known to build absolutely whatever he wants, though, in these games, so we never know what that could be. He could be building a Ohm Wrecker. He just hasn't started yet.
Well, we've seen it in Europe. We're in Europe, so if you add 2 and 2 together, you get 4, obviously, with that one. Bjergsen here is going to be getting the blue buff as he goes into mid lane. Froggen started to move over as well. Cool wasn't quite ready for him, but now Froggen will be getting his hands on that blue buff. Question is, without the teleport, I mean, what does Froggen do if Bjergsen jumps on him? What can he do, really?
We were talking about this earlier. He has only really one play, is to put the ultimate on top of him, hope to land the Q, and then E, and that might be enough damage. Double lift.
Oh, the lantern disappeared!
What? Double lift in the middle of nowhere. Madlife finally comes around this side. He hooks Shine from the corner as well, but double lift forced away. Wei Xiao goes for him. Is he going to finish him off? No, he's not. Madlife going low as well, but he will get back underneath his tower. That was super close to a disaster for Ice.
Uncoordinated bottom lane here. Madlife and Doublelift, maybe a little miscommunication there, but Doublelift gets stuck inside the box.
It almost looked amazing. It was like he ran all the way around just to get the hook, but they just couldn't trade.
Oh, they do it! What?
Double golems, not the right time to be doing them right there, Joe.
Yeah, no, not even close to that, but there's all.
Oh, Lee Sin!
Here comes Lee Sin, and that's a kill on Shy as well. Cool was there. They had a ward down, so they spotted Cool coming, but couldn't evacuate quick enough.
I have to say, with all this action down bottom lane, the winners have really been Wei Xiao and actually Cool coming down for multiple games.
Yeah. And it's funny how the 80 carries that might actually be the farmed ones are the guys who got relegated up to top lane, QTV and Archie. They've been completely free to farm up there, and they might actually be the late game 80 carries.
So let's have a little look at this one. Doublelift's like, yep, I'm taking golems. Oh wait, no, I get hooked and Culling kills me.
Yeah, so the thing about that is, even though Shy is a top lane player, Wei Xiao, he's very used to this. He knows they're going to go for double golems, and they find them at the double golems. But Cool comes in right as they're trying to escape from the kill that they secured.
Oh, Archie. Oh, there's a lantern. And the hook as well onto QTV. Box goes down. One turret onto QTV. And there is the Culling coming through. Madlife now going to try and chase down Diamond. Don't know if he's quite got the damage to actually pick up a kill, but what a turnaround.
Madlife with the surprise appearance in top lane. I'd be a little bit worried about infidelity if I was Doublelift right now, because he just had success with the other 80 carry when he went to his lane.
Well, this is classic Madlife, right? He's got the mobility boots early, he's going up to roam, and he gets a kill. Another roam!
Yeah, this might not be the last one either. Is Cool actually going to go in? Oh! Kicks off Bjergsen to the side. Madlife now moving around. Froggen trying to get involved on this one. Bjergsen is going to go down. It's Cool that picks up that one. And we have the question, how good of a jungler is Cool on Lee Sin? He's 3-0. I think he's kind of answered that already.
He is doing very strong. You can see it in the item lead too. He's putting a lot of this money into vision control so that he can keep Diamond from making plays, because Diamond has been answering. He's been on the other side of the map. He got his bottom lane caught up down there, and now Wei Xiao is actually going to be a really big force.
Oh, Diamond gets walled in there, and Cool comes round again and says, thank you very much. That's another one for me. He's out of turret range, doesn't take any damage, and that's free damage onto the turret on top of it.
Cool has really been the beneficiary of some really nice plays by the rest of the team as well there. The fact that Froggen has survived the lane this well, and that wall to help him secure a kill, Cool has a lot of gold that he now has to make use of.
Turret going down there in the bottom lane. Wei Xiao will finish that one off. That leaves Fire in front here in terms of turrets, but because of that kill difference, actually a couple of thousand gold behind.
And Cool is again heading down bottom. He wants to get something going for Madlife and Doublelift, because they are straight up losing this lane now.
Well, the big thing is Madlife spent so much time helping the rest of the team, which was honestly worth it, that has just set Doublelift a little bit behind. Maybe he's not going to be the carry this game unless he does something a little bit spectacular.
Oh, QTV going aggressive here on towards Archie, who got the better of him last time, of course. If you look at the items between those two, both got themselves Phage. The Sheen is there for Archie, and a Vamp Scepter for QTV. So gonna have that sustain in this top lane, but it doesn't matter if Archie's doing that much damage to him over and over.
Archie has looked so good, and I like the point about Madlife actually dumping his AD carry that just got killed and going up top lane, because now they have a Lucian that can actually stand up to Fire's Lucian.
And the question is, if he gets the Blade of the Ruined King, could he survive Zed? Because he's coming up top lane, fights on both sides of the map.
Walk on to Cool, but he will just get away from that one. But look at this, we see Bjergsen coming back in. There is Archie throwing down the Culling. He walks him back in there. QTV's going to die. Archie's dead as well as the death mark pops. Bjergsen get his first kill of the game.
So even though Archie has died 2 times up there when people come to roam, he keeps on killing Ezreal before he dies.
Cool again, there's a flash, the flame, and then the hook from Madlife. Froggen actually picks that one up in the end, and they get the tower.
Madlife was ripping him back into the stun from Anivia just to secure that kill. Awesome synergy from guys who pretty much never played together.
Yeah, beautiful plays, and they're making a lot of these plays on Diamond, really picking on him.
I have to wonder if one day we'll actually see a real Team Ice. This would be a scary lineup to actually get together, I think, in pretty much any region. So far, going well for them. 9-4 up in kills. They've just got their second turret of the game here. And actually, a healthy gold lead. 3,000 gold it is that they've got on that. Double Lift is now starting to farm back a little bit into this one. I mean, we kind of gave the hype in this match to Madlife and Double Lift for obvious reasons, but Wei Xiao is a phenomenal AD carry player, and we've seen that already here.
Yeah, the thing is, we've been talking so much about wave control of minions in the invitational games. It's very true in this game as well, because this is the most normal of the challenge games. Even though Double Lift's turret went down because Madlife went roaming, he now has the creep wave in a more safe spot, and he's gotten plenty of minion farm deep in his own territory.
And it's also not like when this game turns into a more standard teamfight phase, they're not going to know what to do. These are the most popular champions pretty much, and they're running double AD, which is a little bit strange now, but was very common at many points during Season 3.
This may be a sign of a little bit of lack of vision now from Ice's side. On the bottom side of the map, the Dragon is going to be taken away basically for free by fire. There is the ultimate coming through. QTV going a little bit too aggressive on this one. He's hooked in and finished off in the end. Cool will be able to life steal back up. A catch a little bit too deep there was QTV.
Yeah.
Froggen chance.
QTV trying to make a play by himself. He almost got the kill, but it was going to be a death for him no matter what. He was surrounded. And look at the vision. The teams have basically traded vision. One side of the map for Ice here on the top red, and for the bottom side for Fire. They've continually been trading the red buffs. However, Fire also came out of that with the Dragon. So remember the global gold, because they definitely need that to get back in this game. 10-4 currently.
Damage onto Shy there. That's almost going down, but Shy's presence was enough to actually save them. Actually interesting, just want to talk about the... Oh wait, let's forget that because Diamond's coming in here on towards Double Lift. He's going to knock him there against the wall. Where's the rest of the damage? Not quite following through. Wei Xiao gets in position, throws in the culling blade of the Ruined King.
Oh, there's back
out. The Ice Bird is coming down. Froggen is there. Cool is there. The kick is available for him, but they don't really need it. There's one kill, and the wall will stop Diamond from running away so quickly. Björnsen could come down to help, or he could just let Diamond die, which looks like the more likely scenario. That was a little bit off. The Q's landed though, and there is the kill. Cool now, godlike.
7-0-1 on Lee Sin, but once again, a lot of that chase was just done by Froggen, making it so that Diamond couldn't jump away where he actually wanted to. This is just Team Ice dominating right now.
I have to say, we need to give the fans more credit. There's a reason they voted Froggen Anivia. Even though it looked like a bad matchup versus Yed, he played it safe, and now he's making plays!
Oh, wow, the kick on towards Björnsen. He's going to put his death mark onto Cool, but the rest of the team combined. Double Lift picking up the kill. Shy's in all kinds of trouble now as well. Wei Xiao has come in there. Froggen
teleporting out of there.
Has his egg. Is he going to get away? There is the TP to get away. That's the tactic we were expecting earlier on. Diamond now coming over. Archie in trouble. He will surely fall. Yes, he got over the wall, but Wei Xiao's auto attack already going in his direction. Big fight.
The funny thing is, Froggen teleported about 3 feet away, but he still managed to get over the wall. It was his delayed flash, but he got his egg form and he got out with full health. So, strategy successful, I suppose?
As I said, he used these summoners and he used his passive, but he basically won there. That's how it goes, and he flashes away. So now he really doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, there's his second flash, and now he's under turret. His blue buff ran out, but he still has a good mana pool, so he can try and help with the wave clear here.
Could wall them in as well, so they get a more protected environment. Madlife actually tried the hook there onto Shy. Cool's a scary one, though. If you look at him, 7-0-2 already.
Yeah, Cool is definitely doing very well, but man, did we just see in that last wave clear from Froggen how insane Anivia's mana costs are. Again, Cool, behind enemy lines, gets the kick in.
And this was just such a big cluster back here. Ice just 5-man turret diving, showing you how far ahead they are. When they got trapped in between the turret a little bit, Froggen said, all right, I'm out of here with that. And it went through the egg, but Shy caught again.
Shy is dead. Froggen picking that one up. He's got his Zonyas now as well, which is another more viable anti-Zed strategy than just TPing out when he actually comes onto you. So he'll be feeling a little bit more safe. There's a nice tweet as well. This All-Star Day is going to be big, and it is indeed. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up after this one, but this has been a cracking game so far.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. There's pings going down on the bottom turret here. I think Monty would be proud of Team Ice because they're looking to rotate down there after the kill, but Medlov gets caught.
Oh, is he going to go down? Diamond going up there. Here comes the exhaust. A lot of damage from Archie. Well, the Deathmark comes in. Archie's going to die before the Deathmark can even come down. It's QTV that gets a double. He was a little bit slow to start QTV, but you see the damage he's putting out now with the Trinity Force.
Pretty important getting those 2 kills right there because, as you said, he was way behind. And that was a little bit of Archie sticking around to try and protect Mad Life. He actually stayed in to try and block Ezreal Qs, but really, it was just awaiting inevitable doom, and he ended up getting himself killed too.
Oh, Q landing there on towards Zed. No one following on though. Double if he needs to get back with the rest of his team. Shai's trying to come around the side from this one. He's quite wait a minute, let me try that one again. Far forward, but you know, boost some mobility, both copying basically what Mad Life had, and that's what you really need to do. If you play Thresh against Mad Life, just copy his build all day long, which actually he didn't do since Mad Life went a bit more gold generation.
Real low
on the other side there is Lee Sin going through again. Cool may have gone a bit deep with that one though. Shai actually gets the hook. Bjergsen, is he going to dive in onto him? Is he going to commit to it? He's got no death mark. And now Mad Life comes in. That was not the strongest of boxes, but they catch Shai out of position. He will go down, and they hook into Wade now as well. He'll be followed through one, trying to dash away, but he's going to get finished.
What a play there from Ice. That was actually 4 versus 4, but they had superior vision inside the jungle, and they were able to make plays over the walls. Madlife actually just walked straight into the whole team to put his box down.
This is why you can watch Madlife play Thresh all day, even though the box didn't immediately hit someone. Oh dear, that too.
Teleport out. Oh wait, it's not Froggen. Bjergsen is going to get that one. Actually, Froggen is there at the backside. QTV takes a big blast. Froggen is on a killing spree. 3-0-8 now on the Anivia.
And he has also completed his Anyas.
Wow, good reactions there. Actually, he's got the Q back. Will Diamond go in? Oh, he gets away. Boom, through there from Cool. Diamond might be able to have him still. Oh, Froggen comes around the side. Credit to Diamond for actually finishing off though.
More importantly, though, Froggen finally got a blue buff out of that. The Lee Sins have been smiting it away, and the fact that Froggen got in there is more important than the shutdown that Diamond got for killing Cool.
Push back here in the mid lane for Fire. Things slowed down a little bit for them in terms of success. You know how the kills that they've been having. Let's have another look at that one. Such great reactions.
So that was 1 Q that lands, 2 Qs that land. Diamond doesn't want to take it in because he knows Froggen's there to back him up. But this is the 3rd one that lands. Cool has the confidence because he knows Froggen will come there. But as you said, Diamond gets the first KO and Froggen comes to even it out.
Getting this Dragon as well for Team Fire is actually very important. They're behind in both levels and experience. And gold, obviously, experiences levels, and gold. So they get bonuses from the Dragon since they're behind in XP. It's really important to sneak Dragons when they're behind 20 minutes in.
And vision. That's why they have to sneak the Dragon. They have 0 vision on Team Ice's side because they're constantly on the defensive now. And Team Ice are doing a good job of actually continuing that ward coverage.
Looking for some more points here. Fire, of course, winning the Earth game on day 1. If he didn't have Zed in there, Bjergsen probably would have gone with the Ezreal again. I mean, he picked up about 25 kills, I think, in that Earth game on day 1. But so far, yesterday, and of course, this game up until now, 22 minutes in, has all been about Ice. And it's going to continue that way by the looks of it. They're stacking up here for a go on that inner turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is Bjergsen in the side lane trying to get some farm. There's no threat on Ice right there, so it's basically an uncontestable turret.
Ooh, Hook flying through, but QTV got the mobility to avoid that.
All right, Team Ice will be shoving in 2 inhibitor turrets now. Not much up left on the map for them to take, so it's very hard for them to draw Team Fire out of the base.
Listen, Cool is showing off a little bit on Lee Sin. He wasn't even supposed to be he's not a jungler. He was surprised that he was playing in this one, and he is doing an amazing job right now.
Right, he is basically the all-star substitute.
For OMG, exactly.
You have to feel it. This kind of performance, he probably should have been in there right from the very start rather than the substitute role. Oh, this is bad news for Shai. Well, it would be if Cool is actually wanting to fight him. He seems to be just doing a dance around. The hook does come in, Lanterns down, and Cool says, see you later.
Still got to keep vision on that red, though. They're slowly trying to invade this to see how many people on fire are actually there. It's because the rest of their team, this is just a Lee Sin and Thresh. They can jump around a bunch, but they don't do much damage.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, though, because there's a lot of extra firepower here for Team Fire.
Cool. Keeping it ice cold, though, just to follow up from...
Yeah, might as well.
Incredible job.
We have to throw those in.
They back away in the end. No relaxing. Oh, double it. What are you doing? You are miles out of position. Uses a heal. Is he going to go down?
Whoa.
Oh, that's some great mechanics, as we've come to expect from the man himself. And now Archie getting involved. He's going to fall low and get finished off as well. This could be a bit of a whitewash for a Fire.
There is just not enough people right here for Ice. They're in trouble, but there's Froggen.
Oh, cool. He's trying here. He's doing his best, and he's getting the results from it as well. Froggen stuns up another one. Diamond now slow from the ulti. The wall comes in. He's slowly but surely going down. It's a double kill for Froggen.
Froggen and Cool are really carrying this team. Cool already with 9 kills on that Lee Sin. Even though Team Ice collapsed a little slowly, Froggen look for more.
He's going very deep from this.
That's
Oh, he lands a stun. Predicted flash from QTV, who's trying to pick off Cool. He doesn't though. Froggen is godlike, gets his 7th kill of the game.
And the 7th stack on his Soul Stealer, Joe. He's went for that. Let's take another look at this fight. Kobe, take us through it.
Did you see Bjergsen's great use of the Shadow right there? Using his ultimate, didn't get condemned into the wall, avoided the stun, and in the end, Double Lift does go down, no matter how much dancing he does. Everybody came to save him, though, and 3 members of Team Ice go down. But here come the heavy hitters.
One thing, though, is Fire used so many cooldowns when Froggen arrived, he meant business. The first ult didn't quite land for him, but just watch the efficiency of his Q stuns. Those are so slow moving, but Froggen always finds a way to get these people in. Wall to shut down Diamond, and then he continued on and actually landed a post-Arcane Shift Ezreal with the stun. That was the most impressive part.
There's a reason why you guys at home have picked Froggen and Nivea, right? We don't get to see it all that often, but when we do, always a little bit special here, and today seems like no difference to that one as Double Lift again, maybe getting caught out, or will it be Bjergsen getting caught out? Cole comes in from the side, Double Lift gonna join in, Deathmark goes down, Double Lift doesn't really care about that one, Bjergsen's trying to get away, there's the TP from Froggen, he gets kicked away, but Diamond's not got the damage here to finish him off. Froggen puts down his ulti, gets himself another double, and that teleport was all about getting away from Bjergsen. He's turning around and using it to kill him.
That was one of the most beautiful alley-oops I have ever seen right there, from Cool to Froggen. It's almost like they were reading each other's minds. They don't have to be able to communicate with English.
I mean, the fact that Froggen had to pick into a bad matchup here because of the fans in a game that is the best players in the world from their regions pretty much. 9-0-9 with 11 Soul Stealer stacks on Nivea. Absolutely insane.
I hope this means that Froggen would be a little less apprehensive about picking a Nivea in the future.
Yeah.
Into bad matchups. We'll see about that one. Here's that one again.
Yeah, this one was just Bjergsen trying to do a little too much. It was a really quick kick over the wall. They just alley-ooped him over the wall into a teleport, as Kobe was saying. And of course, at that point, Ice just overwhelmed them. Easy kills all around.
Diamond also got a little stuck in the wall there trying to queue over to Froggen, and Cool was able there to sandwich him. What great team play from this Team Ice here. We've talked about in the beginning of these games where Diamond was the one who was really focused, getting everybody to play on the same speed, but really Team Ice looks so coordinated now.
And we do have to mention that Froggen's on about 3,000 health now to make sure he doesn't die with his Soul Stealer up. Warmaw is completed with another Giant Spell on the way. Now he's building what he wants, like he always does when he's ahead on a Nivea.
Well, Jad, he's got to protect those stacks and pages in his book.
To be fair, it's not the first time that we've seen Froggen build a Warmugs on the Nivea, so, you know, as you said, he's feeling confident here, obviously, at 9-0-9, as Shai just hooks onto the Baron to give Mad Life a bit of damage back. Actually, Double Lift's been pretty quiet this game. Everyone's wanted to see him on Vayne. He's ramping up, though, and that's the dangerous thing once he does get there.
Yeah, he would be able to split push, but we'll have to see if Bjergsen actually decides to go for him again, because last time we saw Bjergsen was able to use his ulti to dodge condemns, and Doublet wasn't the one to go down in that matchup.
The thing is, Doublet has his items. He's at the 3 big main items that you'd actually want to see him in dueling just as much as Bjergsen. A lot of the global gold that his team's been able to give him has put him about 1,500 ahead of Wei Xiao.
And generally, people do like to take Vayne into Zed split pushing.
Yep.
Vayne is one of the champions that you would
no.
outplay him with.
There's some more stacks.
Dead. Froggen legendary. 10th kill of the game for him there, along with 9 assists as well. Ice are actually moving over towards Baron. Diamond is waiting at the side. He's just put a ward in there as well, but Madlife is basically just scaring him off from this one. Here is the start. QTV could have a go at trying to steal from the backside. Doesn't have his True Shot barrage up just yet, though. Froggen is basically tanking stuff up. Look at the base, though. The super minions have actually taken down one Nexus turret. They need to go back and sort this one out. No one right now is going back. They've come away from the Baron. They're going to try and stop them getting back into the base. That second Nexus turret is going to be going down quickly.
They had to send Thresh back. I don't even know if he can clear it. Cool goes in.
Oh, Cool going a little bit too far there, but here comes Archie from the side. Gets one. QTV now going to be slowed up from Froggen's ultimate, and there is the kill. Froggen picks it up. 11-0-10. Nexus turret went down. They're on to the Nexus itself. Shy can't deal with them.
He's trying his best, though, playing back the minions. Wei Xiao finally returns to home, though, and he's able to defend the Nexus here. Only one super minion left.
You know what's going to happen? Froggen's going to TP in and finish the game.
Ooh. Oh, man. Well,
Nivea backdoor.
He's got his Sunfire Cape is going to help him out in that one as well.
It'll help him clear the minions. He's got 40 seconds on that teleport.
He's up to, as well, 16 stacks on the Soul Stealer. He's almost completed the book here.
Getting maximum respect from the fans here in Paris as well. And look at him, he's edged up towards that enemy jungle where they've got full ward control, and Doublelift says, you know what, guys, let's do the Baron. I'm not sure that Fire can really get anywhere near this one, and if that looks like it'll probably only be Diamond who's stepping forward. Already used a ward there to get some vision back, but Baron's already gone down.
This has gotten a little bit out of hand, I think, it's safe to say.
Oh, really? That Sunfire Cape, Warmogs, Soul Stealer, and Nivea's
What's
not
your
out,
job? Yeah, exactly. Well, at least Froggen has a good chance of hitting 20 stacks here, which will be an all-star game first. Whoa, he's deep.
Yeah, Wei Xiao is going to get taken low. The Cool will finish off here from Archie. Now they're going for QTV. They're going to get him as well. Cool picks up that one. Diamond actually knocking everyone around, but Bjergsen's going to fall. Diamond's going to go down, and he's now all on Madlife. He couldn't defend against the super minions earlier, so he's not going to manage anymore. Double kill comes in. Lucky for them, the inhib just respawns, so they can't go into the Nexus, but this should be game.
Hey, they managed to get the ace right there. Froggen got enough assists to hit 20 stacks. His Soul War is complete. Everything is good for Team Ice. Nice victory.
Big win for Team Ice, and a big confidence boost as well. Froggen playing the Anivia. He said that he was looking forward to playing that into the Z. Well, apparently he wasn't actually being sarcastic like we thought he was. He actually was looking forward to it. Didn't die a single time in that game.
And we did get to see the teleporting egg. That was one of the best parts. He didn't really need it. It wasn't the Zen ulti on top of him, but it worked out well.
Top CS in the game, top kills in the game, and still 14 assists without dying. Froggen, captain of the team, and easily the MVP of this game for Big Ten.
I can put an argument forward as well with Cool in that one. We had the question of how good is he going to be in the jungle. He was phenomenal.
He was spectacular. He built extremely tanky as well. He saw Froggen's Warmogs and decided that was a good idea for him. And in the end, he kept on making plays. He was so tanky, he could get into the backline. He could be that utility Lee Sin.
And this kind of just opens up for the games tomorrow with the 1v1 and the 2v2, because that's the final one, I believe, is going to be Froggen against Wei Xiao. So Froggen carried them in this for the 2 points, and that final one that's going to be worth 3 points might actually end up telling it.
I mean, if he's going to play 1v1, maybe the teleport Anivia wouldn't be a bad choice going into that 1 versus 1.
With Medjai's. Why not?
Well, I mean, you only need 1 kill, so your stacks aren't really going to get there, but I mean, you can buy it just for bonus points, basically.
Style points.
Style points. All stylish stuff. Good win there for Ice. Quite a fairly one-sided game. I mean, it started off quite back and forth, but they really got rolling.
Let's be completely fair. 35 kills to 14. Early on in the game, it did look a little bit dire. I mean, knowing the lane matchups with Bjergsen, knowing that Diamond was going to be flying around on Lee Sin, and seeing the Lucian versus Vayne matchup in the bottom lane aren't actually favorable matchups for Team Ice. They just had to outplay them through and through.
And you have to give credit, while we're talking about that bottom lane, Shy and Wei Zhao actually looked incredibly good. With the help of Cool, we also have to say, but they were definitely not embarrassed by Double Lift and Mad Life.
Yeah, they started it out really well, getting that lead and forcing Cool to come down because Shy was the one who had taken most of the damage and he could just play further back at that point. If Cool hadn't come down to zone out Wei Xiao, they would have not been able to get that kill.
And it's not often, I think, that you look at a game where Diamond is on Lee Sin against the mid laner that's jungling. Well, that really never happens, but I didn't expect Diamond to be as quiet as he was in this game.
It actually seemed like he was trying to catch up to Cool on a lot of those ganks. He was the second one to the party and picking up a few cleanup kills. Interesting stuff.
And we'll see if Ice can continue this trend of picking up games, because tomorrow we come down to the 1v1s, the 2v2s. I think that a lot of people are really, really looking forward to. That, of course, all comes tomorrow. We've got a small matter, two small matters, in fact, of best-of-3 semi-finals here in Paris. But first of all, we're going to go over to Quickshot and our analysts to break down that last game.
Thank you very much, Joe. And what an incredible performance from Team Ice. They managed to bounce back, losing the first game. Bjergsen was able to carry them through ultra rapid fire mode, but Bjergsen next to non-existent on that Zed. He was in a lane matchup against Froggens and Nivea. Got a fully stacked mage, as Kobe said it himself. He's looking to complete the book. He wrote the book. At the end of the game, tier 1 boots. He had a Sunfire cape, a Warmogs, 20 stacks on Magi's. Now, as the only member of the old CLG roster that's undefeated on a Nivea, why don't you give me some insight into Froggens and Nivea, Crepo?
See, I used to play a lot of Nivea, and then I thought I knew the champion. But then there's some stuff Froggen does that it really shows how much he masters that champion. I just wrote them down in the list, so I'm just going to go over them real quick. First of all, there's what he calls a teleport, where he actually manages to teleport away in his egg out of like these tricky situations. Then when his spell usage, most people would use the stun, the Q, proc it, wait until they see that it actually hits, and then use his E. Now, Froggen is so confident that he's going to hit it, he sends out his Q. While it is flying, he will follow up with his E, and they will impact at roughly the same time for like a ginormous amount of damage. Then in this matchup, he put 3 points into Q when he had 2 points into E. So at level 5, he had 3 points into Q. Didn't do anything in the wall, so he's going for that wave clear. Just like these little things that he changes in every matchup, it just shows how smart he is. Some matchups against Castan, for example, he would run 15 AD just to harass him out of lane. And then when it comes to his build, yeah, it looks trolly, but that's after he succeeds, because he started with the Chalice for Mana Regen. He doesn't opt for the tier anymore because he wants to build it eventually into Athenes for more CDR. Then he gets the Zhonya's because he needs that against the Zed. And once these items are complete and he's in full Froggen mode, then there's the variation. I think the Warmugs was a tribute to his old tier Magi Warmugs build. He should have probably gone random instead, but who am I to disagree with the king? And then, yeah, the fact that he can get 20 stacks on his Magi just shows how good he is. And then the last point, and then I'm done ranting about Anivia, is when he was chasing Lee Sin, he would place his wall, but he wouldn't fully block off the path. He wouldn't completely block off the Lee Sin to prevent him from dashing over and going away. So he would do like a half wall block, forcing the Lee Sin to change his path enough for the team to catch up and kill him. But in case the Lee Sin had flash or dash over the wall, Froggen still had a way to walk through and didn't have to burn his flash. So there's all these like tiny things that just show how much he masters his champion. It's amazing to see.
It's sickening because I'll never ever understand a champion at that level.
Yeah, honestly, I really enjoy the fact that as soon as Team Ice got cool, there's kind of a set bonus going on, and they just got a whole lot better. So it just seems like everything's coming into place for these guys.
Yeah, he was a really good Lee Sin.
Completely agree. Now, just before we talk about cool, let's highlight Mad Life. In the early game, I felt like both of those players were moving around the map significantly. Mad Life on Thresh, landing a ridiculous number of hooks. His flays were good. Some of the plays, not necessarily the most flashy, but he was always at the right place at the right time. I really felt like he roamed extensively and helped Ice out in that early game because Double Lift simply wasn't helping his team in the late phase.
Well, I mean, that's true in a lot of these Korean supports. It's obviously there's some differentiation between builds, but it's pretty common in Korea to go boots of mobility, even still after the changes to the items. Of course, you can get it a little bit sooner now, and then try and make plays around the map, try and get some deep wards in, try and make plays on the mid lane. You don't usually see them going top lane. That was
he was
that was a
the
bit
superior
different.
AD carry.
It was an AD carry he forgot. He's like, oh, AD carry's top lane.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lane swap.
And the one bottom lane was pretty useless. So I had to go up there, as Pepper said. But for Mad Life, I wish I'd written down some notes as well on him. But it would just say Mad Life is a god. And he always knows where to be in the right time. And with mobility boots, Korean supports, Gotta give him that.
Talk about cool for a quick moment. Substituting in for Team Ice because, of course, Tame had to step away due to some family issues. And, of course, he really showed up. 10, 2, and 16 on Lee Sin. Not traditionally a jungler, but his ganks were good. His presence was good. He was backing everybody up he needed to.
I think this will be, just for him as a player, a big confidence booster as well. He had, he's been out of the competitive scene, taking a break for a while now. And in his last match in the LPL, he didn't perform up to his old standards, but man, he looked good. His mechanics were really on point tonight.
Yeah, you got to consider this is the sub for OMG, a team we're going to be seeing later on, right? Like his replacement Xiang is ridiculously good, and yeah, he was always in the right place at the right time. I kind of like the fact that he added a Warmogs and then got a Chain Vest as well. Like I feel like he was starting to mirror Froggen's build towards the end of the game. I don't know if that was necessarily the case, but
it's because it was so successful.
It was.
So we do actually have a replay of one of those Tel Egg ports. Let's pull the fight up onto your screens. I think, Freak, you wanted to talk us through this one and, the specifics.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get the replay started here. This is 11.5 minutes in, so it depends at which
this
point
is
we can see.
Doublelift getting caught, I believe.
Oh yeah,
Well, he's killing double golems. As a true AD carry, he's getting farm, which is very important for an AD carry here.
I believe we were trying to show Doublelift getting caught, but the scene was so brutal and so gruesome for Monte Cristo that we had to actually show that just Doublelift, in fact, can successfully do the golems.
Yeah. That was just it was well played. Yeah. Well played.
Congratulations. Doublelift was the PvE king of this matchup. So give him a round of applause.
So let's take a step back very quickly. This does put Team Ice now on 4 points to the 2 points of Team Fire. Both of the game modes that we've seen them playing a little more standard. Team Ice has, I'm going to call it outright, they've frankly stomped Team Fire. Does this mean Team Fire are panicking? I mean, Monty, what do you think of the rotations in these impromptu squads?
Oh, they've been great. And Team Ice, we've talked a little bit about it. We've seen the players talk about it. They didn't really gel that first day. They didn't really practice. And Fire was tryharding. But ever since then, they really seem to have made Ice keen for some revenge. So.
However, there is still 7 points left to be claimed in tomorrow's 1v1s, 2v2s, and of course we have the super 1v1 challenge that the fans voted for between Froggen and Wei Xiao. So nothing is 100% set in stone yet. However, if Madlife and Doublelift loses tomorrow in the 2v2 to Bjergsen and Diamond, it could be pretty embarrassing.
It could be indeed.
It will be embarrassing.
It will be,
because
yeah.
we're going to be blaming you the whole time.
Yeah, why are you here? Why are you not coaching Doublelift?
Yeah, I can't coach, man. I've been here the entire time.
Don't make excuses. Don't make excuses.
Priorities, man.
Anyways, guys, we do have to take a very quick 3.5 minute breather. But after the break, the games continue with our first best of 3 semi-final between Cloud9 and OMG. You can see they are gearing up. They are getting themselves ready. All-Stars 2014 continues right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We mentioned at the beginning of the All-Star event that Paris is the city of love. And for two very special people in our audience, that is definitely true.
I am here on the floor of the Zenith for a fan interview with Eric and Beatrice. And well, normally I would be the one asking the questions, but I heard that, Eric, you actually have a question of your own.
Basically I was really happy to come here, and in fact my girlfriend told me, I told her I wanted to give her a Doran ring. I couldn't find anything here on stage, so I found something else. I wanted to ask her if she wants to become my wife for the rest of my life.
Yes.
And this is all the ring we could have.
Couple Eric and Beatrice, and there's actually a special guest who'd also like to say something to them.
I saw what happens, and I'm really happy for you guys. I want to give you guys something. Congratulations first off, and I'm glad you guys found your support.
Thank you very much.
Really wish you guys good luck.
Guys, one more time for the happy couple, Beatrice and Eric. Fantastic stuff here. And now I propose that we toss back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I will accept that proposal gladly.
Yeah, see, Doublelift was learning Korean a while ago when I was still in a CLG house, so I'm wondering when he's going to pop the question to MadLife.
We'll have to find, I'm not sure MadLife would accept. Welcome back to day 3 of All-Star Paris. We are just moments away from our first semi-final series between Cloud9 and OMG. Now, Cloud9 has taken down World Elite and OMG in the group stages of the last tournaments that they've played in. But this is the first time that they've played a non-European team in the semi-finals of a tournament, or a best of 3 for that matter. But let's not forget that Cloud9 did beat OMG yesterday, and part of the reason was their pick and ban strategy. Deficio, how did it help them?
Well, actually on the side of OMG is the one I want to rant at a little bit here, because their bans yesterday, it seemed like they didn't actually prepare them. First of all, they banned away Kassadin, even though Cloud9 have banned Kassadin themselves in the games. They banned it on blue side. Still, they banned away Kha'Zix, even though Media's been playing Elise pretty much non-stop. Why would you waste a ban on a jungler? And also the ban away Thresh, even though Elimination has shown he can play multiple supports, and also he favored Morgana.
Well, not only that, but I have to say that, in my opinion, Alan hasn't been at his best when he's not on Thresh in this tournament. That's really been his biggest outstanding game so far, so you would think they would place a little bit more priority on that.
And also, step back, take a look at the side of Cloud9. Link, the substitute that stepped in there, has been playing particularly well. Has adjusted from day 1 to day 2. We've seen a growth in the communication and the level of play, and he's still playing those sort of supporty champions that we've been seeing from the team.
I'm glad at least one CLG member is performing at All-Stars.
Me too. But the thing about Link, though, is you can say, yes, he's played 3 games on Lulu, but he's, as many LCS teams know, he's a very difficult mid laner to ban out just because of the size of his champion pool. And really, Cloud9 hasn't been challenged particularly on their picks so far. They've been picking a lot of the same champions, and we still have maybe that Soraka coming out from Link, maybe the Rumble coming out in the top lane from Balls. These are very powerful champions on this patch, and they're just sitting inside of Cloud9's pocket.
And all the champion picks for Link just fit in with Cloud9 so well, because they don't need him to be like a solo carry. They have so many options with Balls, with Sneaky, with Meteors, so they need to support this guy in the mid lane, and he's been doing it so well. And then with Sneaky, he's actually the only guy, or Cloud9 is the only team where the AD carry has the most damage done overall. All the other teams is the mid laner, but for Cloud9 it is Sneaky, and he's like 14% ahead of the rest of the team, so he's doing so well.
That is one thing. If he gets shut down, it does mean Cloud9 may be in trouble. Now, let's talk about the other side of the rift. You've mentioned OMG's pick ban strategy being somewhat weak. I want to focus specifically on their play. They did take part last year at Worlds. They went 7-1 in the group stage. That loss was only to SKT. They do have experience against Western teams again, this international stage. Day 1, they looked fantastic. Xiyang was unstoppable. He had a 31 KDA. Day 2, that dropped down to 2.3. Freak, as the resident OMG expert, how do you explain that?
It's basically the quality of opponents. Like, when you're beating up on people, right, when you're fighting, no offense, but like dudes like Morning and dudes like Peke, who like, Peke's good, but he's just playing a farm lane. Like, you're allowed to just sit there and get a bunch of kills overall throughout the team fights, and like OMG dumpstered their opponents the first 2 days. Like, that's how it kind of happened. And they started fighting harder opponents, and they went 0-2 the last day. And well, when you lose games, your mid lane is going to do worse. And when a team's built around Xiang like it is, that guy's score individually is going to very much reflect how the team does.
See, I don't know what OMG's coaching staff consists of, but I hope they really had a chance to watch these games and mostly improved in terms of their vision control, because I feel whatever they pick, they know they have a big enough champion pool for one. I can understand. Maybe Alan is more comfortable on Thresh and all, but they really want to go for better vision control, and they just don't want to get caught like in brushes like they did. They pink warded Tri-Bush one time, and then they moved to Golems and just sat there, and because they were warded, they lost the Baron. Just because they sat in the bush that they didn't clean. And mistakes like that will get punished in these series.
So just another stat here. OMG is actually the team who bought the second most wards, but they're just so terrible where to place them and to protect them as well.
That's actually interesting.
There was a time where all the outer turrets are gone, and they place 8 wards in the river, and then they fall back to their own base. And you're like, okay, yeah, you can see the entire river, but not your own jungle. And it's just been the issue to know where to place the wards. And then they actually went on to the Chinese Twitter, what was it called again, Monty? Weibo, and said, we didn't actually take the games too serious, you know, yesterday we were already moving on to the playoffs here, so I need to see today if they're just going to change up everything and come in full tryhard.
Well, I'm happy you say that, because that is going to lead us to the moment our analyst desk is required to predict who they think will win. Since we've moved into the semifinals, all of your votes will now be worth 3 points for the correct answers. So, let's get some predictions, guys. I'd like to point out as well, all of these ballots were lodged in secret. I do not know them myself. So, Deficio, who will be advancing to the finals of All-Star Paris? Will it be Cloud9 for Apple Pie and Freedom, or will it be OMG?
Well, it's going to go to 3 games, I'm 100% sure. It's going to be very close. However, I will give it to OMG. I think they can come in here, and as long as they've watched the games from the last week, or from yesterday, of course, fix some of the issues, and also ban away the Twitch, I think they can win.
I believe in Apple Pie. I'm going with Cloud9 here just because we've heard OMG say things in the last day. We're going to fix our strategy. We're going to do this. We haven't shown our picks, but that doesn't really matter. As long as Cloud9 can ban out the bully lanes, they will continue, I think, to make better decisions, to protect wards better, to win the vision game, and I think that's going to give them an edge, and I do think it's going to be a 3-game series.
I disagree, actually. I think based on what Cloud9 has shown, I feel if OMG targets the Twitch, which they shouldn't be too prideful, and if they play a little more serious, because I actually think they could have played a little harder yesterday, and I think it's not the right attitude to go into the games, but I feel they must have learned out of the last game that they will go 2-0 in this series.
Wow, let's see. Before you go in, Freak, I just want to remind everybody, on day 1, segment 1 of our show, you called OMG to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put words in your mouth as well.
Okay.
And quote you saying, this is the first international tournament in a year and a half that a Korean team hasn't won.
Well, that could still be Cloud9.
Could still be Cloud9.
Yeah.
But where do your allegiances lie? Is it Cloud9 or OMG?
Well, I've got these 2 things here, one of which is the wonderful Crepo mask, the other one is still the OMG scarf, and that is going to be my vote here.
By your powers combined?
By the powers combined of Crepo and the OMG scarf, the Chinese team's going to win the semifinal. Individual skill-wise, I think Xiang's going to have a great time fighting against Link. I think Agoing's going to keep doing awesome. He'll actually have a great game this time around. And the bottom lane as well, as long as Alan plays a frickin' initiating support, they're going to be fine, and I say OMG.
No Nami is what we're looking for there. Well, there you go, guys. Let's see how your votes compare to LOLesports.com votes, because 72% of you are calling this game for Cloud9. It is a role reversal. They're sitting on the side of Monte Cristo. Anyways, that is it from us here at the analyst desk, so let's send it over to Joe and Kobe at the caster desk to take us away for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, guys. Yesterday, Cloud9 managed to catch OMG off guard and beat them in the final group stage match for both of these teams. But the Chinese team has made adjustments and feel that they are ready to take them down in this best-of-3 series.
I'm actually really surprised we're able to pull the win yesterday against OMG. I would say it was due to our ability to play the early games a lot better than we were playing it the first day, and I think we were able to improve and learn from that.
C9是一个适应能力非常强的队伍吧， 在昨天的比赛中，他们在中前期灌线以及控线都做得非常完美了。
To beat OMG today, we have to just basically play really well. We can't make mistakes because they'll capitalize on them very hard. I think OMG will be sort of motivated to get revenge on us.
然后让我们有点意想不到吧。然后今天的话，我们也调整好了状态来迎接他们了。
A change of mentality coming into today's game, and actually really interesting the story behind this one since they played last yesterday and are going to be here today in this first best of 3.
Yeah, and Going's take on it was very interesting as well. He specifically called out Cloud9's rotations and their mid-game control.
Well, we'll see if they can replicate that win that they pulled off yesterday. Now it's time to get into our first semi-final match of the All-Star Paris Invitational. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side for Cloud9, in the top lane we have Balls. In the jungle, of course, is Meteos. Link takes the mid lane for them. And of course, Sneaky, the AD carry, and he will be supported by Lemon Nation. We'll see what they bring out to play today.
And on OMG, on the red side, they go up top with Going. Well, look at that cheer from the crowd. There are a lot of Chinese fans here. Then in the jungle, they have Pomelo. At mid, it is Shi Young. Then for AD carry, they have Sun. And supporting, of course, it is Alan.
And now let's zero in on our featured matchup of the day. Two massive teams going head-to-head here. And for this semi-final, we are looking at the bottom lanes combined. Cloud9, Sneaky, and Lemon Nation versus OMG, Sun, and Alan.
Yeah, I mean, we have start off by talking about OMG's bottom lane. They showed no fear versus SKT, and they actually got an early lead in that game before being overtaken later. San has had a really good showing except for that game on Lucian, where he went 4-5-4. His other 3 games, he was 28-20 with Jinx. So, you know, throughout the LPL season, he has also been sort of an unsung hero for LMG. Meanwhile, Alan has received countless accolades for his Thresh game here at All-Stars, and rightfully so. His kill participation was 100%. I was going to go more than 100. It was 100% kill participation there for Thresh, while also initiating for his team, going 1-3-19. And the bottom lane for Cloud9, though, we have to talk about this. Obviously, it is an integral part of their team. Sneaky has been huge as the AD carry, specifically with Twitch versus OMG in the last time these two teams met. He had the confidence to make several very aggressive engages versus OMG, as well as being able to win the lane 2 versus 2 after just a single gank from Meteos burned both of OMG's bot lane flashes. And with all of Sneaky's aggressive ambushes, the other half of Cloud9's bot lane has not been getting enough attention. Morgana is one of Lemonation's favorites and a key part of their long-range CC combo with Elise. Lemonation has been 5-7-25, 75% kill participation on Morgana, extremely good as well. And he brings a ton of cooldown reduction. And with Lemon mastering his aim on those Dark Bindings, he keeps Cloud9's opponents constantly on the defensive, trying to dodge all of these extremely long duration crowd controls that they bring with that little combo that they have. Yeah. And Cloud9's favorite picks are very obvious because they have been a team to pick the same things over and over. They've got that Twitch. They've gone back to it. Twitch and Morgana, 3 out of 4 games, and it would have been 4 out of 4 if it wasn't banned.
Yeah, it definitely would be. And that makes you wonder, is it going to be then easier to ban them out? But you've got that trend almost across the map for Cloud9 as well. You know, Lulu in the mid lane being a big pick for them. In the jungle, they've gone with Elise every single time, apart from when they themselves, of course, banned it out. And then Balls in the top lane had his Trundle at the start of this tournament was the big one for him. I think it's very hard to ban Cloud9 out just for the simple fact that you don't have enough bans.
And even if you know what you want to ban about Cloud9, their story has always been, we will use exactly the same champions over and over and over because they work over and over and over. Yeah. And people get this false sense that Cloud9 have limited champion pools. But they have deep champion pools. They have multiple strategies that they will bring out. They just won't bring them out until they're forced to.
Well, they may be forced to this time around. First ban coming out is, of course, Syndra. Shi Young played that incredibly well already here in Paris, and not something that Link obviously wants to deal with.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably going to be the most common ban against OMG. Definitely will be reoccurring. He had a wonderful showing on Syndra in the mid lane, especially when he gets those 1v1 matchups.
So OMG's first ban taking them a little bit more time from this, but they do decide to take Kha'Zix away from the jungle. means that Pamela won't get his hands on that. Meteos either. So what are Cloud9 going to go for? LeBlanc banned out. Again, focus in the mid lane.
Yep, they're definitely going to target Xiyang, and as Freak keeps saying, you know, that's a big part of the team there, so a good thing to focus for Cloud9. However, OMG have made a good adaptation here too. Not only banning out the Elise that Meteos has been going back to over and over, but also making sure that he doesn't back that up with Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix is also just an all-around amazing jungler for everybody.
Oh, they've left Jax open here though. Final ban, by the way, for Cloud9 was Kassadin, just getting that out of the equation completely. Jax was the first pickup, insta-lock really by Cloud9.
Yes, as I said, Cloud9 have multiple strategies. They've themselves banned out Jax on blue side just because they were trying to run that poke-heavy team, that cooldown reduction, long range, hard CC. But they definitely have the ability to play Jax, and Balls has proven himself to be a world-class top laner. He definitely has the ability to carry a game himself, and Jax is one of the best champions to do that on.
And played it in recent memory, of course, in Game 2 and 3 against TSM in the playoffs and against Curse as well in the first semi-final. But let's move on to OMG, because they've picked up their bottom lane here, something that we focused on before the game, taking the Thresh and the Lucian straight away.
Yep, featured bottom lane here. They lock it in early. I like this pick because they're taking away the Lucian from Sneaky. Even though Sneaky has been going back to Twitch over and over and over, they know that they actually got the upper hand against SKT when he had Lucian, and they went for an early trade, and they got the Twitch behind early. So we'll see if Sneaky actually decides again to go with that Twitch, since their team has kind of been changed here. They won't have the Morgana or the Elise or a really tanky top lane. This is more of a carry top lane, in which case Cloud9 might want to go with a safer AD carry.
Well, taking their time about this one. Yeah. Safer as in the same one, you know, repetition is always a good thing, keeps you safe. And also taking Evelyn here in the jungle for Meteos.
So that is a lot of invisibility here for Cloud9. I expect OMG to buy a lot of pink wards, upgrade their sweepers to Oracle lenses quickly. We'll see if Crepo will be satisfied, because vision control in this game is going to be even more important. They need to get wards down inside of camps to see where Meteos is going. Meteos has used Evelyn over and over to counter jungle so effectively.
Taking away Shyvana here for the top lane. Obviously that will be going up against Balls' Jax. That of course is if we see a standard lane setup, and we'll be facing him at least some point during the game a little bit later on. Also taking Lulu here for the mid lane. Interestingly enough, they of course are on the red side, so could counterpick whatever Cloud9 do decide to go within that mid lane, but deciding to take Lulu away from Link.
Even though Cloud9 have some really scary carries on their team so far in this pick ban, I feel like OMG are pretty happy with the way this one is going. They banned out some very, very key components of Cloud9's previous strategy, and they've taken away even more components, bringing that Lulu. But as many people have said, Link is a versatile mid laner, and they will be able to go poke if they need to.
So final two picks in then the Nidalee and Zyra, which is a champion that Lemon Nation has not really played. I mean, Zyra, of course, overall has been seeing less and less play, but it's the first time this season that we're going to see Lemon Nation play that one. Pamela actually locked in the Nunu jungle over on the other side for OMG.
Yeah, the key thing about your Zyra point for Lemon Nation is this season, because everybody remembers the Ashe Zyra that Cloud9 popularized, and Lemon Nation is very much at home on this champion. What this does is give them some good disengage. If you jump in on this poke comp, then the Zyra ulti is going to go down, and that, for Cloud9's sake, will hopefully buy them enough time to put out the Twitch damage. If he can get that spray and pray damage over people while they're knocked in the air, locked up by Zyra, then they can either buy time for Balls to split push, or they can actually just win that team fight because of the massive AoE.
And they're going to have, Jax in there, but we all know what happens to Jax if he gets rolling, or when he gets rolling, which is most of the time the case of it. Well, before we jump into the game, head over, guys, to Twitter and send a tweet to @LOL Esports with the team you think is going to win this series. Use the hashtags C9win or OMGwin to let us know your choice, and we'll check in just a little while to see who you in fact picked for this one. The LOL Esports vote heavily in favor of Cloud9, which is kind of to be expected. Of course, you guys used to watching a lot of Cloud9 in the LCS, and I'm not sure if those numbers really represent how close this game is on paper.
And the thing is, that's Twitter, mostly English voting right here.
True.
If we included Chinese votes on the Chinese Twitter, as the Analyst X was talking about, it would be pretty heavy OMG. So let's see, this is definitely going to be a close game.
And here we go, Cloud9 versus OMG, the semi-final All-Star Invitational 2014 here in Paris.
Now, you did point out that Nunu in Champion Select. I've been impressed by Pomelo's last use of this champion. He was able to get strong counter jungling done. However, this time around, they need hard engage if they want to get to the source of this Nidalee spear throwing. And it's really going to have to be a flank by going towards that late game into a Lulu Naka. Or more amazing hooks from Allen. So we'll have to see, once again, that vision point is going to be key for this game. Whoa.
So yeah, you weren't far wrong, Kobe, actually. The numbers actually getting bigger from the LOLesports.com vote from earlier, 79 to 21% in favor of Cloud9. We'll see how true that rings out. Of course, a best of 3, a marathon rather than a best of 1 sprint like we saw yesterday. I think that makes it a lot harder to achieve 2 or maybe even 3 times in a row here for Cloud9.
And it also increases the importance of adaptation, which we always say is the most important thing for League of Legends teams and what GoGoing cited as one of Cloud9's biggest strengths.
So here it goes, the Invade walking up towards the
Big
enemy
balls.
red buff. Balls just face check straight into that one. Ziyang was spotted on the bottom side, so they knew there were max 4 people inside of that brush staying together. In the end, Cloud9 just go through, and they're going to come back.
They could actually stay there. Yeah. All right, round number 2 here.
And again, another face check straight in. No vision being put down.
Balls has Counter-Strike.
Of course, those... Oh, he's going to get the stun off here on towards Shyvana, but he's actually going to be separated by the rest of his team. Allen coming in from the side. Spear going to come around as well. They've managed to hook him towards Meteos. Ball's being focused on the backside, and a lot of damage being done across the board. No kills there. As the trinkets come into play there, we see a lot of vision being put down.
Now, let's see where Meteos goes, because it's pretty much impossible to steal away from Nunu level 1 if he starts off with Consume, but he did start off with Ice Ball, so there was a possibility of a Smite War there where there normally wouldn't be, but he doesn't even stick around to try and Smite, and he goes to steal away OMG's blue.
Allen's throwing out a...
Let's see if Shi-Young can actually see him here. He's got a ward,
got a
so
ward
yeah.
there. Yeah, can't actually get in and do anything about that one in the end, though. Shi-Young was spotted with that ward that was put down by Link just a moment before that all happened. So in the end, we see blue buff taken by Meteos. Pomelo started his own red, and now he's going to go for the Cloud9 red.
So this is as expected. Both junglers, both junglers stealing away blue buffs to try and even it out. Both of them want to start too. Cloud9 know that Nunu is probably doing this, so the top lane duo putting down that ward pretty early there. As you can see, Lemonation places in the bush. They won't want to get this dual lane turned around very early because this is crucial for both teams.
It's in level 2 there by the pickup of that blue buff, going a little bit low, but well, when you get that consume in there, not really going to be a problem for Nunu. In the end, we did see the lane swaps coming in, but for both teams, 2v2 left in the top lane this time.
Right, and that will be a focus probably for both teams. Meteos is level 3, slightly ahead of Pomelo right now. The 2v2 up top, though, is shoved pretty close to the turret, so it's hard for him to gank there at this second. However, he has shown a propensity for ganking for that dual lane early on to try and get them going. Once they get a little lead, then they can handle themselves.
A lot of damage put down by Link there on towards Shi-Young. Already forced him to use both of his pots. Link still has his own, and well, he's Nidalee as well, of course, so he has that heal to keep him topped up this entire time. Junglers up until now not making their presence felt in either of the lanes, but as you said, this top lane pushed up, and we may see Pomelo actually head that way in just a moment after his golems.
So both junglers on the top side means that this bottom lane still left to their own devices, and Balls has accrued a very nice early lead here. Shoving the wave to get the experience advantage, that gives you the option in those 1v1s to shove your opponent off of the creep wave. And it's showing in the CS right now, which is very, very important because late game, if Jax is even with Shyvana, then he will be able to bully her in split pushing once he gets his blade and he has kill potential. Here comes Pomelo though, just with the speed up onto Allen so he can get in position for a hook.
Trying to get through there, was a little bit blocked by the minions as he weaves himself through there. In the end, not quite getting close enough. Meteos did come up to that top lane just to wait around in case anything happened. Didn't really do anything though.
Now look how much that gank accomplished. Cloud9 have to completely back off. They do not have much vision. It was a cannon wave for Cloud9, so it pushed against them. And they had to play very safe until the last possible second for them to go in for CS. Just walking by, Pomelo created a bit of pressure there for this OMG duo.
Nice slow start to this one. Pomelo just doing his Wraith camp, but he's going to keep on farming this one up. Actually, we can see that Pink Ward was picked up by Meteos. Does he want to get that into that top lane tri-bush? We'll see about that one in just a moment. He is headed towards that top side of the map.
And the lane now will be slowly pushing against Cloud9. So it's going to come closer and closer to their territory. This is what Meteos was waiting for. Pomelo looking for a counter gank though.
Yeah. This could be dangerous for them. Plant's doing some decent damage on towards Allen. Actually, Meteos is now backing away from that one, funnily enough, as OMG step forward once more. Cloud9 staying behind the minion line as to not get hooked by Allen. We said it before that he had 100% kill participation in the first game of All-Stars where we saw him. And now, look at that. Meteos has seen Xiyoung go in towards his top lane. That's a signal to back away. The hook comes through. Lemon Nation flashes it.
I love how Pomelo keeps giving the speed boost to Allen, because Allen can capitalize with hooks, as we saw there, earning himself a flash from Elimination. They will need to time that so that they can return to the bottom lane, as they've been focusing it pretty heavily here at the beginning.
Whoa, Link going very aggressive here, just jumping over the top of the wall, having to go at Xiyoung, and Xiyoung almost getting hit there by the spear. Good little dodge from his side of things. Just shows you that Link not afraid to go a bit more aggressive. Does have himself boots and the chalice compared to just the chalice of Xiyoung. And well, we see that comes from that CS lead. There's the solo laners, this time usual top laners that are down the bottom this time around, using their TPs to get back in lane.
Yeah, and as I said, this is going to be a power point for Cloud9. Ball's got a great start in that lane, and he has the advantage of also having Evelynn as his jungler. So just having Evelynn means that Going has to spend money on pink wards or play extremely safe and back off of those minion lines.
Oh, going all in here is Link on towards Xiyoung. Meteos still hanging around. Is he going to go offensive on this one? That's the constant danger with the Evelynn. You never know if that's just a bait from Link or whether he's actually alone and bitten off more than he can chew.
Now, speaking of adaptations, we do have an adaptation here from OMG. They recognize that this Jax will get out of hand if left unattended. They make the call to switch lanes here, sending the duo down bottom and transferring Going up top. Going has actually saved his teleport though. Ball's used it to get back to lane. So Going actually has the teleport advantage, even though it was a shorter cooldown for Balls teleporting to the turret.
Yeah, and the interesting one with that one is that you see Sneaky in the top lane. OMG sees Sneaky in the top lane. Not going for Dragon just yet though. Zyra had already come down towards this bottom side of the map. Jax, of course, is still there. Evelynn is on that side of the map, so wouldn't be a clear-cut decision now if they were to go for Dragon.
Evelynn has still not been able to clear out that pink ward though, so the one that was placed down bottom will still protect them. The thing is, Zyra has actually come down to support Balls for a little bit, and they're actually going to be probably switching off. Yeah, Balls is starting to recall and go back to base, so they're going to answer that swap down bottom, and they want to retain their advantage. By the way, Balls got this advantage by going full attack speed runes on Jax. He does not save any lifesteal quintessences, which people used to run on Jax quite a lot.
Oh, Link here going to take a lot of damage from this one. Not quite going to finish up, but they're going to dive in there. Going, using his ultimate very late in that encounter.
The reason Going went for that gank is because he recognized Cloud9 are answering the swap, and he does not want to face up against Jackson top lane again, so he decides to make some use of his time. However, because he burned his ulti, it's going to be harder for him now, even to match up against Jax. And Balls is probably going to continue to gain a lead up here. I mean, Going did a good job catching up because of the switch, but Balls is actually going to be able to push this wave into the turret now.
So in the bottom lane, that Pomelo had also come around there to maybe get involved with things. No real damage done to turrets anywhere on the map at this stage, and the duo is quite happy to to farm things up. It's San that has the advantage in there with this one. Meteos now going back to that old standard of Cloud9 and going to help top.
And Going has no ulti, remember, for this dive.
Oh, here they go. There goes the ultimate down. It's Balls that's tanking up the turret. It's a lot of damage coming into Going. Balls himself goes pretty low. Well, he swap off the aggro, and the first blood goes to Meteos.
Classic Cloud9. No matter how many lane swaps you do for OMG, they will find you in that 1v1, and Meteos will tower dive with Balls. They get the kill. That is huge. The giant creep wave that would have pushed Going even ahead of Balls in CS dies to the turret, and they get giant damage onto the turret. This is going swimmingly for Cloud9 so far.
And they should be able to finish off that tower as well. We saw Balls just going through, Meteos and Pomelo just meeting up. And there is the first turret of the game going down in favor of Cloud9. Leaves them with a 2k gold advantage.
Now, he did leave the wave as a cannon minion pushing there, so maybe Going will freeze it and try and catch up that way.
That is a dead elimination, surely. Yes, the culling does finish him up. Now San trying to force Sneaky away, but Sneaky's done a hell of a lot of damage. There goes the passive out from Zyra. Not enough to actually get the finisher on them, though.
Yeah, Allen coming up big in the bottom lane. Evasive maneuvers for Elimination, not quite enough. And OMG's bot lane, the featured matchup, do strike first here. Big pickup for them because the AD carries were dead even.
Well, I'll leave Sneaky alone to do some free damage as Allen gonna go in here. They're gonna try and lock down Sneaky. He says, no, I'm just gonna ambush. And you're basically not gonna be able to do anything to me. Just walks away from that one. San actually stuck around here before recalling because of that big wave that was pushing in.
Whoa, so is Meteos. He's coming in. Again, he finds Pomelo.
And actually doing some decent damage onto Pomelo. He knows that that bottom lane can't really stay and fight him, that the AD carry actually is completely backed away from that one. That pink ward's still in the bush. Now Cloud9 with those low HP players and a recall being seen going for Dragon.
So let's check in on that vision. OMG, because they got behind early, they were not able to get any green wards inside of Cloud9's camps, which is what they would want to keep track of Meteos. Or, besides that one defensive pink ward bottom, they haven't been able to get them anywhere else on the map. So the deep greens or the defensive pinks, not really there, and Meteos is able to traverse the entire map with immunity.
I have to give credit to Going here in this top lane. Look at the farm, 83 to 80. Was looking like it was going to take a bit of a nosedive for him earlier on when he started to fall behind on that front, but he's really picked up that farm nicely and is only a couple of CS behind. Double Doran's Blade, Ninja Tabi for him, plus that long sword. Of course, on the other side, Ball's going straight in towards that Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, that's going to be a scary point for Going once he does complete the Blade of the Ruined King. At least Going has been able to catch up in CS, and he does have the auto attack damage reduction for his Tabe. But Ball, as you can see, he's so confident here. He's letting the wave push against him. He wants to deny as many minions to Going as possible.
Did he just ulti there, Going?
He's still got a full red bar, so that's how you can tell if Shyvana's ulti
Yeah, he
up.
did, yeah.
Haha!
Aha.
Did you know?
I did. I just didn't look.
Meteos gets actually caught. He does not have immunity.
This is really, really bad for them. Sandwiched in. There's the ultimate from Going. Can answer my question a second time. That's just a freebie kill for OMG.
All right, they took away his immunity. He's definitely vulnerable to damage. I was saying he's immune to slows because he can use his W to take them off, but just damage is going to do the trick there, and they do take him down a notch.
So, up in kills now are OMG, still behind the 2,000 gold though. Very interested to see how this bottom lane now develops in with the Blade of the Ruined King done there for Sneaky. The work into the Bloodthirster on the other side for San. And now Link trying to hold on to this mid lane turret, and that's a danger. Once Nunu gets involved there, they're doing so much more damage, so much quicker.
Yeah, trying to shove on Nidalee. Good idea here, using the Blood Boil with Lulu, but they get shoved off. And finally, here we go, Pomelo getting some vision down for the team inside blue, but it's a little bit too late here because Meteos is just running straight up the lane.
And they're going to go all in here on towards Going. He's got no ultimate available. Pomelo coming in around the side though. They're going to try and stop this and push it back. Absolute Zero flashed away from by Meteos. In the end, they can't turn that into a kill. Don't lose anyone either though.
Yeah, they have to back off mainly because of the mid lane roam. Not actually too scared of the Nunu there, mostly because Shi Yang was able to walk up the river first and Link was behind them, so they could cut off and split that Cloud9 apart.
Blue buff's being gifted over once again. Pomelo having the vision. We saw them put that down there before, but wasn't quick enough to actually get involved and have a go at trying to steal that blue buff away.
Yeah, right idea for MG. Want to always try and deny blue buffs from Nidalee, as everybody knows, but unsuccessful there because of the little skirmish up top. And it did cost Midos his flash, but Cloud9 happy to have that blue buff on Link. He goes for, is this a blind steal? The ward just times out here, so blind steal here from Link. It's going to be very difficult to get through. Yes.
Got the little one. That was his, that's what he got.
That's what he was aiming for, right?
Yeah, had a few wards in there, which sadly for them did time out just before that blue buff was spawning in, so knew it was there, but didn't have the vision to actually have a real go at it. We should mention that Athenes is finished here for both Link and Shi-Young, and Shi-Young doing a good job of, so far, catching all these spears.
See if Link can get anything else. Nah, he's out of vision there, so he's going to be able to shove the lane in. One more wave will be lost. Actually, Midos gets called over, so they can try and take down this turret. Attack speed from Nidalee on herself. Once the minions get there, Meteos can do the same for himself.
This is a free tower. Well, you say free. Obviously, the spears really helped to free that one up, but now moving straight away for Shi-Young and having a hard time of keeping up as Ball's going to put down some good damage there onto Go-Going, who's headed straight up to that Sunfire Cape. He needs that defense in if he's going to hold on. There's a spear coming through, though. Will they try and follow through? I mean, these two champions are going to strip towers really, really quickly.
Yes, but a blue buff Lulu. I mean, OMG were able to secure that one, so that's big for them. Yeah. They have great wave clear down bottom.
Down into the bottom. Lemon Nation does throw his ultimate down, but Sneaky is the focus. Lemon Nation's already left him there. Knew he was going to go down. It's Pomelo that gets the kill.
And Pink Ward dropped. There was no way Sneaky was getting out of this one. Great move from OMG. They get pressure on the bottom turret. Cloud9 need to answer on the other side here. Meteos is just sort of walking around this red side jungle.
Tower is definitely going down. Go-Going is back into his top lane as well to protect it from balls. Meanwhile, Link actually having a good go on towards Shi-Young. Here comes Meteos from around the side. Wild Growth use on himself, and that is possibly him going down here. The pounds back in, an auto attack to finish. Link picks up a nice kill.
Yeah, Meteos walking around that red jungle. Perfect timing for him because Shi-Young goes aggressive on Link. Tired of catching spears, wanted to make him back off, but it was the wrong time for them. And that's what I was talking about. Because you just have an Evelynn on your team, it usually just makes solo laners play more defensively and not go aggressive like that. There was actually, at one point, a pink ward in that red side bush for OMG, but because there was so much time spent roaming around from Cloud9, they actually cleared that one out previously.
Going there, just forcing that wave all the way back. Balls, of course, has had it up towards the tower a couple of times now. But the next thing coming onto the map, the next big thing is, of course, that dragon. Just a couple of seconds till that comes into play. As the scan going down, Lemon Nation will be able to finish off this ward. And that gives a little bit less sight for OMG. But they've got Nunu just walking back and forth in that area. Two top laners both have teleported there.
Yeah, Jax could come down here and they snag him. Teleport on the plant.
There we go. Teleport coming in from that side. Alan realizes it and has to jump completely away from that one. But that gives Cloud9 now 5 men down at the bottom. To be honest, Go-Going has to get involved. He is going to be TPing in. He comes into the top side. We see the coming from the bottom. They hook him balls. Can they finish him off though? Half HP as he leap strikes away. Go-Going goes right in there. There's a disengage from Cloud9, but there's a lot of damage coming out to Sneaky. He's been enough more than he can chew. He's going to go down to San, and they keep going through as well. Alan got the hook, but he'll pay the price with his life. They're going to keep chasing this one through, and they get Zyra as well. That's a double kill for Ji-Young.
And the dragon for OMG. That should be an easy take for them. Even though Meteos is still alive, it would be suicide to go for this steal. That was a costly mistake from Cloud9. How many times have we seen teams with the Nidalee going for these mid-game dragons? It's very curious. They should have been counting on the teleport coming from Go-Going, and they really overextended there. Sneaky actually gets sectioned off from the team here, which is probably the main reason it didn't work out. He opens onto San, but the team is split, and Sneaky actually ends up between the rest of the team and San, and he has nowhere to get out. Another great hook from Alan, landing here, awarding another kill, even though it cost him his life. Definitely worth it. Not only do they kill Link, but they get his blue buff off.
Getting that blue buff, always a nice addition to all those kills and the dragon that follows straight up afterwards. So let's check back in with the gold. We said earlier on about 2,000 was the lead for Cloud9. That is considerably shrunk with the kills and the dragon gold as well.
Oh, Balls is in trouble.
Anything. Balls actually going up aggressive, but if you notice the minimap, Alan off to the side. I think in the end they were a little bit scared of going for Balls. That Blade of the Ruin King is in there for him now.
Look at this vision, though. I mean, Alan's done a good job. He's got a lot of wards down here. They will see the spawn of this blue, and they definitely want to contest it. Everybody from Cloud9 is down bottom. If Link can get this, it would be amazing. There's no way.
Nah, not got the damage there to finish off quick enough. He's going to try and spear through. That was real close, but in the end, just made it faster for OMG to actually get that one. And it is Shiyong who just refreshes that blue buff from earlier.
Cloud9 have to be careful. OMG have caught right back up here in gold. I guess they're going to make the move down bottom. We'll see if he can actually catch Lucian. There's no summoner spells.
Actually using his ultimate very, very late on this one, trying to get Sneaky to catch up with it. Damage comes in from it, and it will be Sneaky with the use of the ultimate to get the kill. OMG are pushing the mid lane. Cloud9 are pushing the inner turret in the bottom lane.
Cloud9 really needed that kill. It is going to give them pressure on the bottom lane. Looks like they are using these SKT skins to channel SKT's ability to trade different objectives. They go aggressive on the other side of the map, and they are rewarded. Now they're creating so much pressure on the inhibitor turret that they only... Oh wow, they back off just because of Pomelo.
Yeah, Pomelo did go back from that. He's the last, the first one to recall in. Thresh joined him a little bit afterwards. Meanwhile, Balls and Go-Go in this entire time sticking in the top lane. You see that Go-Go has done a fantastic job. There's a spear steal. That's what you like to see, and Link can say, well, you got my blue up, but I'll get revenge.
His team was starting it up for him, so... Balls, though.
In trouble here, gonna get slowed down completely. Flashes, are they gonna chase him? Shiyong gets the kill, does flash over the wall in the end.
These are the trades that are so common now in this open map of League right now, where all these towers going down. You're constantly having to trade back and forth. Blue buff for Cloud9, taken away from OMG, but they send everybody top, get a kill on the end game carry here, setting Jax a little bit further behind.
He's got his Sheen in there working up towards that Trinity Force, almost got the Phage in there as well, and Link has just gone back home, needlessly large rock, blasting one, going straight up to the Rabadon's Deathcap on top of his Athene's Unholy Grail. On the other side, Deathcap is actually done with Sorcerer's Shoes as well as an Amp Tome as well for Shiyong.
Let's see what he will build with that. Probably the Void Staff. Those are what we like to think of as the Trinity. Oh, Sneaky was there, and they have a little bit of vision. Close, because both teams wanted to go aggressive. You can see the mentality of both of these teams. They're tied up in gold, even though it's 4 versus 7 in kills. They each want to take the advantage right now.
Go and takes a good chunk of damage here, but he's the tanky one on the team again.
Pink ward.
Sneaky out of position completely. Absolute Zero going to strip him down. Shiyong actually gets the finisher, and that will put him onto a rampage. That's bad news. OMG are turning around. They're going to Baron.
Yeah, positioning really, really costing Cloud9 a lot so far. Sneaky, again, not in the right place this game. It's been a much worse story for him than the first go-around. He's been a little bit aggressive, and it hasn't paid off.
So they move up towards Baron, something that OMG have done very well in LPL. Force teams to come in there and check that one out. This time around, it was, of course, the spear that came through and just clattered against Alan, almost taking him out. And that obviously then means that OMG don't want to be sticking around and thinking that one. Still early doors in this game, 23 minutes 45 on the clock. There is Go going, continuing to farm himself up a stone. Some Fire Cape is done, got a Negatron Cloak, got the Cutlass in there as well. Actually picking up home guards here because he's been back and forth on that top side. Makes sense for him.
He's moving around so much to get CS in the places that are safe for the team, and they've fed a lot of money into him because they need a good tank towards the late game. This OMG team, they like to team fight, and this is, again, sort of a classic combo for them. They have a strong team fight team, whereas Cloud9, they have the split push advantage and they have the poking advantage, but they need to actually set up and poke to take advantage of the strengths of this team. Their goals are to land several Nidalee Spears before the fight breaks out.
Alan predicted that too well almost, but Elimination didn't actually move where it was thought it was going to be, so Spear didn't connect, but they're setting up a death rush. They're going to hook into Balls. Cully comes through as well. Balls loses half HP instantly. They're going to push through onto it. Wild Growth knocks him up, and Going actually flashing in. They want to keep pushing down on this one. Sneaky is there. Cloud9 going to try and just push them back off from it. It's 5 versus 4, and again, OMG go direction Baron, and are going to try and bait C9 in.
Exactly, they take advantage of the vision in the mid game around Baron. Classic OMG, they love winning fights around that Baron with their team fighting team. They've done it so many times. Successful once again, they get another pick from Allen.
Allen waiting off to the side on this one. They pick up the kill onto the Zyra plant. Baron is going pretty low from this one, but those spears from the backside going to be a problem. Yeah, he has his flash, he has his ultimate, he's got his smite, he's got everything to really make an impact on this one, as we are going to see the TP in as well. Ball's now going to join the action, but it's already done. OMG have picked up the Baron. San actually right in the middle of the team. They're doing great here, Cloud9. OMG are trying to run away from this one. Pomelo gonna flash over the backside. Link needs to make the jump, does make the jump, needed a run up to it, and it's all going to be whether it can land a spear. In the end, they get out of range. They lose the one man for it, but they get Baron.
Huge win for OMG right there. They get the Baron only for one guy, just Allen going down. Really big pickup for them. Cloud9 trying to answer, though, again, the trade of objectives. Because you get so low after that Baron, they're going to get the consolation prize here. Dragon will help a bit as far as the gold is catching up. But definitely, it is Cloud9 going to be play a little bit more defensively here.
Hopefully, from their side of things. We have seen another European LCS team that won't be named. There's only one. It's not that hard to figure out who did fight up a Baron team for other objectives around the map. Not going to happen here for Cloud9, though. As you said, 4 minutes, sit back, defend a little.
There are no more objectives on the map for Cloud9 to fight over, so hopefully they do not get too ahead of themselves, and it looks like they will go defensive now. Let's take a look here. Xiyoung has almost completed that Void Staff, so they'll probably wait for him to actually finish that off, because it's he should have enough money to complete it. Okay, there we go.
Going, just making sure that bottom lane doesn't go too far up. Cloud9, of course, swooped in for that inner turret earlier on in the game as OMG were pushing a little bit indecisively in the middle lane. And in the end, cut them off before they got on towards that inhibitor turret. Sun trying to get himself as much as he can here before going in. Berserker Greaves added into that Bloodthirst of the Trinity Force gun. And a bit of defensive statistics in there as well, starting Negatron Cloak here.
Yeah, he has, well, let's see, what was it, TPA. They had a Negatron Cloak pretty early on BB because they wanted him to carry. OMG, a lot of their damage comes from San, so a Negatron Cloak on him going to help out if he does turn out to be the unfortunate recipient of any spears from Link. They can't afford to have San go down because late game they will not have much else as far as damage is concerned. Right now, bottom lane.
I was going to say, Sneaky's got a friend in there. Meteos was waiting inside of the brush. Going coming through, but he is really, really quite tanky here. Banshee's Veil in there for him. And OMG, with that two-man distraction, get the inner tower.
Yeah, that gank is going to cost them a lot of pressure mid. They have to immediately recall.
Oh, Pomelo going very, very deep on this one. They've managed to force Link to back away. The turret not being focused completely just yet, but we see as San and Xiyoung turn their attention to it. They strip off half of its health.
They've had enough time here. The inhibitor did not go down. That does regenerate slowly over time if Cloud9 can protect it. They also got a turret with their split pusher balls. Again, Cloud9 trying to play to the strengths. The goals of this team are to use that Jax for split push and have the disengage of Zyra buy them enough time for the rest of the four-man squad. Has worked out for the first round, but still Baron buff on OMG. Cloud9 cannot afford to even go into their own jungle right now.
All walled up here. OMG doing a great job on that front. Are they going to be backing away? I think they've got a decent amount of gold to actually be spending by now on this one. Turn some of those big items in. Still going pushes in the top side as well. So lane's pushing on two fronts. Dangerous here for Cloud9.
It looks like OMG are not forcing anything right now there. They're just doing a split push for all of the lanes. They're getting a lot of experience. They're getting all 3 lanes worth of experience and gold, though. So they are making use of the time of their Baron buff. but it's just not translating into pressure on top of turrets at the moment. Now, I talked about the damage for this OMG team. They actually have a really good combo here, which is Blood Boil plus Pix onto an AD carry. Not only does Pix add the damage for the AD carry, but also the attack speed bonus will get even more out of that. And San is just so crucial for this team to hype him up as the mid-game teamfight powerhouse. He's also going to start needing some armor penetration, so I think he'll probably get that before he even makes something out of that Negatron cloak that he's got.
Link being absolutely hammered there by the Culling. The rest of OMG going to start to move down, and I think if Cloud9 actually spot him, they could well end up just backing away completely from this one and letting the tower go.
Yep, they have secured this bottom turret. Jax is split pushing up top, and they want to force him to do something. His teleport's not quite up right now, so he's not going to burn it. He's going to try and shove into the inhibitor turret. So it's pretty much just a 1 for 0 here as far as objectives are controlled. Looking at the items, though, there's not a lot of armor even on Cloud9 right now, so maybe he won't run into that Last Whisper as quickly as I thought. He's upgrading the boots first, then going into pickaxe.
See where that leaves us then. The overall picture, we've gone past the half an hour point on this game. The goal, as it currently stands, is almost bang level, 48.2 thousand to 48.1. So really the slimmest of leads in terms of that one, but see that the items coming in, that Void Staff on Lulu, we already saw how much damage actually Xion can actually do right now, and he's working his way up further in the item builds. Meanwhile, OMG moving now in position to start preparing for the next spawn in this Baron. Get more walls down, try and clear out as much as you can.
Looks like they've chosen top side. Alan doing work, trying to clear out wards. Actually leaves the pink one there.
Yeah.
Didn't walk into it. The sweeper will not reveal things that are already visible.
Oh, Hog coming through. They pick off Lemon Nation, but not really got the rest of the team there to help out. Meteos has to pop his speed boost there as the pressure comes in from the side. The Culling, a little bit out of aim, let's just say there, and actually just cancelled that one off, realizing he wasn't actually going to be hitting anything. Tower is already down to half HP, and this is the last turret outside of the base now that's up for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're having a really hard time defending anything that is not inhibitor turret. And going and OMG get one more turret down, the last outer turret. Plus a blue buff steal, great for them. Keeping it away from Link. Now, the Xion build that you mentioned here, he's adding in the Lichbane as 4th item, so that will actually add more late game damage, more scaling to him. Adding on another AP scaler to Lulu is very good for them, adding another strong damage source for the team to back up, going, and San, oh, balls in the middle again!
Kontumi is going to have to jump away, going, trying to chase around Lemon Nation, gets separated from the rest of the team, but it's Meteos now that they actually end up focusing on. Balls again hooked in by Alan. Balls is going to go down. San gets that one. Sneaky damaging him. Meteos has been bullied by Pomelo and going. It's not a fast takedown, but they will get it in the end. Lemon Nation somehow still alive and running away from it, but San will continue to chase here. And Lemon Nation, what's he going to do? He's going to try for the recall. And he seems to have completely fooled Sun into this one. Is he going to be able to get in? No!
Oh! Yeah, the story here. Oh no, Lincoln's caught trying to go for a kill on Alan.
Trying and gets it as well in the end. Xion now moving in. That's going to be another one. Godlike is Lulu. 7-1-3. OMG turning for Baron with its 3-man team.
Again, Baron comes up. Great ward coverage from OMG. Force Cloud9 into a situation where they don't want to give away Baron, but they can't see very well. They are forced to sporadically invade this Baron from different sides, and you can see Lemon Nation's ulti that they want to be the main part of their team and knock everybody up actually gets spread out by OMG, and they pretty much all avoid that knock up. From that point, there's nothing for Cloud9 to do.
Taking the second Baron of this game as well, and that is a big push for OMG. 4,000 gold, 3,500. It'll be forged in just a second. You see that dragon being taken out. Last time that the Baron went down, of course, Cloud9 got that consolation dragon. They're not going to get either of them this time. And we see there as the wave in that bottom is now pushing up. They're going to back away. Probably use this time to spend a bit of that gold that they've just got with all those kills and the Baron pickup.
C9 may be going for a Fnatic-style bush camp here. Only 3 members, though. It would be dangerous, and they would need to just catch a single person face checking this bush. Meteos was the only one able to get this far into lane.
And they just backed away. No problem there for them. No sneak attack gonna be enough to pick them up. Funnily enough, with all those towers down, oh, there's a ward there. That could actually end up being dangerous, but this stage of the game, blue goes down very, very quickly. Alan moving around. Meteos has that Banshee's Veil on, so he's gonna at least get away from one thing, but not from the hook. Alan goes playing in. There is the knockup, but Meteos is taking all the damage from the back and will end up falling. Going now gets himself the killing spree.
Alan again on Thresh has been outstanding for the team. This is a 7-1 Shi Young as well. OMG are steadily rolling toward Cloud9's base right now. Let's see, Meteos was just getting caught because of the blue steal. Great ulti from Going as well as hook there from Alan. And there's no escape for the Cloud9 jungler.
And they used Lemon Nation's ultimate as well. Not the longest cooldown, that's for sure, but they could need it in the following moments because OMG are already pushing that bottom lane out towards the inhibitor turret. And look at the position on the map. Sneak is in the mid lane. Jack's up on the top side. If OMG move fast here, they might have the damage to just finish off the tower.
Yeah, and even in the top side, Going is such a beast. They've gotten him so far ahead that it's not a problem for him up there with Balls. And they can go toe-to-toe right now. They're actually exchanging. Balls is chasing him, but the OMG whole team are getting the inhibitor. They've got one down now. It's pretty close.
Ball's going for Going, but has he got the damage here to actually take him down? I don't think he actually does, and I think realizing that himself decides, you know what, I'm just going to back away from things. OMG have just moved from that bottom in towards the mid lane. We saw how quick that last inhibitor turret went down. They've got sneaky there this time, though. That's the difference. Not a 4 versus 3 as it was in the bottom lane, but at least a 4 versus 4, albeit with OMG having Baron.
Oh, here we go. This re-engage. Going actually was able to get up there. I think he used his teleport with his home guards. The home guard teleport. Dragon gets his revenge.
Gonna finish off Balls though. He's having a big run, but there's a big team fight breaking out. Meteos trying to focus on Sasan, but he's running into all the culling damage. Does get the heal, but he's gonna fall. That's a double kill now for Sun. And Sneaky is on that bottom side. Actually, Shi Young went to the top to finish off Jack. Sneaky trying to get away. Does get into the ambush. There is the pulling onto Link. Is he gonna go down? Yes, he is. Sun on a rampage. That's 4 kills for 1. For OMG.
OMG just cleaning up. This should probably be the game for them. They can run right into Cloud9's base. They've got over 30 seconds. I guess Lemon will be coming up, but we've seen how ineffective so far the Zyra disengage has been. It's going to at least be all 3 inhibitors.
Yeah, Sun going to take down that mid one. The top one already being worked on as well. Pomelo just helping out with his blood boil. And this may be the finisher. Yeah, 30 seconds for Link, 17 seconds still left here on Balls until he comes back into the game. And there's the push through. San just destroying Lemon Nation. Even gets the kill there on the fountain at the end. And that surely will be game. First Nexus turret's being focused and going down. And there we are, on to the Nexus itself. OMG pick up game number 1 here in the semi-final.
What a strong showing from OMG. Every member on the team doing what's required of him. Going was able to get farm the entire game. He got extremely tanky towards the end, and he plays so smart. Taking the exchange with Jax, he knew he couldn't win it straight up 1 versus 1, but he gets him down to half, and then uses his home guard TP to re-engage and get the advantage, actually killing Balls up there with the help of Shi Young, who, by the way, ends 8-1-5. A huge force from the mid lane. And as well, our featured matchup, the bottom lane, obviously going to OMG. Alan coming up with his big Thresh plays, and San definitely doing that carry role.
Are they going to have to rethink the ban and pick phase here? Because they focused a lot on Shi Young, and he's like, what up, I'm just going to play Lulu and destroy you. I mean, if you're going to put 3 bans right on top of him, you've got to expect that, or it has to have an impact on how that game goes out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, OMG are constantly running these very strong 5v5. They're very solid team comps, it feels like, because they run with a Nunu plus Shyvana plus a Thresh. I mean, that's just such a solid front line for them. And they can count on a support mid laner plus San. They've got plenty of different damage sources, and so their team fight's always very strong. Whereas Cloud9's team this time around it feels a little bit flimsy just because they have Jax, who has to get going, a bunch of farm, and as well Nidalee, who's a kind of a different style, have to poke first. So if this team for Cloud9 doesn't get going early, they don't get that lead and they don't get fights where they have to poke first, spears don't land, they can't really do much with that. Also doesn't help that Sneaky was getting caught a couple times.
Yeah, a little bit out of position. That dragon fight where, you said it yourself just a moment ago, that if you've got the Nidalee, you've got to poke before you go into an area like Dragon to think about fighting. Incredible first game performance here by OMG. We're going to head over, though, to the analyst desk where Quickshot and the gang are chomping at the bit to break down OMG's first win of the series.
Thank you very much, Joe. I actually am chomping at the bit because the very first thing we want to talk about is the picks and bans, is the composition, and is the game plan that both of these teams went into the match with. I would like to remind everybody that on the side of Cloud9, they banned out 3 mid lane champions. They banned Syndra, they banned LeBlanc, they banned Kassadin. On the other side, OMG made Meteos their very strong focus. They took out Kha'Zix and Elise,
and his jungle
as
Morgana.
well as Jungle Morgana, of course, denying that from elimination. But a clear strategy. I want to actually talk about the pick order. If we can pull that graphic up onto your screens right now, what we're going to do is break down the picks and bans of each of the respective teams. Monty, you were not completely sold by the Nidalee pick. Crepo, you were not completely sold by the Zyra pick. Monty, kick us off.
Yeah, the Nidalee pick is awkward. I'm never a fan of Twitch and Nidalee in the same composition because you just can't siege with Twitch, and that's what Nidalee is best at. So basically, you have to set up for a hard CC onto a target so Nidalee can hit with the spear, and then you can set up the pick. I think here also, Link did get an advantage in lane because Xiang didn't play that well in the laning phase, but Twisted Fate, I think, would have been much better for this composition because you want to split push here. You want to create the picks with Twitch and Jax in the side lanes, and they could have used that Twisted Fate mobility to just continually pick up kills and never even allow the team comp from OMG to group and team fight in the first place.
One thing also that they could have done in a different sense is when we saw the team was actually break out, OMG forcing the 5v5s, CLG taking a dragon they shouldn't have. They had every opportunity to, instead of grabbing Evelynn on Meteos, take the Lulu here for Link, because Jax died at the beginning of basically every fight without having real support there, and like Lulu would have worked in that situation. The fact that they went early Evelynn, like, I know Cena will always just like pick the same champion over and over again, but what if Meteos' champion pool is actually only 3 champions and he had to get that one?
Yeah, I agree with what's being said so far, especially the part where Nidalee shouldn't get as much of a lead against Xiang's Lulu here. I think we've seen enough of these champions already, so we can call the graphic down as we continue.
That's right. Give the fans what they really want. Crepo.
Yeah, exactly. on the topic of Zyra, I think within this composition, she was a good pick because they desperately needed to disengage. And ideally, what you want is whenever an overeager Shyvana jumps in, you place the Zyra ulti, zone their enemy team out. The thing is, OMG played around that pretty well, and the reason I don't like Zyra is because I feel if she ever gets soaked in lane, she's dead immediately. The only exception is that Twitch is actually pretty good at dealing damage for 2 on lane. But you could still see, even after a bad trade level 1, Lucian got chunked down all the way down. But still, Alan and Sun together, they just lane really well. I still don't agree that they gave Sneaky Twitch, though. They should just get rid of the Twitch.
Yeah.
Get an early Lucian, especially now on
How can you say that? It didn't matter. He was caught out of position. He was jumped on.
But that's because Cloud9's vision control was lacking, and I feel both teams didn't play up to... I don't think OMG was so much better than Cloud9. I feel Cloud9 just dropped a metaphorical vision ball, and just at one point Jax based, and he didn't sell his Dorans for wards. If I'm a support and I'm looking around the map, like I'm trying to ward everything, and I see my team just having Doran's items 20 minutes in the game and not wards, sell those Doran items, buy wards, save lives, win games.
Well, the thing is, Cloud9 also made the mistake Fnatic actually made against Cloud9 when they had the Nidalee pick. They started up the dragon. When OMG is actually nearby, they're going for the team fight, and of course they lose it. And we talked about how OMG's come here. If they get 1 kill in a team fight, they will chase you forever because they're so mobile. Nunu is fast, Shyvana is fast. Everyone can just chase after you, and that's what they did. So big mistake by Cloud9. That's where they actually gave over the map control to OMG as well.
Right, and that's the crazy thing about this is that they were actually winning both of their solo lanes in this game, and there's not really a need to go in on that dragon and try and take it when you could just keep up that split pushing that you're already going to be successful on because Jax had that big advantage in the early game. He had the level edge on Shyvana. He he was doing really, really well with his items. He could have split pushed forever. And also, Shyvana's early itemization was really subpar. She went Ninja Tabby, 2 Doran's Blades, and a Vamp Scepter, and she was just getting bullied out of lane.
Early home guard as well.
And early home guard as well.
Yeah, a lot of money spent there. So actually, we have a replay of the Dragon fight we've all been talking about. If we can get that replay up on your screen. I want to talk about what kind of went silly here. So Cloud9, right, they've got a poke composition. They've got right, Nidalee there, and as we saw from like the North American playoffs, for example, if you engage the Dragon without having your entire opposing team on one side of you, then you're going to be in for a bad time. You can see the teleports coming in just now. You can see that on the minimap. Well, let's roll this clip out right now. Watching the bottom right, Lucian's already flanking. This pulls Sneaky to 1v1. I'm just kind of watching the bottom right side for now because Balls is forced back, but there's no damage coming from Twitch until now, but he's already on top of the enemy team. Gets ice blasted right away. Shyvana flashes in. Sneaky, basically Son pulled Sneaky away, pulled off the AD carry, and then the entire rest of the team got to collapse down. You can see now the Whimsy, the ice blasts. It's easy to chase down at this point, but this was basically Cloud9 suckering themselves into getting flanked with a poke composition, which is the worst thing possible.
Yeah.
And then Twitch, single target damaging off from the side.
Yeah, and even worse, I mean, Cloud9 was supposed to be the team to do the engage because they're Wave lane, they're the one who needs to flank around. But the Nuno pick here actually we saw, I think that was the reason they left Twitch open, and they would have Nuno just snowball him in the team fight in the start to stop his spray and pray for doing all the damage he could, and they would try and shut him down. And then again, because they were so mobile, once they got on top of Twitch, there's nothing he can do. They can just collapse onto him and just kill him. And we saw it here. Sneaky, slightly out of position, I think we can safely say. And then as soon as the snowball was on him, he was dead.
Yeah, that's something I missed initially when watching these compositions is the amount of hidden mobility. Coming out of Lucian, the Lucian can dash forward, Thresh can get people in different places, Lulu and Nuno can chase really easy, slow people down. But the biggest factor, I mean, why these teamfights go so successfully is Alan. Because he's the first guy to land that hook, and that allows his team to just zerg all over the enemy team, then repositions people with Lantern. He landed consecutive hooks on balls in fights 3 times in a row. He's just Thresh God.
Well, for the very last question, OMG, of course, did pick up a win here. They're continually finding success with heavy team fight compositions. This is a comp that we've actually seen Cloud9 run similar sort of champions. It's a comp that they beat Fnatic with yesterday. What does Cloud9 have to do to think about not letting that happen in the next game?
Well, first off, if we go back to the Allen on Thresh here, I'm happy with the first 2 bans from Cloud9. Take away Syndra, take away LeBlanc, but don't ban Kassadin. OMG has banned it themselves. I've never seen Young play Kassadin in LPL either. Just take the chance, leave it open, ban away
Cloud9 leaving Kassadin open has...
In the playoffs? Yeah, that can...
No, I'm honest. I would do it.
Well, here's the other thing, though, is that coming into the game, they are on red side, so basically they'll have that last ban option, and they may be able to psych out OMG into banning the Kassadin on blue side, just because they're going to have their final ban first. So, but I agree. We said this before the game. Allen has not been great when he hasn't been on Thresh. Force him onto another pick.
Very quickly before we move on, Crepa.
Yeah, just C9 needs to go back to their original forte, which is their vision control. They need to get better vision and play better with that vision, and then they can do it.
We'll see if they can get the metaphorical vision ball back in their hands. Guys, with that win, OMG are now 1 game away from securing their spot in the All-Star Finals. We'll see if they can get it done coming up in Game 2, or if Cloud9 can come back. We've been showing you fans around the world how they're enjoying All-Star events in all different ways. And here's a group of fans at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, turning a classroom into their own viewing party. Be sure to share the way you watch these matches by tweeting your photos to @LOL Esports with the hashtag All-Star. But make sure you do your homework. We'll be right back.
It's Saturday.
From the bottom, they hook him balls. Can they finish him off though? Half HP, he leap strikes away. Going goes right in there. There's a disengage from Cloud9, but there's a lot of damage coming out to Sneaky. He's been enough more than he can chew. He's going to go down to Sam, and they keep going through as well. Alan got the hook, but he'll pay the price with his life. They're going to keep chasing this one through, and they get Zyra as well. That's a double kill for Jiyoung.
Welcome back to All-Star Paris 2014. We're going to keep the action moving with Game 2 of our first semi-final series between OMG and Cloud9. After the first match, OMG has 1 win and the momentum, and we'll see how Cloud9 counters here. I'd like to highlight all the players are in the lobby, so let's keep this one brief. I want to talk about OMG very quickly. They will be on the blue side. I want to highlight Alan. He was playing Thresh. He has continually impressed me on Thresh this weekend. Grepo, what's your take?
Just a very solid Thresh player. Doesn't go in on the hook necessarily when he has to. Repositions his team, drags people into skill shots for his team. He's basically the main engager and his team follows up, and he's been doing it well. I hope he can do it on other champions because I don't think he'll be getting Thresh this game.
Yeah, all of those hashtag all-star big flays, as it were. Totally stole your line.
Glad I didn't have to use it.
Pomelo played Nunu. I'm not a massive fan of Nunu, but Pamelo's making it work. Tofisho, what do you think? How is it working and why for OMG?
Well, so OMG, obviously, as a team, they focus a lot on denying jungle camps from the enemy team, denying blue buffs, objectives in general, when it comes to like dragons, and that's what they've been using it for in the LPL, always going towards the blue buff. They are the team in the tournament who took away most blue buffs from the enemy team. That's where they use it. And then it just worked pretty well in this game against Twitch, because, again, you slow down, he's, I said spray and pray before, he's ratatata, whatever the in-now is called. Whatever it's called.
You are forgiven for getting the name wrong.
Just simply slow down some of the damage from Sneaky here, and also some of the damage from Jax in case he went onto him. So I like the pick here.
I actually really love Nunu because it actually does, it's actually both a frontliner and a backliner in that you blood boil a Shyvana and the Shyvana is going to wreak havoc. And you actually saw, sometimes with Ice Blast, like they got to catch Twitch out 100% of the time, but you've also got absolute zero defensively to peel Jax. Like when you had 2 attack speed based carries, and the only guys who are going to do real damage in team fights, Nunu works great against both those guys, as well as helping both a Lucian and a Shyvana. I thought, as far as comps both with and against, it was a great pick.
See, he does this nifty little thing as well where he runs into CC lanes and just speeds up the guy in that lane. He doesn't necessarily do the gank himself, but because people play at a certain range of each other all the time, like their zone they have to respect, that shifts immediately once Blood Boil is applied, and some people are not always ready for that.
Well, the last point that I do want to bring up is the fact that Cloud9, they had a strong laning phase. Link managed to do very well in a lane matchup that maybe he shouldn't have done so well in, but the Nidalee fell off in the mid-game. The Twitch, we've talked about it extensively. We've talked about how maybe OMG should ban it and how Sneaky is brilliant on that champion. What's your take on the Twitch in particular going into Game 2, considering, Monty, you picked Cloud9 to win the series?
The Twitch pick was fine for Cloud9, and yes, he did get behind a little bit early, but that came at the price for OMG of those other 2 lanes getting pretty far ahead, and it was especially surprising to see the Nidalee get ahead. But in that situation, it was just Cloud9 not playing their pick and split push properly, and it was silly. They didn't have the good vision, and they just fell right into OMG's game plan to have those team fights. They should have just enforced the tempo of the game, kept on split pushing while they had the advantage, and it was just a pretty big strategic error.
Well, we'll have to see if Cloud9 can rectify those mistakes. As we said, the viewers at home, you voted for them to win the series. Monte Cristo voted for them to win. The rest of the desk is with OMG. We're going to send it over to Joe and Kobe to find out who wins game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's jump right into Champion Select to see what these 2 teams have up their sleeves for Game 2. Kobe, let's talk about it quickly here. Bans and picks. Do we see any changes?
So I was really impressed with OMG's changes from yesterday to today. I think they set Cloud9 off guard. I mean, Cloud9 looked like they were going multiple directions at once here, trying to go split pushing, trying to go poke, no wave clear, and yet then they also felt like they were a dragon fighting team. So Cloud9 need to refocus. And I think that stalling out that last game, maybe buying some more time to think about this game, may help them, because they are a team that can adapt very quickly and they can refocus. So they'll definitely make a lot of changes this time coming around. Focusing on that Twitch kind of heavily, even without the Lulu and Morgana to back it up, definitely hurt them. They didn't have shields for Sneaky when he was out of position, and he could not recover from either of those times where he was caught out.
Well, we're going to find out if the bans and the picks change at all in this game as we go into set number 2's bans and picks between OMG and Cloud9. And so far, it stays the same from OMG's side of things. They're not going to give that Morgana over to Cloud9. Cloud9 also sticking to the plan from Game 1, going towards Xiong so far.
Okay, so this time around, if Cloud9 are still focusing bans on mid, well, I would expect maybe a Lulu takeaway or something like that. Oh wow, they force OMG to come in with a Lulu ban, actually, because they don't want to give it away. They know that those shields are really important to the Cloud9 Twitch. The Morgana plus the Lulu, without that support, Sneaky's super aggressive style actually does cost them.
Cost him his life a couple of times in that last one. LeBlanc was the final ban for Cloud9, so they're very much about Xiyoung this time around. They've allowed Thresh, of course, to come through. For Alan.
Alan!
For Alan.
Alan will be on Thresh.
It's hard to deny, right, that Alan is a big playmaker for this OMG team.
Yeah, you'd be crazy to deny that. He's had his 2 best games on Thresh, and he is a consistent playmaker for his team. It's definitely 100% unanimous that this is a huge pickup for OMG right out of the gate.
So what are Cloud9 going to be going for then? Options limited here. Elise, of course, banned out for the 2nd time in a row along with Morgana. Last time it was an Evelyn jungle for Meteos. Is he going to change things up?
So all top laners still on the board. I feel like they won't tunnel on that. Wow, they are going to get Jax and leave it again to OMG for the counter pick. This time around, the Kazakhs did sneak through because of the Lulu ban, trying to keep away the shields.
Last second switch, though, away from Jax and onto the Lucian. Want to get Sneaky's AD carry in for this one. Opting away from the Twitch despite it not being banned now. That's interesting considering
I do like that.
Those shields that they've usually got with this comp that they've been running for are gone from the ban.
I think it's a smart decision. It's a safer decision this time around. Even though a Twitch can still work without those. You just have to actually have the first couple ambushes work out in your favor. Be a bit more careful about it. But Lucian, all around, super strong AD carry. He will be very comfortable on this champion. Even though he's been playing so much Twitch, Lucian is a favorite of his. So we'll have to see him and Meteos both with very comfortable champions this time around.
See Pantheon the pickup for Pomelo. And I'll be man dropping in from this one with the Shyvana again on going. Cloud9 now obviously got their jungler in there. They've got their AD carry. What are they going to pick up in this next round of choices? Running things definitely a lot later. This ban phase and where the bans have gone to, I think maybe have contained a couple of surprises for Cloud9.
Yeah, they have been surprised in the past. This time around, Pantheon looks new, but this is a staple for OMG. They are able to use a Pantheon in the late game where they control vision around Baron, bait you into Baron, and then use a Pantheon ultimate to cut you off as you try and run away. So if OMG do the same thing again, they get an early lead and they can control vision around Baron, it's going to be very bad for Cloud9 because this is something that OMG have used many times before. And San also a fan of Twitch here because Cloud9 has sort of been scared off of the pick. They are the ones to receive it. It feels once again like OMG are very comfortable in the pick spans once again.
So next one's coming in for Cloud9. Orianna for Link in the mid lane along with Trundle for Balls. Again, 2 returning picks for Cloud9's lineup.
Trundle into Shyvana is something Balls is very happy to take. They like this matchup. And Balls is a guy that doesn't even, get behind early. In the late game, Trundle will be able to steal away a lot of her stats, and they like the way that this one plays out towards late game. So the top lane matchup, Cloud9 are at least happy with. But again, there are more safe mid laners open, and Xiyoung gets one of his.
So 6 was the choice. We obviously saw a lot of it in the first half of the LPL season, actually, for OMG. Returning on to that one, which, we've seen relatively little when it comes to Ziggs this event.
I mean, he is one of the long-range farming mages for mid lane, so he definitely does fit into this style. But more people have been opting towards easier champions for mid to pull off. We saw how many bombs Faker dodged. At this level, these all-stars, a lot of them have been able to avoid Ziggs damage.
Yeah. See if we can get that from Link as well. The final pick for Cloud9. Switch around this time. Lemon Nation going to be picking up the Karma for that Karma Lucian duo lane.
Karma, definitely another favorite of Lemon Nation here. High impact in the early game. If you can land a charged up Q, it will give them a huge advantage. And he will feel safer because he also has speed to start dodging hooks from Alan. As Zyra, as Crepo said, you're kind of a sitting duck. If you do get hooked in, then you're definitely in trouble. With Karma, they can go more aggressive in the early and they can win early trades, even against the Twitch here, because Lucian, with double up already, is a strong AD carry, even for trading early.
And the fact is, we see Alan is hitting hooks. He's landing hooks this entire time. So very, very dangerous from that. Teams, of course, choosing their champions already. So head over to Twitter and tell us which jungler you think will come out on top of this game by sending your answer to @LOL Esports with #Pomelo or #Meteos.
The other thing about landing those hooks, if Thresh is unique in that he has to channel it a little bit, and while you're doing that, Karma can actually just hit you with an empowered Q, in which case she's okay even if the hook does land, because she gets this much damage on you and you don't really want to go in on it. So we'll see. Elimination will probably feel more comfortable, I think, this time around.
Well, they certainly need it. The scoreline is 1-0 in favor of OMG. They've got 1 foot almost in the final at this point. Cloud9 need to win 2 in a row. We are going to get into game number 2. See if the North American LCS Spring Split and Summer Split last year champions can move through into that grand final here with a comeback.
Now, as we see the Cloud9 team walk through the jungle here, let's talk about the Orianna pick for Link. He has picked up another shield. Those are things we were highlighting in Champion Select. This shield, now that Sneaky is on a little bit safer of an AD carry and Lucian, a more mobile AD carry, the shield can be used for Meteos, who's on the carry as well, Kha'Zix. He's going to be getting into the middle of the fight. He's actually a good even delivery system for Link if they want to position that ball. But it also will afford him more defensive stats as the melee carry.
Putting the ward down there. I'm not sure that it quite landed in the brush, or was it right in the corner? We'll have a look at that again in a little while here, but either way, they were spotted there, Cloud9 going down. OMG have moved all the way around to the top side, and they're keeping Shi-Young here in the middle to try and bait them in.
Exactly. He's showing mid, giving Cloud9 a little bit of a false sense of confidence. They
know it. They're picking it.
They have Orianna, so that's a very good thing for them. But Alan can land a hook even if it's 4 versus 5.
It's 4 versus 4 right now. 5 even now as they move in the back of it. Going is falling very, very low. Flashing. Balls bites him. Can he finish him up? Balls himself turns around at half HP and forcing the summoner spell out there. In fact, a couple were burned in the end. Didn't quite finish off the kill though.
Yeah, 2 for 1 flashes is a good trade. Could have been 2 for 0. But this is a profitable trade for Cloud9, so they're happy with the way that invade went, and they did go the safe option. Only checking that bush with 5 members, have tank in front, and it worked out well for them.
See that on the Twitter vote, 80-20 in favor of Meteos here on the Kha'Zix up against Pomelo's Pantheon. Very interesting start here. We see that Cloud9 actually going to give the early blue buff over to Sneaky, and they're going to take their own blue buff here. So they're going to get 3 buffs at the start of the game.
Again, another one of these 2 set of jungles. AD carry and support taking 1 buff, jungler top laner taking another. Meteos and Balls have actually shared experience on the Wraith camp as well. So they are going to do a 4v0 split push here, sharing some more experience on the white, and it will be fast pushing from Cloud9. OMG are in the position to respond here, and since they are on bottom, they will actually have a little bit more leeway. Let's see how they do handle this one, though. It looks like both have decided to back off the fast pushing, because so many teams have been burned by that. Take a tower early, yet you lose control of a minion wave, and the minion wave experience stacks up so quickly in favor of a solo laner that it's not even worth it sometimes to take down that turret.
And interestingly enough, they actually gave that blue buff over to the AD carry and then crossed back over to finish the top side of the jungle, left their own blue. Pomelo just crossing over to pick that one up, will come down now. Oh, Alan, don't want to do that. Coming into the bottom lane here to try and get some damage in on towards this turret.
Yeah, so they want to completely zone off any defense of Cloud9 from the turret. They want to rush past this turret, make sure nobody will get an experience range. So an entire lane of minions is being killed on this turret. They don't want to take the turret down, they just want to deny as much experience as they can. A whole wave that will not go to Cloud9. However, Cloud9 are doing the same on top. They are denying a whole wave as well. They are also doing a substantial amount of damage to the turret, softening it up so that they can take it when they want. Pomelo trying to do some counter jungling here, and Balls will have to settle for a tiny wolf.
Tiny Wolf, and needs to be careful where he treads, really, in that bottom side. He knows that the AD carry and support are there, but as soon as that turret goes down, they will be losing complete vision control of that bottom side. Sneaky and Elimination here, though, have a good wave of minions to be pushing. They might be hitting the first tower of the game at roughly the same time.
So pretty even start here. Both duo lanes are about the same. They've both gotten the turrets softened up. Solo laners as well. We're both jungling and barely got to level 2. The little bit of counter jungling that OMG did helped a tiny bit, so there's a very, very, very small lead for Going. But 5 members of OMG down bottom means it could be dangerous here. Let's see if they can execute a tower dive, because they have Pantheon and he can block multiple tower shots.
Let's see if they go for it. Looks like they are going to beat Balls already down at about half health. They push from the top
they
side.
Are already
coming around. Problem is, Sun is not there, but Balls, he's got no HP, and there is the first blood. Looked almost too simple for OMG, turning that 2v2 in the bottom to a 4 versus 2, and surely the first tower of the game.
Good play by OMG. Cloud9 get a little greedy, trying to soak up experience, and they didn't have any vision of OMG. In order to make a better decision than that. So they were trying to soak up to try and get 3 lanes worth of experience and leave their duo up top, but OMG, counting on this, have 4 people in place and cut Cloud9's escape route off. Very well played from them, and they get the first blood, and second, no.
Not quite getting the second there. Xiyoung actually is pretty close to hitting level 6. He won't get it though before Link actually is able to just back away. Meanwhile, speaking of Xiyoung, he needs to watch out just a little because both Kha'Zix and Karma are headed up towards this mid lane. He's got no vision of that bottom side, and as he realizes it, he's at half HP, and this may be too late for him. Last second away as well. Xiyoung making a run for it here on the top side. He's pinging the inner tower. He wants to try and kill himself, but there is the slow. The Void Spike's coming out. Meteor brings one back from Cloud9.
Great display of skill, though, from Xiyoung. Even though he does end up going down, he does draw a little bit more time from several members of Cloud9. Sneaky also had to delay his back there because Sneaky wanted to head him off as well. Every few seconds in these games where people are constantly trading back and forth waves and objectives, they do mean everything. Even a small mistake where you're walking the wrong direction for a second can cost you against a team like this that will punish you for going that way.
There's Pomelo just covering off middle. Ziggs is coming back after his run for freedom ended in, well, being killed. That wasn't the ideal ending for him, but Chalice, the Amp Tome coming in now into this mid lane. Bit of farm caught back up by Link as well in the meantime, and they do both hit level 6. So this is going to be interesting. We see still the AD carry and support of Cloud9 coming back towards this bottom side. OMG have been very persistent about keeping a hold of this bottom side of the jungle.
As Crepo said, though, wards save lives, and that pink ward saved the bottom duo's lives. They had Pantheon plus Thresh coming in behind them and had to back off. Pink ward does go down, but they're able to survive. Now a big minion wave here. We always like to see what the team will do with that. They sort of call Meteos down, but he backs off to get Wolves. And it looks like they won't get anything accomplished with this minion wave.
Look down some of the items as well. We've got a bit of a breather on this one for Sneaky. He's gone BF Sword Start, going up towards that Bloodthirster, and Sun towards the Blade of the Ruin King. Pretty standard stuff in terms of the build at this stage of the game. Top laners, we've already got a Vamp Scepter in for Paul, so he's going to be feeling pretty confident, even if there's a bit of pressure coming from Going.
And we see the response from Going, as it should be, going into the jungle. He doesn't want to waste time just sitting there watching, being zoned by balls. So at least he's getting some sort of income. It is also costing him consumables, though. He's just waiting for this wave to get to his turret. Now the trade-off is just the wave is getting pushed up, and Cloud9 will have to either shove that all the way in or abandon that lane for a while and make a play on the other side of the map. You always have to be thinking 2 minutes at least in the future, where is this wave going to end up, and what can we do to force OMG to react and break away from it?
Oh, ultimate being thrown out here. That'll land on balls and clear the minion wave completely off that inner turret. As I said before, Going having a couple of little issues here against Balls, who's the level above him, and a important level as well, level 6, where he's got his ultimate. And Meteos did start to move around. Of course, that blue buff steal earlier on from Pomelo. On this side of the map, there are wards in position, actually, from OMG, so they have complete vision over Meteos. They know he's hanging around in there.
Some very smart wards from OMG. They've seen one of the deadliest members on the map for C9, the roaming Kazakhs, and they could play around this very easily. That makes their bottom lane even more confident down there, because this duo lane from OMG, they have not only substantial vision in Cloud9's jungle already, but they have control of the minion wave. So OMG extremely comfortable at this stage of the game, even though it's dead even. They're not the ones that feel forced right now. Oh, here comes the OMG ulti from Pantheon.
Man drop on towards Ball, stun lands perfectly as well, and they're going to finish him here surely. Wow, that's a good pillar coming down, but goes flying right on top of him. Ball's going to go down, perfectly executed.
Great use of the first Pantheon ultimate. As soon as he hits level 6, takes advantage of the extended lane because Ball's shoved that one up. But answer from Cloud9, it's all about the give and take. Teleport comes in. This is a bad for Cloud9. 4 versus 5, and they took dragon damage. This is terrible.
Here we go, Bombs in, and Sneaky gonna get hooked down by Alan. He's got no chance, surely. It will be finished off. It's Alan that collects the kill, and they're gonna turn around and say, thank you very much. Dragon now for us as well.
Thank you very much. OMG playing this mid game out so well. They just won everything, all areas of the map. There was no give and take here. They knew we're going to make use of our extra global here, the Pantheon. As soon as he hits level 6, we take advantage of the extended lane. Ball swishing up goes down, and we bait Cloud9 into the dragon. Perfectly baited. They already had wards to teleport in on, and Alan, as usual, comes up to start the fight off. They get the kill, they get the dragon. OMG are just steamrolling ahead now. They felt comfortable. Now they feel even more comfortable. Well, they're just happy now, let's say.
They're happy and they're comfortable.
Okay. What's Chinese for comfortable?
I have no idea, I have to say. Alan using that flay once again, then setting up for the easy hook. Sneaky the one at the back of the pack, not able to escape. Look at this though, Cloud9 are actually in the OMG jungle, and Alan's like, no you don't, I am here. Puts his ward down so that he's got complete vision if anyone comes around from that red buff side of things. Let's check in on these 280 carries, because that's a big difference if you look at the farm. 25 CS or so separating out these two players.
As I said, OMG have been controlling the creep waves better. They're the ones with the huge advantage.
Oh, Sneaky getting hooked once again. The box just about catches him. Here comes a man drop as well. Are they going to get onto him? Yes, they do. Meteos is there, though. Exhaust comes down. Meteos actually diving in, trying to get on towards Pomelo, but they've done enough damage to force them back. There's a play as well.
Can you get the hook?
I think this is going to, flash away. Meteos very, very scared about that one.
Okay, went a little aggressive there. Alan doing very well once again, and he gets a flash for his troubles. As I said, OMG are very comfortable with this Pantheon. Again, another great ultimate for them. Punishing a long lane here where Cloud9 are pushed up. They have no retreat. Luckily for Cloud9, they actually had Meteos ready there for the counter gank, but still cost them a flash.
Going now, actually going on to Balls, uses the ultimate. He's already used the Cutlass, and you can see that Balls actually doing some good damage back. Didn't want to go too far, and wisely so. Young was starting to move over from mid, and also Pantheon coming up from the base as well.
Balls has not placed his ward yet. He's got one in the inventory, but it's not down, so he doesn't have vision of this Pantheon. He knows the ult's not up, but he could very well just get Pantheon walking right behind him right now.
Oh, trap that's not particularly a trap. Young can see the both of them, and he's quite happy to show them. Wow, knocking the two of them against the wall with a satchel charge. And Cloud9, they come in, try to make a move on the buff, and they're just being controlled, even though they think they're making a play. Their own G had vision of it all the time.
OMG just with a dominant performance here so far. They controlled top minion waves, they controlled the bottom minion wave, zoning out the duo lane. They won everywhere on the map. This is just so impressive from OMG. Cloud9 are definitely going to be watching this game once again when they get back.
Whether it ends in a win or a loss.
Yeah, either way, no matter win or loss, the beginning of this game was played so well by OMG that they will be looking at this.
There's a red for Meteos. He's bang level in farm currently with that off Pomelo. There is Karma. Lemonation just showing himself to going by smacking him, and GoGoing just puts a ward down on top, says, I should probably just back away from this one. Don't want to take too much since Sneaky's there, Balls is there as well. Pillar not actually slowing them down enough, and we see again Chi-Young using his ultimate to clear out that wave, keeping GoGoing's inner turret alive.
They have answers for everything. They also still have a Pantheon ultimate to come up again in an extended lane.
They're gonna do the man drop. There are 3 of them gonna get caught in it. They go on towards Sneaky. The AD carry the focus. He goes down. They bring Balls back into it. GoGoing is actually chasing Lemon Nation. He should be able to pick up that kill. And Pomelo kills off Balls in the end as well. Now Lemon Nation did actually get away from GoGoing, but that's 2 for nothing. Again, the man drop starting everything off.
This is like clockwork for OMG. Pantheon ult up again. Cloud9 are extended. Easy call for them. Now the rope towards mid. Allen making plays in it for Shockwave.
Wow, brilliant there from Allen to avoid that one. Link going to be focused down until they finish up. He gets a kill. He'll die for it anyway in the end. And now Meteos, he actually got low, had to pop his ultimate and just walk away from that one.
Yeah, morale definitely low for Cloud9 right now. Link trying to get something back going though. Going in for a kill. He was able to punish Allen. As he said, cost him his life though. Also cost him control of mid lane. Blue buff Ziggs can just destroy minion waves here. OMG have everything on their side. The globals, the wave clear, even assassination with Twitch roaming around now, having completed Blade of the Ruin King. OMG just basically have every single tool that you could possibly want.
Yeah, and Sun is 50 CS ahead of Sneaky. Sneaky this game has been, again, caught a couple of times, still into game 1 where a little bit out of position here and there. That needs to really change for them. Yeah, Lemon Nation actually coming in. They've got to put a lot of focus on towards GoGoing. There's a lot of slow in there for him. GoGoing, is he going to be able to back away? Pops on the burnout. Sneaky here, going to be surprised by his Sun. And he's like, I just need to kind of lifesteal from the minions. I'll take the farm while I'm here.
Yeah,
Sun picks up an easy kill.
So they trade a couple more minions for Sneaky and a kill for San. There's that assassination tool we talked about. GoGoing even ends up getting away from that top lane. More things still going OMG's way. It will have to be a huge misstep for them.
There was the man drop. Pomelo coming out from the side. Cloud9 actually did spot that one. That's the first non-successful man drop that we've really seen up to now. Oh, Allen, you are out of position. Shockwave gonna come in. They're gonna leave him to die here, OMG. Or are they? Yes, they are. There's damage again from Ziggs from the side, but they lose the kill.
Cloud9 fans rejoice. Meteos now has 2 kills. If they can get a Kha'Zix going, he is building damage right now. Maybe they can have some hope. But right now, really, it is OMG just dominating the entire map. So Cloud9 really need to rally off of anything that they possibly can.
Ball's taking a lot of damage here from GoGoing. Still has his ultimate, though, which he can throw down if he wants to get rid of GoGoing. Actually, Balls has the CS lead onto him. GoGoing being a bit more involved when it comes to those team plays. That's been the reason for that one. And now GoGoing goes in there, takes himself the turret. He's going to try and escape from it. He does throw out the dragon, but he ends up being picked off in the end by Kha'Zix. 3rd kill for Meteos.
Some things remain constant for Cloud9, and that is Meteos and Balls will kill the top laner at some point.
Yeah.
He does come up. This time they're not diving a turret because they're so far behind. They're actually defending the turret. But yes, that's the 3rd kill for Meteos. Rally caps on for the C9 fans. Maybe he can make something happen. But this entire OMG team just looks so beastly right now. All right, let's see him come in. There was no ward in the Tribush, by the way, so he's easily able to walk in there. This is just a kill for an objective, though. GoGoing was able to take down the turret before he died. So OMG don't even feel bad about giving that one up.
Getting close to 5,000 gold here. We're still not at the 20-minute mark. See that Sneaky trying to freeze things a little bit further up the lane. He's already been caught out once by Sun, and that may happen again. But look at this, Meteos.
Allen coming in as well.
Allen is there to the side. Meteos needs to make a move now, otherwise Sneaky's just going to go down. In the end, he lets him go, picks himself up the white. Oh, the hook almost led him. Here comes Chi-Young from the side as well. Meteos pops his ultimate. He's going to get slowed, turns around the damage. That's how it happens when he's going to be dead. Flash from the left second, and Chi-Young survives. Pomelo picks up the kill, and now they're going for Lemon Nation. Sidesteps the hook, but look at the damage coming from Sun. He's now on a killing spree.
Cloud9 are just getting dunked on now. And there's still a Pantheon ultimate up. so there's more possibility of engages in any of these lanes where someone's not directly next to a turret, and even if they are directly next to a turret, it avoids the hook.
Yeah, Shockwave actually pulling Go in from that one. Alan trying to do some damage. Go, and he's going to go down. Here comes Pantheon from the side. Is he going to finish him? Alan's going to finish him. There is a damage as well coming out of the back from Sneaky. And the shutdown finally as Sneaky picks up his first kill.
That is one of the very few things that is good when you're this far behind. You can get shutdown bonuses.
True.
And he's got one. That's going to be great for them. They need Sneaky to get more damage because he's currently being destroyed by San. If San ever finds him exposed in a lane, then again, the same thing will be happening because we're seeing that crazy all-in assassination build from Twitch that is very popular. Many people, Ghost Blade second after your Blade of the Ruined King. Just blades for everybody. When he pops out of his ambush, also popping the Ghost Blade, insane attack speed to go along with the damage from his spray and pray. It's very, very difficult to get away from something like that. Plus, flat armor penetration against another AD carry is a death note, let's say. Not death sentence, because Alan's not always there.
He pretty much has been, though.
Pretty much.
He's not quite at his 100% participation.
He doesn't have to be.
This game. No, but he has been there for 9 of them, so can't really say anything against him at this stage. Got a lot of wards down on the bottom side of the map here for OMG. Cloud9 have almost preemptively warded the Baron here because they know that OMG are at some point going to get them to go over there.
Yeah, it is a good sort of ring of defense from Cloud9. They know that their hopes lie on a big misstep from OMG. If OMG start up Baron and Meteos can get in there for a steal, that would definitely bring a lot of hope back to Cloud9. But right now, they're just going to have their hands full, trying to wave clear.
Oh, Alan hooking in, Sneaky, no follow-up though. Sun from the side was trying to get the slow down, but couldn't quite manage it in the end. And the other dangerous thing here as well, you can't really stand and hold on to a turret when you've got Zeke's just throwing bomb after bomb your way, throwing in those satchel charges. And look at this, Go in watching the Cloud9 team stalking them almost from their own jungle. Alan is over the other side. He's preparing for a hook, although he doesn't have much backup. Needs to be careful of that one. Backs away far enough so that he's out of range of Lemon Nation's poke. Is he going to be able to go in there and actually hook him in? He's got Pantheon to the side. Sun is pushing the bottom lane out. Sneaky might become the obvious target here if he sticks around there.
He's definitely got to worry about that. 3 pink wards, though, from OMG, following this little line into the Cloud9 jungle. They have complete control of blue side. The only area they are lacking in is that Baron, so they're not even turning their sights toward that area of the map right now. They're just continuing to extend the lead by controlling this blue side jungle of Cloud9. Now, with the way that this game is going, Cloud9, you have to think back. They have had great showings. Yesterday, they won the game against OMG. They had a great strategy, but it might have been a little bit early, and OMG adapted really well, banning out the core of Cloud9. Cloud9 is so good at coming up with these interesting strategies where they abuse the long CCs with cooldown reduction. It was beautiful to watch, and they had their moment of the sun, but now it is OMG who really have taken them over in this best of 3, and the hope is dwindling for Cloud9.
Yeah, Going wasn't lying when he said they're coming into today with a renewed mentality and hunger for the win after being caught out by Cloud9 the day before. Meteos is in trouble. Here we go. Ghostblade, Blade of the Ruined King. Sun's like, oh no, he's maybe get away from this one. The Expunge goes down. Poison ticking. Summon a heal used by Sneaky to keep him alive.
As well as another ultimate activation. So Meteos escapes with his life, but San didn't have to burn much for that. Just his ulti and Ghostblade active.
Speaking of Ghostblade actives, both of these top laners do have Ghostblade actives. Speaking of actives, they've both got Blade of the Ruined King, which is of course not the Ghostblade whatsoever. And just matching up pretty evenly. Oh, Shockwave coming out there. Bit of a surprise, I think, for Shi-Young, who took a lot of damage, but again, not quite enough to just finish them off there. Pomelo was waiting, thinking maybe he might have to get involved in that mid lane area, and that's a warning somewhat for OMG here that Cloud9 still can pull out some surprises here. If a good team fight happens, I mean, Meteos can sneak into the middle of the pack there with the ball and they can get a good shockwave off. it's still not over this game.
It's not over. Cloud9 definitely can try and defend at their turrets. They do have Orianna wave clear, so they can stall out a bit, and we saw him even using the shockwave there to try to get them off the turrets, but still OMG have control of the entire map, so they pick up the dragon easily. They also are starting to get some wards around Baron, so we may see that OMG Baron bait trying to draw Cloud9 out. Cloud9 though, they are resilient, and they will keep fighting till the Nexus explodes. They've got everybody trying to farm up lane, so they're still holding on here.
Alan just having a bit of an auto-attack dance here. Gonna go in there and stealing away those minions, but that's all good. He's got himself that base in the mountain. Let's see anyway. Meteor's here, gonna get spotted out as Alan drops himself a ward in, and again, mid lane pushed right up on towards the turret, and again, Xion comes straight across from the side, tries to poke down a little bit with those bombs bouncing through.
OMG are taking it slow once again, spreading out again. Cloud9, look, they're making a move hard, going to punish OMG for splitting up so much. They want to get a repeat kill. The old combo, Meteos and Balls, can they turn this game around? Can they start it on going?
He's pretty tanky so at this point, but there's also a lot of damage in there. There is Meteos diving over the top. Have they got enough to finish him off? Movement here from OMG, expecting them to maybe try and get around the side. There's the flash. Oh no! Failed flash from Meteos. Not ideal, that's for sure, in this scenario.
They had him on the run, but that's unfortunate for Cloud9. And now, again, they have to return to full-on defense. Also, Meteos Flash will not be available if there is a Baron from OMG, so if he goes in for that steal, it will be a one-way ticket. He would probably take that ticket anyway, because they definitely would count on a Baron steal. They need a Baron steal at this point.
Getting close to a point where they may need 2 Baron steals. So
let's take it one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time is probably the better and safer way to achieve that one. As again, a lot of farm being done here by Cloud9, trying to grapple things back. Sneaky to Sun as a comparison here. 250 CS to 180. Sneaky 1 for 4, Sun 303. The difference there is absolute night and day between the two.
Yeah, pretty much all over across the board here. It's gonna, the items are definitely going to be showing themselves because the gold lead is too big for Cloud9 right now, or against Cloud9 right now. OMG have secured way too much across the map. They go for it again though. The duo up top.
Lingo going to be bullied down in the middle. Xion actually finishing off going, trying to get to the lantern. Alan's moved to him. The lantern takes him nowhere. The man drop came in on the top side. They want to have a go at Balls. He flashes away. Lemon Nation's a juicy, soft, squishy target here, and he is.
But he's fast.
Gonna get it. Yeah, he's fast. He's a juicy, soft, squishy, fast target that is able to run away. Meantime, though, look at this. They push straight up the middle lane after taking out its sole defender Link, and that's an inhibitor for OMG.
So Twitch does get to take a turret because no one's there to defend it, and OMG have cracked the inhibitor turret line. That is pretty big for them. Not only do they have the gold lead, but they can just turret dive now.
Yeah, that's an easy kill for OMG, especially when you hit the flay, the hook, everything's all good for you. Sneaky, as a response to this, gets himself an outer turret in the bottom lane. Lemon Nation actually going to be knocked in the air. They've got minions coming through with them as well. Sneaky could probably do with backing off from this one. Yeah, they're just going to fight. They dive towards Link, focus him down. Sun now on a rampage, and Sneaky is still going for the inner turret. They're going to lose another inhibitor for it, though.
Sneaky's getting 2 turrets. So he's on a roll here. Domino effect in the bottom lane. He'll get 2, but OMG might even turn their sights towards Nexus. Nope. Teleport down. They defend the long lane. Okay.
Go and try to get in there. Sneaky trying to back away. Look at the Blade of the Ruin King active. Getting so close to being ready. Oh, TP coming in. Go and decides no, can't keep going with this one. Culling damage comes back. He forced Sneaky away, but wasn't able to finish off the kill. And now Sun is going to be a dirty rat.
Yeah.
See, again, if we can get in behind someone and just kill him off.
He's got so much room to work with.
Yeah.
Two inhibitor turrets down, but yeah. Cloud9, they do save Sneaky, but another small resource burn. They do not have teleport. Teleport probably won't matter that much because they will be huddled up inside their base trying to defend. You can see it's reflected in their builds. Meteos is not transitioning to damage on Kha'Zix. He's going, or not transitioning to tank. He's going full damage because he's behind it. They needed to make those plays to catch up. They needed to try and kill someone from OMG by catching them out. They tried repeatedly, and it was a valiant effort, but OMG have secured 2 inhibitors. That means they could go for a fairly safe Baron here.
Oh.
Not safe for
Get
Balls.
caught out. They're going to follow in as well. Knocked against the wall with a satchel charge. Sun comes in. It's Alan that actually gets the kill there in the end. 1 for nothing. Baron didn't reset itself. Down at half HP. This will be an easy Baron pickup for OMG.
After the Baron 2, they have a clear path. The base for Cloud9 wide open.
Yeah.
Their main tank is down. Expect this to be the push. Oh, Sun gets Lemon!
You dead, Son.
Now he's fast, remember? Squishy fast.
He's fast, right? Remember now. Oh, no, Wendy is dead. They're actually all down the bottom lane, or Oriana's down the bottom lane, and OMG are already in the base here. They've got super minions coming around. They're going to go straight in towards it. Here comes the man drop on towards Sneaky. He's in the fountain, though. He's safe for now. There is the rat. Look at him getting in on the top side. Seeing if he can have a go. Sneaky going to get caught out from this one. There's the kill. Ball's the next target as he gets in their face. Link being smashed away as he throws down the shockwave. Sun may eventually fall here, or maybe not, as they completely control our balls. Nexus turrets are down. The Nexus itself is going to be focused, and OMG get themselves into the finals here at the All-Star Invitational.
GG's from both sides. Cloud9 had the better yesterday. OMG ban out their strategy and come back extremely strong. My goodness, the beginning of that game was played perfect by OMG. Every single answer, baiting Cloud9 over to the Dragon Exchange, and they reap the rewards. They move on, and they are going into the finals.
You've got to give every credit to OMG as well in this scenario. As you said, a complete stark contrast between what we saw at the end of yesterday, what we saw today. OMG yesterday also, Kush, and over the past 2 days have showed us moments of brilliance, but how controlling they were here on Game 2, I think that's the best we've seen them play so far.
It was beautiful. The beginning of that game, like I said so many times, I mean, Cloud9 are going to go back and watch that one. That was perfect, the beginning.
Well, it's bad news for Cloud9. They're going to be headed off home, but of course for OMG, headed into the final. The question is whether they're going to be going up against Fnatic or SK Telecom T1K. And the team, or the matchup maybe that everyone really wanted to see at the Season 3 World Championship still could happen. But Fnatic kind of stand in their way.
There's a lot of people here that want to see a matchup of Fnatic versus OMG in the finals.
Yeah, there are. In fact, I think every single person in this place does, in fact, want to see that matchup. But that's another big best of 3 that's going to be coming up later. Just to touch back here on this game. Perfect performance in Game 2 by OMG. For Cloud9, I don't think they can be too unhappy. I mean, let's be honest here.
Yeah.
They're playing without their normal mid laner, not just their mid laner, but their shot caller, their single shot caller that they have in their team.
Yeah.
They don't use the duo lineup like other teams. They have to still be proud of what they've achieved here.
Yeah, they showed off a great strategy here. They brought some new things to the game. The low cooldown reduction for their CC. They had Link stepping up. Link was making some good calls for them. For parts of the games we heard in, listens in yesterday, and they made a good showing.
They did. Unfortunate for Cloud9 it's him, but OMG are going to be moving on. We're going to send it, though, over to the crew at the analyst desk to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Joe and Kobe. Cloud9 didn't really put up much of a defense there in game number 2 of the series. So momentary celebrations, of course, as 3 of the 4 analysts did predict OMG to actually secure a win there. I want to go back to picks and bans. I want to talk about OMG's team composition. I feel like it was super well thought out. They had elements of siege, they had elements of poke, they had ability to defend, they had wave clear.
And Alan on Thresh.
Alan first pick Thresh again. I really feel like he is a stand-up performer on that champion, and I just really don't know if Cloud9 had it together from picks and bans.
Yeah, a couple of things in these lineups. I do like that C9 went for the Lucian Karma lane. I think it's really strong. I'm surprised that Sun actually ended up picking Twitch. Although Thresh Twitch, in my opinion, is really iffy to play against Karma Lucian. And if that 2v2 matchup would have happened, it could have gone into Cloud9's favor. However, the early game, initially, it seemed that Cloud9 was winning out, but the way it ended up playing out was so much in OMG's favor. Twitch got free farm, Cloud9 had the tools and the option to initiate either a 3-man push, send Karma back to base, and hold the respective 3-man push on the other side of the map, or even go for a full flat-out 4-man push, and they just didn't do it. And I'm really surprised why they did not do that. It ended up giving free farm to Twitch on bot lane. In the mid lane, Ziggs was bullying the Orianna lane. Sadly, we didn't have the Faker performance there, just dodging all the bombs, and it just showed that OMG got everything they wanted, and then they played out the game beautifully.
Yeah, to hop on that for a second too, I really think that having Meteos go back into the jungle instead of pushing early was somewhat of an error, especially when you're going to go ahead and give that blue buff over to Lucian. I actually love giving blue buff to Lucian in a lane swap situation, because the great thing about Lucian, of course, is his passive, where if he can constantly spam those abilities with lower cooldowns with getting the mana regen, you can proc his passive more often to really push down a turret surprisingly quickly. But instead, they used it to basically tie the tower race, and they chose to have Meteos go back, try and get a CS advantage with Kha'Zix, but they really couldn't actually make any plays after that.
And actually also the whole Kha'Zix one here, it was one of the first times it was left open for Meteors. And I think the reason Cloud9 didn't ban the Thresh was because they wanted to let first pick go to OMG here, they could first pick the Thresh, and they could get two very strong picks like both Lucian and Kha'Zix. However, for them, the fact that Pantheon was a jungle option for Pomelo here, and he didn't even mind giving away the Kha'Zix, was an issue. And we actually have a replay, we can just bring it up on our screens here, where we really see how good OMG and Pomelo is when it comes to playing Pantheon as well, and how confident they are. It's a champion everyone in LPL actually uses because it's so good at engaging these fights here. And first thing we need to notice, however, is the wave clear from Ziggs. We talked about it so many times, how annoying it is to play against. If we just roll the clip, it's a very big wave coming in here. Cloud9 actually starting the push, forcing Go going the wrong way around here so he can't defend. Ziggs ultimate though, everyone has to back away. It's very annoying and very effective. However, though, here's the thing. Notice the Pantheon ultimate. There's 3 members from Cloud9 and only Go going and Pomelo going down. They're 2 versus 3. But they're so confident in this. And because Sneaky has no summoners at this point, they just go straight for him. Ziggs then joins in, Alan joins in. Link here, if you notice him down on your minimap in the end, he should actually just stayed mid lane and taken the tower. Miniwave already hit down to the tower. He tried to move out and help his team. Didn't work though.
You brought it up a little bit already, but I do think the cornerstone of this composition, aside from Alan's Thresh, really is the Ziggs. It's so C9's bread and butter is rotations, and the normal laws of rotations don't apply in a game with Ziggs in there, because I've had this happen to me. You force them in the lane and then you rotate to the river and you said, I'm going mid, and then you realize Ziggs has infinite amounts of wave clear. Then you go back to your bottom lane and say, let's siege this tower. No, he'll just throw his ulti out. It's so impossible to play against it, like rotation-wise. Maybe that's the reason why C9 didn't want to go for this lane swap situation where Ziggs would end up like evening it out, but it's such an annoying champion to play against.
Great picks and bans from OMG. Great decision-making. Cloud9 unfortunately not delivering in the semi-finals. Freak, can we get some closing thoughts now about OMG, knowing they are in the finals, potentially looking at an All-Star Paris 2014 title?
Yeah, so basically it's interesting because they pulled so much attention onto Xiong. He got 3 bans, both games, still got Ziggs a champion he plays a whole lot and did a great job with. And then, of course, it just left open the rest of the team. And I know you guys have talked about SKT saying, well, you can shut Faker down, but the rest of the team will excel. Well, we saw the same thing here. You focus your bans, you get some picks away from Xiong, and, well, Alan gets gigantic. Or Going goes into a bad top lane matchup both times, Jax versus Shyvana, and Shyvana versus Trundle, and both times he comes out ahead and makes the team fights work. So you've got a whole all-star crew of great players, and when you let them play a team fight composition where they show up as dudes and fight you, it works out for them.
And just credit to OMG as well for changing up the things. The last game here, even when they ganked top lane, Pomelo instantly moves down to the Dragon. It's actually where they baited out the fight, which gave them the big lead. So in general, it's just good to see them change up the things and not just run around the map, focus on getting kills, but actually really going for objectives as well.
Well, well-deserved victory by OMG. I believe that we are ready for the post-game interview. Shox is waiting with Sun from OMG.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I am indeed joined by OMG's AD carry Sun after that series win, and once again assisted by Fen, who will be assisting in the translation. First off, congratulations, amazing win here, OMG in the finals. let's break down the games. Obviously, yesterday you guys did lose the game versus C9. So what was the main adjustment and strategy going into this game?
所以说，昨天你们和 C9打的时候输了，那么你们今天是如何调整心态和战术去战胜他们的呢？
吸取教训吧，然后保持平常心，
We learn from our mistakes and we keep positive attitude.
Keeping a positive attitude, and then coming into the first game here, Cloud9 actually started out really strong. How did you guys react to that and got the game back in your favor?
在第一场的时候 ，Cloud9 刚开始打的时候打得非常好，也非常的 aggressive， 非常有进攻性。你们是如何应对他们这么强势的打法的？
就争取比他们发育好。
We try to farm more and get more advantage over them.
Yeah, you're absolutely farming very well. And just your lane in general, together with Alan, fantastic play. What did you guys make of the Cloud9 bottom lane to play against? Where were you guys stronger? What are they good at?
你和 Alan 在下路的和 Cloud9 的下路对抗打得非常好。你们在一起的时候有没有一些对抗他们的一些策略、心得和方法？
怎么说？就找机会吧，稳住，别给他们机会。
It's hard to say. It's more like we play safe and find their mistakes, then take advantage of that and take the chance.
And take the chance, and you absolutely did. In the final tomorrow versus or Fnatic or SK Telecom, who do you think you will face and why?
明天会面对 SKT 或者是 Fnatic 中的一个，你觉得明天的对手会是谁？
我觉得都有可能，这两个队伍的几率都差不多吧。
I think both of them has a chance. He thinks that it's kind of he doesn't know. 为什么你觉得两个就是差不多呢？你觉得？分析一下。
SKT One 他们各个就是各方面都很强，但是 Fnatic 他们的理解吧和我们有冲突吧，他们的理解和我们的见解不一样，所以还不一定发生什么呢。
So SKT is very strong, it's very well-rounded. They are good at basically everything, but Fnatic has a really good and advanced understanding of the game, so they may come up with something really cool and different. So he thinks that both of them has a chance.
Both of them very strong. Well, one thing is sure, we'll be seeing you in the final tomorrow. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And now we're going to send it back over to the big brains over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shucks. That is one semi-final series that has been decided. So let's take a look at the All-Star bracket. With their win over Cloud9, OMG have secured their place in the finals that will be played tomorrow. They will face the winner of the next best-of-3 semi-final between SK Telecom T1K and Europe's very own Fnatic. As we go to a break, SKT T1K was a dominant force at the World Championship, but they've had a rough season this year, and although they have been dominating again here at All-Star Paris, they feel like they are far from a perfect team.
일단 윈터 때 저희가 제일 그때 전성기인 것 같고 전승 우승으로 시즌을 마무리했으니까
SK Telecom are just rolling through. They will be the Season 3 World Champions.
일단 저희가 롤드컵 때 잘한 때보다 저희가 한국으로 돌아와서 롤 챔피언스 윈터를 치렀을 때가 가장 저희가 잘했던 시기였던 것 같고요. 또 이번에가 가장 떨어진 그런 시기인 것 같아요.
저는 저희 팀이 제일 강하다고는 생각은 절대 안 하고 있고요. 예전 롤드컵 때는 그래도 저희가 좀 정점을 찍은 다음에 왔는데 이번 대회는 좀 그런 게 아니라서 좀 롤드컵보다는 힘들 것 같아요.
여러 경기하면서 문제점이 뭔지 한국에 있었을 때 최대한 파악하려고 했었고
그냥 저희 팀이 기량 하락이 있던 것 같아요. 다른 팀이 잘한 것도 있긴 하겠죠. 근데 저희가 기량을 하락을 해가지고 좀 더 못해졌다 생각해가지고 탈락한 거라고 생각해서
팀 커뮤니케이션도 약간 부족했던 것 같아요. 제가 휴식기도 가진 것도 있고 그 여러 사건 때문에 그런 것 때문에 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요. 스프링은.
그걸 구체적 문제를 꼭 하나씩 집어서 말하기 좀 많은 것 같고요. 그래서 다 실수를 좀 조금씩이라도 계속 찾고 보완하고 있기 때문에 이번에 좀 더 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같아요.
그냥 저희는 이렇게 어려움에 봉착한 게 처음이라서 좀 해결하려고 열심히 노력하고 있고요. 또 그 가장 좋은 방법은 그냥 연습을 많이 해서 각자 실력을 늘리는 거라고 생각해요. 그래서 이번에
예전부터도 그냥 항상 좀 분위기가 안 좋아도 그래 대회 날에는 단합이 좀 됐었고
일단 저희가 스프링 때 안 좋은 모습 보여줬잖아요. 근데 그걸 고치기 위해 노력을 하고 있는데 거기서 딱 마침 다른 해외 팀이랑 겨루기면 그만큼 스크림도 하고 하면 실수가 좀 더 많이 고쳐주면서 저희가 또 잘해질 것 같아요.
일단 저는 이번 프랑스 파리 이번에 올스타전이 좀 자신 있고요. 이번에 뭐 최선을 다해서 할 생각인데 일단
목표는 우승이고요. 뭐 우승을 못하면 거의 똑같은 성적이라고 보고 있습니다.
저는 아직 그래도 저희가 그렇게 꼴린다는 생각 안 하고요. 저희가 그래도 강팀이라 생각해요. 아직은.
저는 일단 한국 대표로 나온 거기 때문에 일단 다른 세계 최고의 팀들과 경기하면서 꼭 이겨야겠다는 그런 기대로 왔고요.
네, 일단 다 우승이 목표이긴 생각하지만 다 그래도 한국 우승도 있지만 해외 대회에서 우승한 것도 다 목표란 말이에요. 저희는 그런 걸 한번 이렇게 해봤는데 그래도 2연속을 이루면 좀 더 좋을 거라 생각하고요. 일단 그래도 세계대회 나갔다는 자체가 영광인 것 같아요.
Welcome back to day 3 of All-Star Paris 2014 and the start of our second semi-final series between SK Telecom T1K and Fnatic. That crowd is crazy and they're looking forward to this series. Let's start with SKT. They are undoubtedly the strong favorites. They've delivered in every single one of the games that they've played in thus far. They have been the strongest team at the All-Star event in, I think, every aspect of the game. You've never felt like they were at risk of losing their match. If there has been one weakness, though, I do feel like Piglet and Pumandu have shown times when they can get control, times where they can get put into negative situations. Fisher, what's your take on SKT and them in particular?
So the laning phase for SKT, when it comes to solo laners, has been very strong. Also, Bengi has been showing up this tournament. Bottom lane wise, though, for Piglet and Pumandu, I don't feel like together they've been the strongest dual lane. Maybe it's because of some synergy issues still, where Piglet had to play with Casper earlier, or Pumandu maybe not performing as well as he could. He's been, in my opinion, probably the weaker of the two, especially when it comes to laning phase. But when you go into team fights, when you go into the mid-late game, Piglet at least has just shown he is so strong. He's the AD carry with the highest KDA as well here at All Stars, and he's one of the best AD carries still.
Well, just from watching T1K historically and seeing the difference between Casper and Piglet and Mandu and Piglet, it's really big. Casper was the better laner, that's for sure. We saw this at Worlds too, with sometimes Piglet and Mandu losing their laning phase, and it rarely happened when Casper and Piglet were together. However, their decision-making and initiations are better with Mandu, generally speaking. So it's been kind of a back and forth.
Yeah, depending what you're looking for, laning or shot calling. On the other side of the rift, Fnatic, they have been a polar opposite to SKT in this invitational. And even though they've had moments of brilliance, that's all they've been, is moments. The problems have been compounded by mistakes in every single game that they've played, ranging from individual misplays to poor strategic decisions. They've lost multiple games while going even or even being ahead in certain situations. What's your take on Fnatic, Crepo?
Yeah, I feel a lot of the mistakes Fnatic make are actually made a minute or so before that already. They show up in situations where they can't make any other plays at that moment because they didn't play the map correctly. A lot of the times we saw that one game instance I remember is Rekyl's holding a wave too long on bottom lane instead of immediately pushing it out. Then he has to react to what's going on in mid. He pushes it out, which is the right call, a little too late, but then he doesn't push it out entirely. What that happened there was that Jax rotated into bot lane, held that wave frozen. Okay, what does Fnatic need to do? Break that freeze as soon as you can. But what did they end up doing? Letting it be there for 4 waves and then going in there and break the freeze. So they're too slow to react, and their mistakes manifest in the future a minute later.
Well, it's just that lack of planning, like you're saying, and Reckless in particular. I mean, this is an extremely mechanically sound player, but the decision-making, like you're saying, just isn't there for him. And the worst part of what he's been doing is he's been pushing one of the side lanes, but he's awkwardly splitting the difference, where earlier, like you're saying, a minute earlier, he has a chance to group on maybe an outer turret, but instead, we've seen him push to an inner turret, but not push quite enough to actually break a lane freeze and then leave, and that's created a lot of frozen farm opportunities for his opponents. And that you have to pick one or the other if you're an AD carry, right? And instead he's picking neither, and it's really hurting Fnatic.
Old double lift.
Yeah, old double lift, it's true.
Yeah, Fnatic feels like it's interesting because you talked about Mondi versus Casper, where it's like one win lane, one makes good calls. Fnatic is like the team version of that, where like individually they generally all play really well, and you saw them winning their game against SKT. They had Cassidy and they had great individual plays, but they're not coming together as a team.
So while I agree with them, the pre-planning is not there, they also seem to then be surprised when something good happens, and then they just over-chase or be over-aggressive. Like, we see it time and time again. They pick up a few kills, start chasing, and everything gets turned around. And they even sometimes go 2 against 4 people just because they get a bit greedy for more kills. If they do that against SKT, if they give them anything here, it's going to be so hard for them to win.
Well, the players are set up on stage. They're in the lobby. We should be getting underway with the series shortly, but it is time when we ask the analysts to look approximately 33.49 minutes into the future, which is the average game length of the games here at the Invitational. Just a rough guess, give or take. And we need to find out who you're predicting to win this series. Let's keep it somewhat brief. Deficio, is it going to be SK Telecom T1K to face off against OMG, or will it be Fnatic?
So while I love the scarf here for SKT and they were beautiful, I will not wear it just in honor of Fnatic and Europe, but I will say SKT is going to win.
Oh, wow. Going against your fellow countrymen.
I know.
I'm surprised. Here, just bring your face up here. Will you shed one final tear for Europe? My SK Telecom mug. And
tastes good.
T1K, let's go.
Crepo?
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't have any fancy props, scarves, or tears. I'll just savor him on these tears from the previous prediction. Just stay at the same height. But yeah, I don't think SKT is going to win this best of 3 in one game. I feel they'll need at least 2, so it'll be a little longer than 30 minutes. But yeah, SKT T1K.
Yeah, for me, Monty, I think your sense of predictions are better than sense of geography, being that there's no Danes on Fnatic. But I do think SKT are, unfortunately for the Europeans, are the stronger team.
Well, we'll see how they handle themselves in the Rift. Let's take a look how the fans have been voting over at lolesports.com. And 65% of you guys have voted with SKT. It is a smaller percentage than the desk, but it is one that is pretty unanimous. Before we head over to the caster desk, let's hear from Fnatic about what it means to play in front of this passionate crowd that stands behind their hometown heroes, win or lose.
We've been traveling all around the world to play, but I believe this is the first time I actually feel that the whole crowd is behind Fnatic.
You win or you lose, doesn't matter. You still go out there, still scream your name, and that kind of cheers you up.
Every time is awesome, and this time is even better because there is so much more people than usually.
The crowd has been really insane here, so when they're cheering really loud, it's really good to like demoralize our enemies.
그거는 저희가 로드컵 때 TSM 팀과 좀 겪어봐가지고 그 로드컵 때도 많은 팬분들이 TSM 외쳤을 때도 그냥 저희 경기만 열심히 하자라는 생각을 했기 때문에.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. So, SK Telecom, you just heard them. They cheered, but from TSM, they were against last time around.
That was the home crowd
advantage. That was a much smaller crowd than they have here. You can hear them. Fnatic are ready and waiting to go. I am, of course, Lee Damon Smith, and for the next semi-final series, Joshua Jack Leesman will be joining me at this caster desk. What do we think is going to go on here? Because this was a crazy game yesterday.
Honestly, if anything would take SKT out of their groove, it would be the noise of support against them, which even though it did happen a little bit at Worlds in the group stage, it was nowhere near this level. I feel like that's one of the only hopes Fnatic has.
Well, let's check out the starting lineup. So, starting out, the #1 team in the groups, it is SK Telecom T1K. In the top lane, of course, is Impact. He has been a monster. Bengi in the jungle. Questioning him, but Faker, is he the best player in the world? Who knows? Piglet, the AD carry, and of course, Pumandu in support. That is SK Telecom T1K.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to hear me for the introduction of Fnatic, because I know the crowd will go crazy. On the red side, it is Fnatic right there. Top lane is Soaz. Jungle is Cyanide. Mid lane is XPeke. AD Carroll's is Reckless. And of course, support is Yellowstar to make up Fnatic.
So they are clearly the hometown favorites. But of course, we want to talk about...
In a second.
It's pretty clear which way this team is. However, they're big underdogs. So we want to talk about our featured matchup for this matchup, the semi-final series. The Clash of the Titans is, of course, the mid lane. It is SK Telecom's Faker versus Fnatic's XPeke.
Yeah, and Faker looks to be completely back in peak form, if you can ever really say he was in a slump. But it's more impressive yesterday when he destroyed Shi-Young 1v1, because Shi-Young had previously destroyed everyone else in this tournament. Faker is back on his game, and Bengi is helping him out a lot more than he was in Champions. Meanwhile, XPeke has looked extremely inconsistent and seems to be playing with kind of that lack of confidence, which used to kind of define him as a player. They played really safe against TPA as well in their only win of the group stage. There's no way he can play safe against Faker and expect a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do we think is going to realistically happen here? Because if you were to look at yesterday's game, it kind of wasn't really telling the full truth. It was kind of mind games, honestly. Or more a fan service, I think you could say, from SK Telecom.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in that game, it was SKT trying to pick all their skins. I feel like that's why they let Kassadin through, which was Peke's big bread and butter champion, and they still weren't able to win. which is a real tricky thing for Fnatic.
Close.
Yeah, they did come close.
Very, very close, but of course SK Telecom don't expect them to be running all of their skins this time around. I think we're going to see some very different champions. Of course, they pulled out the Zed in the mid lane with Faker's known champion, but we'll find out which way they will go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second semi-finals. We saw OMG from China already making it into the final. Who will join them? We'll find out over the next best of 3. So SK Telecom starting off the bans, and they will be coming in. Jack's being taken away. We just saw him being played in game 1 for Cloud9. Not going to sneak through this time around, and that immediately stops those skins dead in the tracks.
Yeah, and the Twisted Fate ban for Fnatic is a little bit surprising. Faker did have a good Twisted Fate game at the very start of this group stage, and if that signals anything to me, it's that Fnatic is going to be going with a either heavy poke strategy or a split push strategy, as they always do, obviously. But Twisted Fate is best against both those things.
Well, you can see the final bans coming through. There's already a Twitch locked in. Leona already taken away. Kassadin taken away. Quick fire picks and bans. LeBlanc was the final choice, of course. Faker not going to be able to play that one. But you already see a Lulu and a Kha'Zix on the board as well.
And this is kind of what we ended up seeing in the Cloud9 OMG pick and ban, where Twitch was left open, but now it's going to be all about whether SKT builds a team comp around Twitch, because when Sneaky got caught on Twitch in game 1, he had no one to really guard him, and it was very much an unprotected team comp, which is why with that Lulu pick right away from Fnatic, it will give kind of take away protection from SKT, because they won't be able to have that mid lane Lulu if they wanted it.
Yeah, and of course Synod on the Kha'Zix, it's kind of his #1 champion right now. It's the champion that he has been running for Fnatic probably, I would say, like 80-90% of the time over the last probably 20 games.
It fits right in with their play style, and he's also been able to pick up a lot of early kills on Kha'Zix, which honestly would be better served as assists, because Synod has never been one to really hard carry the games, but it's still an incredibly confident and strong champion for him. I feel like Fnatic's going to go something like Nidalee here. Is Lucian still up as well? Yeah, they could go full poke comp, kind of like the one that they won the European LCS with.
Speaking of comfortable champions, Bengi has got Lee Sin. He has his own skin for it. Why not? He earned it. Faker, of course, already locked in that Shyvana for Impact in the top lane, who has been a monster throughout this tournament.
Yeah, the things with Impact, it's not necessarily that he's been destroying everyone. Well, that's exactly it. He is destroying the enemy top laner. I didn't mean to say it's not like he's going off. He's keeping the other people down, more so than I've really seen from him in his career.
Yeah, he is a beast. Reckless. Well, he had incredible stats in the opening Super Week in the European LCS on Jinx. Will he stick with it, or will he stick with the tried and tested Lucian, who has become his most popular champion over the last few weeks, along with Yellowstar? Fnatic at the moment are actually getting a lot of picks they really like.
They're looking a lot like a Cloud9 team composition before the final pick, because that's really when it's going to sell it. Peke's not one to play Lulu often.
And Soaz has played a lot of Trundle, you know. It's a bold.
I just have to mention this Yasuo, because it's almost like SKT is predicting an Italy pick.
So, Fnatic had some serious problems against Yasuo. Invictus Gaming ran it at Katowice. They could not deal with the crazy aggression that came out. We've not really seen it in Europe. Some strong Yasuo players. So Kautar's the only one really that plays it. We'll see how Faker runs this.
The thing is, with Fnatic, they've played so much Nidalee, and that's what teams pick Yasuo into normally. But this is the Kayle pick. Here's the thing. Right when Yasuo released, he does not block the auto attacks from Kayle. He blocks all the other ranged champions' auto attacks, but not Kayle, because it is not a projectile, so it will go through the wind wall. Even though Kayle's been nerfed down, that is a great pick against Yasuo.
But this also answers the question. Soaz and Shy were having this discussion. Who's the best top lane? Lulu, Shyvana, Lulu, Shyvana, Lulu, Shyvana. We're going to see them together. Whether they're actually going to face each other at any point is a matter we'll have to find out in the game. But Fnatic honestly have got a team comp that they enjoy, and I feel SK Telecom have as well.
Yes, I absolutely agree. The Zyra from Kumandu is a little bit of a throwback. Yes, he did play it again in the group stage, but that was mainly to use the skin. This is serious. There's no way that SKT is going to be taking this match lightly or as a fan service.
Absolutely.
They're taking this to win.
This is all about representing Korea. You heard it there. They was talking about how they are basically coming to this tournament, not only representing SK Telecom T1, they're representing the whole of South Korea, and they absolutely want to win. So, the match is about to get underway. We're going to head over to Twitter and tell us which mid laner's play style generates more big plays. Pretty sure you know which way this one's going to go. Hashtag Faker or hashtag Peke. Don't forget, Peke has some of those big, crazy backdoor moments. Send your tweets to @LOL Esports, and this could be a crazy game.
It's going to be all about whether Peke can play with a lot of confidence against Faker, or whether he's giving him a little bit too much respect. Even though Fnatic is an absolutely monstrous underdog, no one would be surprised if they lost this game. But if we think back to the group stage, even though Fnatic did go 1-3, every single one of their games were winnable at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Baron, that was the difference. Cyanide stepped out of line just a little bit. He went to clear the ward instead of staying back to clear that Baron. Could have turned the game, could have turned the competition on its head, but it wasn't to be. We'll see if it is this time, ladies and gentlemen. The semi-finals is getting underway. SK Telecom as the blue team up against, well, you can hear it, it's Fnatic as the red team.
Right off the bat, I have to wonder if we're going to see standard lanes or if we're going to see a very roam-focused game. It's actually kind of funny. When Fnatic plays to their European LCS championship level, they're pretty low-kill games. They do not like to engage the other team. They like to just run all around them, never have true fights. And this is a very much their type of team comp. No real tank. They have a lot of support for Cyanide, but he's actually free to build damage. It is a very difficult strategy to pull off, which is why you actually see them in position to win a lot of games, but then they just make some type of misplay and end up losing.
I think Soaz is going to try and bait Impact a little bit closer. You can see Yellow Star hanging in that bush. Not going to happen, no, not falling for it. They're happy to just go in, get that deep ward placement. They have actually warded out not that deep. No. In all essence, they are just going to go straight for the full invade. So this is actually a reverse, though, because they're in the blue jungle. Cyanide is going to have to solo this blue. It's going to be a tricky one for him. You can see him down that bottom lane, but it would be an even trade if they can make it count.
Yeah, I really wonder if Cyanide would have the gall to go into that jungle pretty much blind. He doesn't know where anyone could be, and that's actually what teams with Zyra generally do early game, is wait for someone to invade, because it allows someone to walk into the grasping roots if they decide to check. I think Cyanide is just playing defense and is going to be looking for a standard jungle start. He actually is a little bit late to his buff, and a late invade from Fnatic.
Late invade comes in, Dark Binding lands on Impact. They didn't actually notice it because he was in there, but Bengi is forced to flash away. Impact caught out with the Glitter Lance. Is there enough damage coming through? I'm not too sure. One more Glitter Lance will come through, but they're going to force them away from the blue.
Even so, this is absolutely huge. There's actually another contestant going on the other side. Fnatic steals one blue and secures the other.
Wow, great start by Fnatic straight away. It does mean, of course, we're going to have some lane swaps coming in as expected. Peke and Faker in this mid lane. This one will be an interesting one, because if they do go with the 4-0, if they do go with some sort of stacking system, Faker versus Peke, it's going to be all or nothing between the two, because Faker's going to have the confidence to know there's no jungler coming towards him. Yeah. He can just go all on Peke.
And also, there's not going to be too many ganks coming in that early because of all the time that got spent during the jungle invades. But this is very heavy counter jungling going on for Fnatic. SKT actually took 2 Cloud9 buffs at the start of the game, going 3 for 1. And this is Fnatic giving SKT a taste of their own medicine, actually.
Well, Soaz hasn't backed away. He has got that blue buff, remember. He's going to put damage back down on Impact. He wants to keep Impact around as long as possible, because the longer Impact stays, the better Soaz is. It means he's going to try and keep him low on levels. Reckless is freezing the lane. He's not really, well, it's not freezing it, it's just not going to push heavily. He's not fast pushing in towards there, which actually SK Telecom are doing down the bottom, I feel.
We're seeing much more starts like this in the All-Star here, where it's not the 4-man stack, but instead it's a more denial-focused of lane swapping. They're really just getting secured farm for their AD carries. They're only taking one turret, and it's more about jungler denial and mid-lane isolation than it is about fast pushing.
Oh, Peke goes aggressive. Faker turns it round, but he had a big stack of minions hitting him in the back, which actually laid down a lot of that damage, and Peke using that exhaust early on, though.
That could actually be pretty big. He's going to need that exhaust if anything comes at him, especially a Bengi jungle gank. That's one of the big reasons that Yasuo was so popular in these heavy lane swaps places, because he's able to use his dashes offensively in lane, bait summoner spells, and have no force of, retaliation from the other team.
So this is what we've seen a few times now from Fnatic. Soaz actually he's literally just roamed all around the jungle, and now he's looking. Faker goes aggressive. Soaz is just off the side now. Glitter Lance does not land. A fantastic win wall from Faker to stop that Glitterlance in his tracks, and he gets away. It forces the flash, and the Ignite was also burned from Faker.
That was very timely roam from Soaz. He has just been a jungler slash ganking Lulu right now. Not exactly what you're used to. He's behind on farm. If Soaz doesn't make something happen, more so other than burning a flash, that will cost Fnatic in the long run. But for now, it gives Peke breathing room in mid.
Block of that wind wall, that would have been the death. It would have absolutely slowed him down. He had the flash still available, but it would have been a very, very slow move. And of course, Peke sitting on that flash still could have chased. Impact only just hit level 2, has had to come in and try and clean up some of those last hits to steal them away from Faker. You can also see Bengi moving in now. We haven't seen Bengi around that mid lane because they were focusing on taking that turret, which actually Fnatic only just did. So both turrets now down, top and bottom. And we're going to see the duo lanes going up against each other.
Yeah, and after all the trading,
or will we?
Even though it seemed like Fnatic would have a nice lead from that, they ended up just getting even gold. What's so funny about this is the whole debate between Soaz and Shai when they were talking about Shyvana and Lulu, what's better? Soaz is like, better in lane, better in lane. This isn't the lane game.
Soaz caught out. He's not going to get away from this one. It will be first blood. That was a quick kill from the duo lane of Piglet Mandu.
And that's exactly it. It's not about the laning phase for her. She just got camped in one of those side lane rushes and taken down. You're not allowed to play against Shyvana in a game like this.
Well, it's a good turnaround of damage from Peke. Oh, is he going to follow through? He has flash, but he's not going to go for it. He's so fearful. He has no knowledge of where Bengi is.
That was Peke playing cautious, quite honestly.
Is that a confidence
When we showed it in our featured matchup, and old Peke would have flashed for that kill if he was full confidence. A chance to kill Faker. Too much respect for SKT, quite honestly. I think that could have been a kill. But unless his E was off, I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, he just run out. He just finished off
now
there.
Speaking of which, he's getting ganked, which could crush his confidence.
You can see Bengi waiting off at the side. Cyanide is close by, as is Yellowstar. Now they know he's going to be coming. They're going to catch on towards the tower. Here comes a dart bind. It lands on Piglet. Cyanide pounces for it, but Reckless cannot get close on this one. The poison's ticking. Is it going to be enough to take him down? No, he's just safe.
Still actually saved his flash, but now SKT has a strong push down on the mid lane. Again, pushing him back and giving Yasuo actually breathing room. The roaming really is crazy in this game, D-Man.
So you can see Mandu making his way up there. Reckless on his own at the moment against Impact. So Mandu, if he lands that grasping root, it's going to be all sorts of trouble. Instead, he will sidestep the damage. He has to use the heal, though. Impact gets enough on his back.
Yeah, luckily for Reckless there, Impact is so weak at this point in the game. He's level 3. Even if the root would have landed, it might not have been a kill. Does have to burn his heal to get away, and it ends up sending him back to base. But no death was suffered.
So Piglet's been having to run amok a little bit down that bottom lane. Got that kill on Soaz, trying to start one on Peke. Peke, who himself did not back, by the way, with that engage. Still got himself that double Doran's ring, though. It's going to have to try and get a little bit more hit points or something to prevent Faker from jumping on him. That Vampiric Scepter now built up. And SK Telecom, they're roaming, they go for blue.
So many roams and invades in this game. They have sight of it because of that Q. He jumps in. It's a Smite War.
It's the Cyanide's going to get it down. Bengi's going to use the safeguard on Mandu. Will get himself away cleanly, but it forces the blue away from Peke.
That's one thing Cyanide will always be able to do, is land those smites in clutch situations. But once again, it's all about the roaming. A teleport Lulu in the top lane, they're trying to catch.
Soaz comes in on towards him, gets the Glitterlance down. The Pixie's on him as well. Has he got much more damage? He forces the flash. That'll do.
Whoa. If only they would have known that binding would land. Nice shot for no reward. And a big push down middle lane. These rotations are faster than I've seen in quite some time.
Piglet comes out the side, has got level 6, rat-a-tat-tat running, but Peke luckily just hit 6, so he can use that invulnerability to save the day, and actually saves the turret briefly.
Fnatic is desperately trying to keep up with where SKT is going right now. How many different lanes has Mandu seemingly arrived in the past 5 minutes? He has just been everywhere, and he's not even behind in experience on top of it.
Triple Doran's ring being picked up by Soaz. That just shows you they are trying to keep in this game against SK Telecom, despite the fact that you could look at the gold. It's actually fairly in between them. Cyanide caught out by the grasping root. Dark Shield was used. Mandu taking a big burst of damage. And again, the wind wall comes out to stop the culling.
That wind wall is going to be extremely key if we get into some of these clutch siege situations. Whenever Fnatic tries to turn, it will be the spell that throws up to help them escape. Then they can rely on the Zyra slower form escape. Crowd controls right there. And now an invade coming from Fnatic because they just pushed SKT off mid.
And you know, just before all of those lane changes, everything was happening, it was very even between Reckless and Piglet. Now look at it, 72 to 60. Oh, Cyanide pounces, forces a flash away. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, Peke again getting taken low. Piglet flashes for it, the poison's ticking. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. It may be on Yellowstar. No, he gets away as well. Fnatic by the skin of their teeth. Cyanide and Soaz yet to be taken.
Going.
Faker and Impact chasing on towards them. They will back away. The Glitter Lance doing work.
Very little summoner spell discipline, so to speak, in this game. People blowing flashes very freely. Look at that. SKT has 1 flash available on their entire team, whereas Fnatic is actually only down 2, and those just got burned. If we're going to continue to see all these movements and people getting caught out, those flash cooldowns are incredibly critical to keep in mind, as the gold is only 500 away.
And the difference you can see between those 2 top lanes was Soaz had got himself a fairly decent CS advantage. That's going to dwindle away, but because he invested 3 Doran's rings, that's effectively going into nothing, whereas Impact, of course, with the Negatron Cloak, don't matter whether he's behind in gold, he's actually ahead in items.
And Soaz is really still playing to lane, even though there isn't really a laning phase. This game will hopefully approach some pretty decent team fights, and with the triple Dorans, if they could force a dragon right now, it would be very beneficial.
Yeah, and Bengi, as you just saw, next to no health. He can't get involved in this one. He's going to go back. He's just got himself that red buff. This will be a dragon for Fnatic.
I gotta say, D-Man, it's probably the fastest paced 1-kill game in 11 minutes that I've seen all year. These guys have been moving around so much and just avoiding kills. That evens out the goal.
And it's just 1 kill, 1 turret. It's not even like turrets falling left, right, and center. They're just the 2 turrets they took at the opening plays. Fnatic moving into position. They want to try and corner the Rat.
This is the first big move that Fnatic has kind of made on their own accord. It's not a reaction to SKT. We have to see if they can get something on Piglet. He's really safe behind that minion line, though. Unless he roams just out. Yellowstar wants him to, or they might just go before the minions. Can even get a binding down.
Pumandu's going to join him back on there. Cyanide's going for it. Stealth up, goes in, gets the damage down on towards him. Piglet's actually taking the path, which is going to put him in danger. They pounce on towards him. They can't see where he's going to go. Mandu's going to be the focus target instead. They're going to switch around towards him. The exhaust goes down. They should have enough damage. Teleport coming in. They don't know. Yellowstar's in trouble. He has to try and get out of it. Teleport was cancelled, but Cyanide's caught out. Bengi's going to come around. He's going to surely get the kill. Knocks him away. Faker manages to follow through with his ult. He takes him down. While Piglet took down Yellowstar. Reckless is in all sorts of trouble. Now you can see the wind wall going down. Intervention comes out from Peke. Peke can't do anything. This is in danger of falling to a 4-for-1 situation, and it is. SK Telecom turned the game on its head. A triple kill for Piglet.
Everything going in the way of SKT in that bottom lane fight, but what about the top one? Soaz needs to close this down.
Trying to chase on towards him, but he has that burnout running. He has the Dragon Descent. He should be safe for now.
To get back to that other fight, 4 kills going to Piglet is disaster. As far as Fnatic is concerned, he is the stealth bomber, so to speak, when he gets his build going with the Blade of the Rune King. Let's take another look at this one, though, how he barely escapes this. This is why Fnatic wanted to wait for the binding, because going without the binding means Piglet could walk away and get that off. But we don't have time for replays. This game is too fast.
Soaz tries to turn it around. He tries to take something out of nothing here. The Ignite running, though, is not going to save his life, and Impact gets himself in there. Pumandu actually picked up the kill, though.
Another step behind for Fnatic, and that makes it 6-1 at this point.
You know, one thing always said in traditional sports is the best way to beat a home opponent is to silence the crowd early, and listen right now, this is a much quieter crowd. We're only 12, 13 minutes into this game. It's already 6-1 to SK Telecom. They have started out so well. This could be dangerous situation for Fnatic in this best of 3.
I mean, this is really what everyone on Fnatic, and probably everyone here, feared, is that SKT would come out so quickly and stop Fnatic before they even had their chance to win. In all 4 of Fnatic's games in the group stage, as we mentioned, they had a chance to win the game at some point. They were up on OMG. They were even with Cloud9 for almost all of it. The SKT game, mind you, because they had the SKT skins and they gave Peke Kassadin, they had that Baron play that very well could have won them the game if executed properly, and of course they beat TPA. They haven't had an opportunity in this game because SKT has been so fast, roamed around so well, and really just beaten Fnatic to almost every punch.
You know, we're focusing on how much they've invested in those Doran's rings. The Doran's items which obviously never progressed into anything. SK Telecom never went down that path. They only ever had 1 Doran's Blade a piece, and they've all continued to invest in items. Now that they're ahead in the game, that is giving them an even bigger advantage than that 2,000 gold shows.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. With the early game Doran choices not really panning out early for Fnatic. The ganks don't stop either. There's a Lee Sin on the hunt.
Oh, Bengi's going to come into the side, as you say. Impact is already on him. Soaz has to use that wild growth, but is it going to be enough? Glitzerlance lands on Bengi. Dodges out of the Sonic Wave. It may just be enough because the impact, his Dragon Descent's going to run out in a moment. He's safe to the turret. He should be able to get away, but Peke's in trouble. Faker comes around. Windwall actually used to stop him, slowing him down. Uses the intervention. Cyanide comes around the side, but it was a quick and easy kill for Piglet. 5-0 Rat.
Fed Twitch right there, and even with the intervention, you just can't get away fast enough. He's just going to keep shooting you. If you get a bit out of range, he pops his ultimate, continues to shoot you. This SKT team came to play today.
And with everybody basically melee damage, AD damage, those turrets will go down so much faster this early on. 15 minutes into the game, that mid turret already down.
Yeah, normally a team without Twitch doesn't have good sieging power. It's fine if you kill everybody first, then you can take down turrets just fine.
That's for sure. Soaz now in trouble. 3-man gank team coming towards him. Make that a 4 because they backed off at the side. Grasping Root does not land. He's dodging just about everything he can. He's going to try and turn this on towards Bengi. Can he get the kill? Not in time. And that's another kill for Piglet.
As far as kill distribution goes, this could honestly not be any better for SKT. Not only are they up 4,000 gold, but it's the Twitch that they need when he comes out of stealth at this point, because everyone on Fnatic is also very far behind. They're just straight up dead.
I wonder if Peke is going to try and create something here. Cyanide's just off at the side. Fumandu's going to be the focus target. A squishy support is exactly what you need to try and get yourself back in there. They're going to try and double it up there. You can see Stranglethorns going down. Cyanide will take that kill because, well, simply put, Peke doesn't have much damage yet.
Kayle takes a really long time to scale up. It's pretty good in the laning phase if it's isolated and lasts a long time, which it just simply hasn't in this game. Fnatic has got no room to breathe.
Being next to the no laning phase, that's the big issue. And you know, we talked about it at the World Finals. Oh my word, doesn't need any help on this ulti. He goes in himself, 2v1, and he may well get the kill. Soaz is going to go down. Reckless doesn't want to get involved. Dark Binding does not land, and Faker gets himself for Soaz.
Yeah, Faker is also in a scary place right now. Static Shift Berserker Greaves completed and farming up a storm. I really feel like this game is very quickly getting out of hand, and the thing that actually surprises me the most about this is in the group stage, the one lane of SKT that wasn't really performing was Piglet and Mandu. Faker was doing fantastic, Impact was shutting down enemy top laners, and Bengi had looked better than he had in a while. But it was actually the Twitch that did. We're taking another look at this one just to see getting the knock-up into double knock-up by Faker there to put both people in an unsafe position and then immediately going to the guy who didn't get the shield was a smart choice by Faker right there.
And you got to think back to when Peke could have pulled the trigger early on in this game. These confidence issues, how much they may well lead into the situation. And, you know, looking at OMG's match against SK Telecom, they were not showing that respect to SK Telecom. They were not scared. And you only need to listen to all of the interviews. Everybody, you know, basically giving so much praise to SK Telecom. Yes, they are. They were a fantastic team. At the moment, they were technically in a slump, and you should, as a pro player, go into these teams confident in your own abilities and not be fearful of what you're up against.
You really have to just play as if you are the best. You always see a lot of times in sports, the really arrogant players are often the best ones, because even if they're outclassed, they don't feel like they're outclassed. And that can often just allow them to perform much better, especially on big stages. We just saw the Cloud9 versus OMG game, and yes, Cloud9 did amazing in the group stage, and it was ridiculous that they were able to go 3-1 and even make it to the semifinals without high. But in that last game, it really felt like their nerves got to them. We saw way more missed skill shots than we've pretty much ever seen from those guys, and they looked sloppy. Cloud9 almost never looks sloppy. That's something that we don't see from SKT on a stage like this because they've been to multiple Champions finals in Korea. They've played on the Staples Center and won. And since they've already slumped, they're on their way back up. They're just so confident right now.
So as Wild Growth used just about saving his life, they're actually thinking of going back in for this red buff, and that's not worth a flash.
It hit the small red.
Oh, wow. Oh, Yellowstar, they're trying everything now. They want to get themselves a kill on Faker, but it's not to be. Intervention goes down, but Faker's just going to run amok through this team, and in comes Rats once again. It's another double kill for Piglet.
That just kind of adds insult to injury right there. Not only do you flash to hit a small lizard at the red buff camp, you get 3 kills in front of Baron. We got to take another look at this one. Unfortunately, Faker left that little guy up. I honestly feel like he almost did that intentionally. No Yellow Star was waiting for him. And then he goes just far enough to pull everyone else into the SKT team. Zyra plus Twitch. It is a corridor of pain right there for Fnatic. After that fight, the Baron went down as well. SKT absolutely dominant.
Yeah, game over, I feel, in this first matchup. 2-0-6 Faker, 8-0-1 Piglet. It is really a show of force, I think it's what you'd say in America, is how you tend to go into these situations, and SK Telecom are really showing how strong they are. We talked about how they'd come into this matchup super serious, and I think it's showing right now. This is a dominant performance by the world champions.
Yeah, they always show up to these global events on a mission, and it's a very difficult situation for Fnatic to be in, obviously. Playing in front of their home crowd, even though it does support them, is a lot of pressure for these guys. And even though Fnatic, we were talking about this earlier, even though Fnatic won the spring split of the LCS, it was one of their least convincing LCS victories that we've seen, because they had such a substantial slump in the middle of the season, and even though Fnatic did come together in the finals, it kind of seemed a little bit like they just stumbled upon the right champions. They picked a really nice poke and heal composition that other teams weren't ready for, and could kind of just individually roam around, throw spears, never fight the other team. That worked for a little bit, but it's definitely not working against SKT or the other teams on the world stage.
And it's a worrying sign that is developing, honestly, for the European scene, as well as maybe in the North American scene. Right now, though, the European scene definitely seems to be in a little bit of a slump, with nobody really making clear goals, nobody making clear strides in that league, and the fact that Fnatic are 3 times split champions. Piglet almost got out. That would have been a handsome trophy maybe for Cyanide if he could have collected it, but an 8-0-1 Twitch absolutely will be worth the gold.
And he's doing that Ghostblade Blade of the Rune King build that we saw in the previous set from OMG. This is what Twitches often do when they get really far ahead, because even though it's not the most spectacular late game scaling build, it really guarantees that any solo person from the other team, oh, real unlucky not getting that one down, any solo person from the other team is starved of farm, or they're just doing it completely unsafely. He'll open up Ghostblade, Blade of the Rune King, and since they'll mainly be squishy targets trying to farm, he'll just instantly kill.
And this really is showing, you know, obviously it stems from that triple kill down the bottom that Piglet picked up. That was really the big point.
Which was honestly a pretty close fight.
It was a very close fight, but again, as we saw at the Worlds, SK Telecom read the situations. Fnatic were setting up that kill a long time ago. They were in the bush. Musoa sidestep in the Dragon Descent, using that wild growth. He may get out of this one. He's a slippery sucker, but the slow comes in from Piglet. Has to force that flash away. But what I was going back to was the fact that they always read these situations. And this telegraphs back right back to, I would say, you know, MLG New York when we were there in the arena. This was the first time Korean teams burst on the scene against North American teams. And just back then, all the way back then, when I was actually there with Monte Cristo and we were talking about how they were predicting what was coming beforehand, reading the situation and getting that one step ahead, and it still is persisting.
Yeah. What we saw at the start of this game was ridiculously fast, and Fnatic just hasn't been able to keep up long term. Bengi, though, does go a little bit deep, gets out with his life.
He did it yesterday. It almost worked this time around. Went a little too far, but with a Baron on SK Telecom, they're happy to push in on towards this inhibitor turret. You can see the damage is not really going down on it because they're looking to see if they can make those picks early starting off. Stranglethorns bounces back in the air, intervention already used, remember. That's safe for Cyanide's life. Cyanide himself trying to get him towards Boomandu. Does pounce across, but can't even get the kill on the support. Faker, meanwhile, sidestepping once again, gets out. Cyanide hasn't got the lifesteal. Yellowstar did manage to take down Impact in that fray, and SK Telecom backing out with next to no health, but you've got to feel it is only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's a 10,000 gold lead with Baron buff at 23 minutes into the game. There's a Piglet as well, on to Reckless.
Piglet trying to sneak in there, the stealth assassin, not unable to take him down, and that's pretty much only down to the fact that he has that singular dash available.
Yeah.
Oh, cheeky, not going to be enough though.
SK Telecom right now are kind of just going through the victory mode. We'll take another look at this fight where they get a little bit too deep. Unfortunately, Mondu has the turret on him, also a Kha'Zix, so when he flashes away, the team really gets split up. They wanted to execute a full dive, but unfortunately the Zyra got isolated and they wanted to prevent that from happening, so then they got trapped in between the turret, and that's the main reason Impact went down. Not a huge loss though overall for SKT.
Faker almost caught out there. A very big bug in Cyanide with the wild growth on him. Is going to head off out there. SK Telecom, while they are in a gigantic advantage, we did see yesterday and have seen through signs through the groups and in the champions, when they do get ahead, they do sometimes get a little bit reckless.
Absolutely. Bengi yesterday in his Lee Sin game at the very end was just trying to fly into the base on his own. Died once, got away the other time. And I really feel like SKT is just going to play with a lot of freedom right now, more so than anything else. Yes, they may make a few mistakes and give up a few kills, but they have the ability to. They're actually so far ahead that they don't need to play their really good vision denial game where they bait fights at just the right moment, because they are that much stronger. They're going to bait 3v4s.
Well, Cyanide already using that ulti to try and get down towards Bengi. Quickly gets kicked back. They have next to no damage going on towards him. That's not enough. It's going to get blocked off. Faker at the side. He's just dueling Cyanide. Cyanide has to leap away, but he's going to quickly get flashed through. Faker gets himself one. Gets the ultimate down on towards Peke. Peke in all sorts of trouble. Intervention was already used, so Faker gets himself the double. Can he move on through the rest of the team?
And that was without their 8-kill Twitch, which is what we were just speaking about, how SKT can take fights down men because they're just playing with freedom right now.
They're just pushing straight through that mid lane. They've got the minion line. The rest of Fnatic out of position. Yellowstar's the only one close by, and he can't get involved in this fight. That's going to be the inhibitor to it. The inhibitor will follow. I don't believe Fnatic can defend it.
And what's a game like this going to do to Fnatic's confidence when they were already low on confidence, D-Man? Because they actually played the very first start of this game pretty well, but have since just gotten obliterated and taken out at every part of the map.
In comes Piglet. Pumandu actually seeing the kill away.
Might
I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. 8-0-3 on Piglet right now. 2-2-12 for Pumandu. And we also heard about, Faker's found himself another bunch of kills. There's
That's a party, though.
Ultimate, look at that. Peke is in all sorts of trouble. Intervention was used. They finally get Faker down, but it took 3 of them.
That was 4 of them, actually. He killed 2. A 1v4, and then Piglet tries to show up to the party. He's like, what, Faker? You didn't burn his ultimate? And he just takes inhibitor afterwards.
Yeah, not happy about that one. Still not sticking around for that inhibitor. Delaying the game, making sure the minions are with them. Not that they need them for an exposed inhibitor, but they will clear out the pink ward as well. SK Telecom, full control of this one.
The Yasuo mechanics right here by Faker. Dodging the first binding, going right past the Black Shield, and then just flying in past the guy with intervention to try and do as much as possible to Peke. Because the ultimate actually does damage on the way down, that's how he was able to finish off that kill with Yellowstar. I'll say he planned it.
He seemed to. Yeah. I mean, it was Yellowstar. He originally started on, forced that intervention out of Peke, and then said, thanks, got himself a free target.
Oftentimes, Yasuo is very exhaustible because his ultimate will do damage on the way down. So when people get knocked up by it, they throw an exhaust in, and then it stops them on the way down. They didn't have an exhaust up for that fight, so death.
Death ensued. So Faker 6-1-7 finally dies out there. 8-0-3, the immortal Piglet so far in this matchup. This first game, in this best of 3. OMG already in the finals. SK Telecom, are they a shoo-in to get there? Everybody on the analyst desk believes so, and judging by this opening performance, it was a very wise choice.
Yeah, they're making a statement here in this game 1. Previous best of 3 had a very close game 1 between OMG and Cloud9. After SKT drops this one out, obviously they change sides in the best of 3s. Fnatic will get their chance at first pick, even though honestly their champion select here looks pretty sound as far as Fnatic team compositions go. They got to try and counterpick against Faker's Yasuo. They did give up the Twitch though, that's one thing.
And that is possibly a big problem for Fnatic, the fact that they did get champions they enjoy. Picnic gets himself another, continues his legendary spree. Yellowstar flashes away. Is it going to save him? Not too sure. Soaz has actually found himself a target. Fortunately, it's 2 of them, Bengi and Pumandu. Cyanide pounces in. He's not going to be there in time to save the day. Piglet gets himself the inhibitor as well. Bengi, of course, got the kill. Cyanide now, he's locked up. He's going to come out of stealth in just a moment. While the rest of SK Telecom push on through for the victory on the Nexus. SK Telecom in clear style take game 1, 22-5. We fear this may be what will happen. SK Telecom, when they turn up, they dominate.
Business as usual in this game 1. 28-minute, 47-second game for them. Faker, Piglet, Impact, Bengi, Mondu, all of them performing. Fnatic's going to have a lot of thinking to do before game 2.
That was a very one-sided performance, strong victory, and clearly throwing down the gauntlet, clearly to whoever they will face. OMG in the final. Will Fnatic be able to put up any sort of resistance in game 2?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, you look at the champions they got themselves a hold of. Reckless on Lucian. Probably had the best game of anyone on Fnatic because he was somehow able to stay safe 1-1-2. But Soaz, his favorite champion, the thing, it beats everything top lane, 0-6-0.
He never got a chance to play top lane. He never got a chance to play anywhere.
Top lane. He did a lot of roaming around early, and the instant he went to lane, he got shut down by Piglet and Pumondu.
And so how do you deal with that when basically a team is saying, you know what, we're not actually really going to have a lane phase? Because 7 minutes gone, they were already all over the shop.
Teams haven't been able to answer that yet, quite honestly.
That's quite
because
true.
Every game we see SKT play, before any other champion on the other team, they shut down the top laner. Balls had like an 0-6 game on Trundle.
Yeah, he looked
worst game of the
throughout the tournament.
Exactly. Yeah. So as exactly right here, 0-6-0. And Impact is a small part of that because it's actually a team effort to shut down the top lane, which has really not been adapted too well by the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, nobody seems to be able to deal with it, and maybe that answers the question, who is better? Is it Shyvana? Is it Soaz is Lulu at the moment?
Actually SKT.
It's SKT. It's the tactic itself.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do going into this game? We're going to hear from our analysts in just a moment, but what do you believe Fnatic have to adjust? I mean, obviously, clearly, there seems to be a lot.
Obviously a lot. I think the main thing they'd want to focus on is probably just get rid of Twitch. He's been the emerging champion of this All-Star event as far as domination. They also pulled out Soraka when it really mattered against TPA. Maybe something like that. Nidalee was available in this game. They didn't want to pick it against Yasuo. Kill didn't fare much better. Maybe just Fnatic going back to the exact things that got them here in the European LCS Championship, because what they just did wasn't even close.
No, it was not. We got Quickshot and the guys at the desk ready to try and break down that first win.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, we got to break it down. SKT, T1K,
I owe you an apology. I said you couldn't win a best of 3 in just one game, but I think SKT1 just did.
That's strong words, and I can't argue against it. If we look at the bigger picture, SKT simply outclassed Fnatic. I think individually they were playing better. Strategically, they had some very good moves. I want to go to some of the earlier game starts. Deficio, you felt quite strongly about some of the slow-pushing minion waves and the decision that SKT took to manage those.
So it's something SKT does really well, and it's one of the ways they kind of removed the whole laning phase part as well, because they will slow push, for instance, the bottom lane, and rotate 4 members to mid lane. So they force Fnatic now to either come into mid lane and try and defend with 4 members, try and fight against SKT, or they force Fnatic to spread out in the lanes and give up a free tower. So it means they remove the laning phase and therefore just set up these picks as well, and they use the Twitch really well with this, because whenever he slow pushes bot lane, he then roams in stealth into mid lane, pops up, gets someone low, Expected for instance, he's back in base, they can take a tower, and it's kind of the opposite Fnatic normally does. We see Regis, we actually talked about it earlier, how he will push it pretty much all the way, build up a massive wave, push it all the way up to the tower, and then someone just comes and takes the wave, and it's too late for him to move. That's what SKT never does.
See, I just want to give the perspective of a player about why SKT doing what they do is so good, because initially if you watched what Piglet was doing there, it would be seemingly randomly he would move from bottom to mid lane, and a newer team would be like, why is he losing this farm? This wave's pushing away from him. He's gonna lose all these minions for free. But then SKT is smarter than that, and they know, yes, I'm gonna lose the next few waves because these minions will slow push. But by that time, I will be already pressuring mid lane, and at the same time, that minion wave is gonna hit bottom tower. If by some miracle top is pressuring it, well, they have pressure all over the map, and it's literally, and that's what I mean. This is a play that starts a minute before. Fnatic probably only realizes it. Hey, we need to defend mid. 30 seconds later, and then their mind needs to switch. How do we deal with bot lane? And it's SKT is planning these pushes ahead of time, and that's why they're such a good team.
Yeah, and I actually want to point out 2 things kind of related to that. Is one, actually, this is a tactic I also saw Royal Club do back at Season 3 Worlds. So this is something that, if these guys go to the final, something that OMG might be used to, but also you talk about the fact that they're pressuring something else. They're not just doing these like 4-man walk up to the minion wave siege situations. They're flanking around behind the turret with multiple people, so that either Peke is defending the turret and gets 4v1'd and dies, or he's got to go way the heck back, misses the entire wave of farm in the mid lane, and you miss a wave bottom, but they miss 2 waves mid, and you lose half the turret health. Like, that's just better.
And not only that, but we've talked a lot about keeping the top laner down, which has been a really core strategy for many, many teams in Korea in these lane swap situations. And you really have to realize that when your tower goes down, if you don't break the freeze pop properly, there's going to be a slow building wave coming out of the tier 2 turret. And it's up to the team that's going to be catching the wave at the tier 1 to really coordinate with the jungler to get up there so you don't get dove or zoned off the tower and lose all that experience in gold. Because that happens once, and the top laner's behind forever, and you're pretty much screwed.
Well, all of this lane controlling, wave, speed, tempo, planning is being done while SKT are still individually outclassing Fnatic. We actually have a replay of one of these moments. Let's pull this replay up onto your screen. It starts in the bottom lane. Freak, talk us through it.
So this, to me, is Fnatic not playing against enough Twitch to understand how he works. So Twitch, the stealth itself takes a second and a half to even kick in. And that's up to like 3 or 4 seconds if you actually deal damage to him during the fight. So that you have zero reason to pink ward the second you see Twitch, but that's what they do anyway. Let's roll the clip out and watch what happens. So Fnatic goes in. It's a really nice move. This is awesome. He stealths from the brush and gets the damage, but they immediately pink ward, which literally couldn't do anything. That pink ward's on the bottom side of the screen. So now Piglet stealth and hides in the brush. Now, at this point, they should know both teams rotating down, but Fnatic should know that there's no wards and no people on the red side jungle. So Cyna basically face checks Tribrush and walks right into Bengi, and then the Yasuo as well. So now it's a guaranteed 3v4, and it's just cleanup at this point. Even though both mid laners came down, the movement from Fnatic is off, plus the fact that they didn't pick off Twitch in the first place. So Piglet shows back up to pick up more kills during the fight. And it's a whole bunch of individual misplays of not picking up the kill and then going the wrong way after the first kill that SKT just shows up for and gets them all.
Yeah, a very difficult position to be in. Just before we move on to social media, one final question to Defisho. What on earth do Fnatic do going off stage now? They've got 10, 15 minutes to get ready. How do they go about getting ready for game 2?
So if I was on Fnatic, I would say which champion destroys rotations, which champion can clear side lanes, can stop these slow pushes, Ziggs. I would actually just pick Ziggs and just say, you know what, if you try and do the slow push, we're going to clear it with the ultimate, wave clear in the mid lane, and I would just try and go, so strong wave clear, and also something that can scale into late game and try and European style, go very, very late. Go an hour into the game or something where you have 6 items and where just a small mistake from someone in a fight can cost the entire game. And try and win this way, because clearly they won't be able to just fight SKT straight up.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to do. As I mentioned, we do need to switch gears for a minute. Earlier today, we asked you to weigh in on our Twitter question. Which regional team's playstyle have you enjoyed watching the most and why? And you've sent us some great responses. So let's check out a few of our favorites and get some brief comments from our analysts. This comes from @Futons. I wonder if he's a bed. Cloud9's playstyle has been outstanding. Aggressive initiation and brawls from the ADC role makes for amazing viewing. Didn't help so much against OMG. What do you think, Krippa?
OMG had the right analysis there. Yeah, they're a very AD-centric team. The Defisio called out earlier how much damage Sneaky does in fight. OMG just said, well, we'll pick Nunu, and every time you pop up anywhere, we'll just jump on you and kill you, and it worked for them.
It did indeed. Next one comes from @OmeDisaster. The Korean hype train playstyle. Aggression and unpredictable map movements equals GG. What do you think, Mr. Conductor?
Couldn't agree more. And like you're saying, Kreppo said, it's very hard to predict where SK Telecom is going to go if you're not used to playing against these very tactical and subtle minion wave pushes. So.
All right, next one comes to us from @TheCuddleOfDeath. He says, definitely OMG. Their go hard or go home playstyle is very exciting to watch, and we know Freak has loved it.
Yeah, it's awesome. They go hard, they look for fights, they always, as long as they keep going for team fight comps, it works out for them. I like the aggressive teams, like the ones that make action, and it's fun to watch.
All right, our last tweet of the day comes from @It'sMiguchan. Says, I'm torn between SKT and Fnatic. Their techniques were stunning, and yesterday's match between them two was breathtaking. Defisho, I think I know which one you'd pick if you had to.
I'll probably go with SKT when it comes to playstyle. But yeah, the game yesterday was very exciting. A lot of kills happening. And I actually like Fnatic trying to play more aggressive than we normally see in Europe here for All-Star. But SKT clearly got the best playstyle.
Well, we'll see how they can bounce back in game 2. Remember, you guys at home can continue to keep sending us those tweets, letting us know what you think by hitting us up at LOL Esports using that hashtag AllStar. I do want to give a shout out to La Zenith. The crowd has been fantastic. You guys are the MVP as per Reddit.
Yeah, earlier they were even singing happy birthday. Initially I thought it was for me, but then somebody notified me. It was Faker, sadly enough, but merci à tout le monde, vous êtes magnifique.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Now, SKT T1K are just one game away from facing off against OMG in the All-Star Event Finals. Can they take it in 2? Or will Fnatic harness the power of the crowd and force a game 3? We'll find out after the break. As we head out, let's listen in as Piglet picks up a triple kill for SKT in that last match.
One of his
나 노플인데 이거. 살았어. 나 살았어. 테드. 나 살았다. 타야 돼 이거. 별 타지 바로. 나이스. 끊겼어. 나이스 봐. 아이고. 개풀 있어. 쳐. 파워가 치잖아. 아, 내가 6이 아니라. 잡았다 나. 얘. 나이스. 힐 없어. 얘 힐 없어. 힐 없어. 케일 없다. 천천히 하면 돼. 케일 노플. 천천히 하면 이겨. 케일 노플. 케일 노플. 네 잡았어. 케일 얘 노플. 나이스. 나이스. 다 잡았네. 나이스. 트리플 킬.
When they actually installed Jax and Lee Sin, Cyanide mentioned that they might be going for the SKT skins.
리신을 풀어줘가지고 그때 두 개를 픽할 때 아 이게 스킨을 쓸
I'm going to start by it's actually looked like you've been playing together for forever and you were on Anivia, so that must have been very fun.
Yeah, it was a really fun game. I enjoyed it a lot, and the players I'm playing with are some of the best in the world, so it's really easy to play with them.
What especially was really good was Cool in the jungle on Lee Sin. Were you impressed by their skills as well?
I saw his Lee Sin yesterday, so I didn't have to fangirl all over him in the game, so we could actually play together properly. Also, Mad Life Roams were absolutely amazing, so they basically carried it.
Yeah, and of course everyone wants to know about Anivia, man. It was so good. Are we going to see it more often, please?
I don't think so. Maybe when some other champions are getting nerfed, you'll get back into more flavor of the month meta, but right now I don't think so.
Okay, I also want you to shed your light on the Invitational Tournament. Right now Fnatic is playing SKT. They just lost game 1 while SKT looked incredibly strong. You also play against Fnatic often in the EU LCS. What do you think it is that they can't really step up here?
I think they need to take Twitch away unless they want to pick it, because it's an extremely strong pick, and I think they're rated #1 AD carry in Korea right now. That's one thing, and then they need to try to step up their mechanics a bit more, because with this game they got outclassed, even though I think they actually outpick SKT with their comp.
Do you think we should draw some conclusions? It's of course still early in the season about kind of the way things are going in the world, which region is stronger, or is it too early?
I think Korea is the strongest right now. Like, SKT is not even winning OGN, and they're here winning against the best teams from the other regions, so they're pretty strong.
Absolutely looking very strong, but it isn't over yet. Fnatic still has a chance. Froggen, you of course were voted here by the fans, and you know they're really supporting you here as well. Is there anything you want to say to the awesome crowd?
Yeah, the crowd has been absolutely amazing, and thank you for voting me to get to All Stars. It's been absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's been great having you here as well. And finally, I am going to ask you to sign our super cool wall. I have the marker for you right here. There you go. And as Froggen signs the wall, we're going to sign off and head back over to the guys at the desk.
That is a super cool wall indeed. Thank you very much, Shox and Froggen. We are setting the stage now for our second game in the semi-final match between Fnatic and SK Telecom T1K. Both teams are very shortly going to be getting underway. SKT is only one game away for securing their spot in the All-Star Finals and setting us up for another China versus Korea title battle. Fnatic simply were lacking in individual play. They tried new champions, something that Fisher you've talked about a lot. I do want to touch on the fact that Soaz was ganked early and ganked often, and we know he's a player that goes on tilt.
Well, I think everyone knows when it comes to Soaz and emotions, he likes to show them, he really cares about the game. So yes, it could have an effect on him if he dies early. However, I think with the crowd behind him, and also with the fact Fnatic was pretty much the underdogs from everyone going into the game, I don't think he actually felt too many nerves or too many emotions actually in the game itself. I don't think he expected too much from himself, and therefore I actually think they can go into this next game here completely cleared in their head and just say, you know what, if we do our best, it's all we can do, and if we win, perfect. If not, well, SKT were just better.
Well, if he wants a comfort pick, maybe he can play Yorick. On the other side of the rift, SKT played absolutely phenomenal in all aspects of the game. I want to highlight Piglet. His Twitch was mind-blowing, 903, probably the best AD carry performance of the tournament for me thus far. What do you think, Monty?
I mean, it's fantastic, and that's why we in Korea do see a lot of bans targeted at Twitch, at Piglet. That has been his default, his go-to AD carry these days. It's usually not considered wise to let him have it, but if you don't let him have the Twitch, he does have those other weapons. We've seen his Vayne. What we haven't seen yet is his Kog'Maw, which is also excellent and a very meta pick in the Korean region right now.
Well, he hasn't even needed to go that far down. The teams are ready, so let's send it back over to Jat and D-Man at the caster desk for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and welcome back to Le Zenith. And, well, we just heard the crowd just before you came back to us were erupting, cheering on Fnatic, trying to give them some moral support, but it's a big ask.
Yeah, it's a lot of moral support is going to be needed. It depends how much moral support can actually help, because they'll give as much as Fnatic can take. But if that doesn't stop the SOAS dying in the early game, the incredible skill of the SKT team, the domination and from SKT and the struggles from Fnatic that we've seen really this whole event. They won one game in the group stage against the team that failed to win a single game as well. They have not been looking good, and this is kind of what you expect from a 1 versus 4 matchup.
And even if you think back to that one game that was obviously the final game yesterday against Taipei Assassins, that was a pretty drawn-out thing and a very nerve-wracking moment. Of course, Peke getting caught out, confidence not there with the team right now.
Yeah, we really do need to keep hitting on the confidence of Fnatic, because they are good. We've seen them play very well in the past.
They're 3 times season champions in the spring split, the summer split, and then the spring split once again in 2014. You know, they are the most consistent European team, yet they just can't seem to hit that high point like, well, I mean, let's face it.
Like SKT can.
The world champions.
Yeah.
So, picks and bans about to get underway. You see them on your screens, and we are back into Game 2. Can Fnatic pull out what they need to? They started off well, let's put it that way. They banned out Twitch from Piglet.
And the crowd is definitely trying to give them some pick and ban support. Maybe that'll rev them up to get the right bans through. Twitch is obviously a very good choice. I think they'll go back to more the types of things that won the European LCS for them.
Kassadin taken away. No surprises, honestly, there. It was the champion that Peke actually drew the bans, really, at the World Championships. When he pulled that out, suddenly everyone realized how strong he was in the group stage. Maybe pulled out a little too early, who knows. Evelyn being taken away. That's been picked by Bengi in the opening group stages. A good number of times, I think twice. Coming out there. Lee Sin, of course, was his champion of the last 2 matches. We'll see whether he sticks to that one. Lucian also taken away. That's Reckless champion in the last game. So AD carries, 2 AD carries down already.
And throughout Fnatic's time, they have been a team that does manage to win when it matters. You know, backs against the wall. They made it to 3rd place at Worlds last year. They were a couple close games against Royal Club away from actually playing SKT in the finals there. The Jax ban does surprise me a little bit there. SOAS is not one to play a great Jax. I feel like SKT could have tried to trick into something there, but instead they banned it away.
Well, I wonder if it leads into what they want to choose, what they feel is strong against him in that top lane. It's looking like SOAS really wants to go with that Lulu again. It could, of course, be for Peke, but it is going to be Lulu once again. It could also be for Yellowstar as well, we should mention. And I was just wondering, what will they play with that Jax taken away? Is there something they actually have in mind for that top lane, I wonder?
I think the Lulu is the right choice for Fnatic. As far as SKT having something in mind for top lane, they can just go with what got them here. They do not have a reason to change at the moment because they have been so dominant. Crepo said, you don't think it's possible to win a best-of-3 in one game. Maybe SKT just did that. They can just do as much as they did from last game and transfer it to this one and still win.
Absolutely. So Shyvana once again for Impact. He has been immaculate this All-Stars so far. Kha'Zix being locked in. We talked about how we didn't think Pomelo was going to be able to get that through picks and bans. This time Bengi has. And, well, Cyanide played it in the last matchup to not much success. Honestly, he was chasing kills more than creating them. We'll see how Bengi does on that one.
Well, Cyanide could still go with Elise if they wanted to try to disengage compositions with Poke, or if they're just resigning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, factual knowledge for this one. Cyanide, this is one of his favorite champions, Nocturne. but he only got to play it once at Katowice and they lost on it, and then they never drew it out again, despite the fact he practiced all week running up to Katowice on that champion. So solidly played it in solo queue, and he was like, yeah, we never really used it much. So
because it's great in solo queue where there's a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
And if Fnatic is expecting a game like they had last time, they're going to need to be able to fight a lot. They're not trying that poke, move around, split push composition against a team as coordinated as SKT. They need the fighting power. Obviously, Cynad's going to have to get to level 6 at some point in order to pull that off. And Vayne is actually very good against Nocturne. It's hard for Nocturne to dive on top of Vayne. This could be a nice pick for Piglet. He loves Vayne whenever he can think about getting it.
Well, Leona was also locked in for Yellow Star. Not a champion he's famed for, I think it's safe to say, especially when Thresh was available. Pumandu currently considering that one. Kog'Maw, no! Switched it away last minute to Sivir, so Sivir is going to get picked up, which is another very strong champion in OGN.
We used to see a lot more of Sivir before her round of nerfs to make her higher mana costs in lane and take her overall power down a little bit, but it still has the same utility niche within a team. If Fnatic is going to try and run at them with Leona initiations and Lulu speed, SKT needs to be able to equally match that movement speed. The Sivir pick keeps them safe, in a sense, as far as the move speed war in this game.
Will Reckless fall back to Vayne? I don't think so. The fact that it's Yellow Star that's currently hovering over it, you'd assume Reckless would pick it himself.
You'd think so. Maybe he's holding it so that Reckless can't select it. Reckless really wanted to. He was like,
you're not playing this. No, you're not playing this.
Because 280 carries are banned away here. Lucian and Twitch. So his choices are getting a little bit more limited. Oh, would they?
Oh.
What does this mean? Oh yeah, Lulu mid, Lee Sin top.
Yes, so as does play a lot of Lee Sin top. That is actually true. Hasn't played it a great deal in the European LCS, but he has hit it hard in solo queue.
Yeah.
And of course, well, Reckless, it's how he got to the IPL 5 finals with Vayne before, but a lot has changed in the game since then.
It's been quite some time since then. Reckless was just a wee little pup back then, not even old enough to play in the LCS.
15, I believe he was back then. That was just after season 2.
And he has been playing ever since to make it to this stage where everything old is new again. He's Vayne against a Sivir. So actually the range matchup, he's not very outclassed by Sivir. He can do some nice work in that lane if he gets to the laning phase.
So we talked about in the last matchup how the early aggression, there was the Black Elf lane phase. There's a lot of aggression from Fnatic this time around. A lot of early game pressure potentially could come out, but also a mix, because obviously with the Vayne in there, you can have some good late game pressure. We also, final pick that came in was Nidalee for Faker, and we saw Faker on this one before in the group stages. Not the group stages actually, it's when we were watching the qualifying, and it's the fact that he was jumping in and basically using Cougar form instead of the spears.
It's like he's gonna take the Sivir ult and just Cougar form into fights with Shyvana. You just be on the team that's going in with the rest of SKT. That's what will happen if they start getting ahead, I think, fairly heavily into this game. SKT's composition looks really nice, obviously. They have the move speed, the team fighting, the pressure. The only thing that they might lack out on would be if Faker can't provide wave clear in the mid lane because of Nidalee, and they're going to have to kind of work around that a little bit. Fnatic, of course, though, is a split-pushing team, but with much more initiation potential than they had last game.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Game 2 getting underway in just a moment. And as the players load into the game, head over to Twitter and let us know who you think is going to come out on top. Pretty sure I know which way that's going to go, guys. Send your real-time reactions to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag FNCWin or SKTWin.
This would be the last-ditch time.
It's do or die right now for Fnatic, and so really nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose, everything to gain at this point. No one expects them to beat SKT at this point, especially after going 1-3 in groups and getting absolutely obliterated. So if there's confidence issues going on for them, maybe they can use that to kind of clear their minds. That, well, no matter what happens,
I think the rest of the world would be grateful if someone, somewhere, could take one game off SK Telecom in an international tournament that is not from Korea. They went 3-0 in the Season 3 World Finals. Can they make it to the All-Star Finals? They are 1-0 up. It's Fnatic as the blue team, the home team favorites. The crowd was silent before. They are back again supporting the European hopefuls, but SK Telecom T1 are a strong force to reckon with as the red team.
Yeah, the early game was actually chess match kind of won by Fnatic. last time because they were able to successfully secure 3 buffs, but then they very quickly lost it as they were unable to support Soaz at his interior turret when he roamed to the bottom lane and he ended up getting killed. So that was that as far as the early game, and once SKT had the edge, they closed it.
Well, SKT looking at creating something here. Remember, Fnatic started off very well, managed to steal away the buffs early on in the previous match, and maybe looking to do the same again with Cyanide hanging in there, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught too close. Impact being the wise one to show, say, hey, I'm on my own up here. Yeah. Come and poke me in this bush. No, SK Telecom all there. Will Mandu manage to get close. Throws the death sentence out. Had to level up Spell Shield to block it off.
That kind of hurts. Nocturne gets a lot of pop out of his Q at level 1. He also oftentimes liked to go E second as well, so that could very well slow down the jungle just because he was doing his defensive duty. It was a very nice angle Mandu took.
Well, Faker's now actually showing himself. 4 members of Fnatic close by, but look at that. SK Telecom back in force. They get on Yellowstar, has to flash away straight out from that one. And that is one Summoner spell down.
A little bit of help for Rekkles as well, as they very quickly try and scatter into lanes. There's a lot of recalls going off right now. You can see Impact going back to base, Yellowstar going back to base, even though he doesn't have his flash. And yeah, absolute lane swaps coming on right here. They do not want standard lanes. Talk to a lot of Koreans as well about kind of exactly why they lane swap. And sometimes if there's just a chance that they lose the lane 2v2, there's no reason to do standard lanes. And that could potentially be what Fnatic is thinking right here.
Cyanide
find a friend.
Trying to find a friend, but as you mentioned earlier on, he has got a level advantage over Impact. He does force Impact away with that blue buff as well on. Quite happy to burn those spells, but that does give the information to Bengi. Bengi knows, and he's going straight towards the red buff alongside Pumandu.
Yeah, that was what happens with lane swaps. Your lane support helps out the jungler. He's going to want to smite that away without getting too low.
Impact's got to be careful. Yellowstar was with him. There was a ward to give them the knowledge, though. And as you mentioned, SK Telecom alongside Pumandu will just steal themselves their own red buff away. So as not really looking to get involved in that one. You can see the Twitter vote there, no surprise, but it is a pretty close one right now. 53% of you. So 47% of you still believing in the European dream. We'll see if it's possible. Peke dodging now, but he's in all sorts of trouble now. Has to flash away. The Ignite went down, but where's he going to go? You can see Impact coming around. He's got no flash available. He has got a shield, but it may well not be enough. It is only a level 1 Impact. You can see Pumandu, if he can get in range to land that death sentence. The spear's there, and Faker gets first blood.
And it could not go to a better person on SKT. We said the one fear that SKT might have in this one is if Faker can't control mid lane enough. The fact that he just got his kill onto Lulu will help that substantially.
Cyanide in trouble. He's going to get caught out. One more hit. No, exhaust is used, but it doesn't matter. Bengi gets the kill nevertheless with Taste of Fear.
It couldn't have started worse so far for Fnatic. Maybe they can try and lay a trap and get something back.
Oh no, Pumandu. Oh, he's going to go in the bush. They may try and turn this one around. Soaz does come in, but the death sentence on Rekkles is not going to be enough. Pumandu will go down, and Yellowstar gets the first kill. Had to need to go to Rekkles.
But at least they got a kill, is the big thing at the early game here. They're down 6.
Well, they only got 4 in the last game, if you're going to look at it that way.
20% of the kills in the series. All right then. But quite honestly, that gives a little bit more time for Rekkles and Yellowstar to farm up in the top lane. Because Yellowstar went for the gold generation item early, it'll either make him a faster jump to a Sightstone, or he can actually upgrade that to a Targon's much sooner, so he gets faster gold generation. It basically doubles in effectiveness right away. So it's not a terrible thing for the support to take the kill.
Well, the red camp was not cleared out by Bengi last time he was down here. Cyanide will clear that out and reset that timer, so that's coming up just shy of 10 minutes. So we'll see how that plays into effects when the rest of the Telecom are in that jungle next time around. So Impact, he's not really been in that top lane at all so far, still hit level 2, and of course got that 2 support kills already, so actually not doing that bad despite the fact he's pretty much been in the jungle the whole time.
Yeah, as far as being involved on an early game Shivani, you don't really think he's going to be able to do that, just to be involved in those kills. And I'm really impressed, D-Man, by SKT's early game strategy, just because that was honestly their weakness a while ago. And they've kind of turned it into a strength here at the All-Star Invitational. I think back to last year's Worlds where they were getting turret dove early and 3-1s and didn't know how to deal with things. They seem to know how to deal with everything substantially better than their opponents.
The flash burn there, so as you got to question why he even went in for that one. The moment Bengi showed himself, though, he was getting the hell out of dodge. That could well be the first turret of the game. Meanwhile, Fnatic trying to do the similar in this top lane. So both these top and bottom turrets going down to the 3-man stack of the teams.
Yeah, delayed fast push actually from SKT. They just finally sent the extra person down to that lane. They overpowered 3v1, and both teams ended up trading turrets. 80 carry farm is still pretty close. All the farm is actually very comparable. It was just that quick early kill that they were able to get.
They put in some good damage on that middle turret, honestly, in the time that Faker was away. That's taking it down to half hit points. That's a very important turret this early on.
Yeah, and you can see vision control-wise, though, SKT already going for an extra sweeping lens. Bengi has swapped it out. He has been the vision control master throughout his career and stepped up in this event in particular to have more of a kill presence in the game, not struggling nearly as much as he was over in Korea. So just a vision emphasis for SKT. Pink ward and regular ward being pounced around and placed by Faker.
Oh, we've seen a number of Threshes coming out with those boots of mobility. Pumandu no different, zipping around the map, making sure ward coverage is in the right place at the right time. And as you mentioned, their coverage has been immaculate, and it's actually possibly been something we could definitely level towards Fnatic.
Yeah.
Maybe being a problem, but look at this, they're setting up for a very early Dragon, 7 minutes in.
Yeah, and it's because they've been able to create a lot of vision priorities, and this is not necessarily about buying wards, it's about killing the enemy wards and knowing where to place your wards to get yourself safe takes, like this Dragon.
So as lingering, he hasn't got any smite, so I'm not too sure, it's just simply trying to desperately do something there with the Sonic Wave. Had no lane to go to, so had to just stick around. Faker, meanwhile, in this mid lane, keeping up very well in farm with Becky. Becky just gone back to get himself the Chalice of Harmony.
And that's going to be a problem for Soaz as well. It was this problem in game 1, it's a problem right now. He doesn't have a lane. It's what SKT has done against every top laner at the All-Star, is they've made them lost. They've taken away their place in the game, while still keeping a place for Impact in most situations. And it's allowed them to destroy people. In this game, Impact is behind, so to speak, but it's more important, I feel like, that Soaz is behind early since he is on that Lee Sin.
Very low here, trying to hold the blue buff for Becky to get around here. He's like, buddy, mind helping me out here? There is the shield going down. So, Reckless just went back, got himself the Bilgewater Cutlass, and has got a good farm push at the start. He got himself the assist as well in there, 10 CS advantage briefly over Piglet. We'll see how long that stays though, because he's returning back towards the top lane, so both AD carries not going against each other this early yet.
At least Reckless is getting a pretty decent amount of farm here. The gold lead is still 800, so the game isn't out of control despite maybe how fast last game was. As far as movements, there's more kills in this one, a little bit less action, and more standard laning, which is good right now for the way Fnatic wants to farm up. They need to get Nocturne into a place where he's healthy at level 6 and can get some good ganks off. He's also went with a Wriggles Lantern, so we will have to keep track of his overall Feral Flare stacks. He's currently at 11. Whether he transitions that before or after the 20-minute mark will actually have a pretty big impact on this overall game.
And we'll see whether he actually gets the time to stack that up to 30. Of course, we're on 4.6 here. Pumandu warding, sweeping, keeping the coverage, the vision. Bengi is joining him as he starts to push in towards his bottom lane, trying to find Soaz, hoping that he was at those golems instead. Cyanide does use that smite to take down the large Wraith, and well, 5 members for a moment actually in the bottom half of the jungle. Cyanide is going to spell shield that off. Quick pounce in there, forces the flash out. Soaz has to safeguard in to block those void spikes. And SK Telecom, 5 members for a brief period in the lower half of Fnatic jungle.
And there's actually not many objectives for them to take down there right now, considering the jungle was completely cleared out and they actually had a timer on the red buff. So I tell a lie, that was a nice invade. They cleared out the jungle so they can get the timer and steal that away, delaying Cyanide's Feral Flare as well as taking this threat away.
And buying time for Piglet not only to get free farm, but to start putting some serious damage onto this turret. Now 3 members will move on down here, and that is going to be a free turret for SK Telecom. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Impact's doing what he can to keep Fnatic away from it, but I don't feel they're going to take it with this wave.
Yeah, a little bit behind, though, is Fnatic right now. They're a little bit later to this top lane. Lee Sin arrives, Impact hits level 6. He could maybe even think about ulting if he needs to escape here. He ults in for the damage and for the wave clear.
Perfect timing.
Nicely done. Impact clears that wave straight out, forces Fnatic back for now. But Bengi is already in that top lane. Piglet is coming around there. Peke goes aggressive on Faker, but not too worried about that one. Just pounces back behind his turret and heals himself up. So as he's looking to just create something, he has finally hit 6, so that kick could be used, and that's maybe what he's going to try and level up here on towards Faker. He's going to step towards him.
The wall.
He comes across, there's the wall kick straight into a wild growth, but that not combining. The Glitterlance flash follows, the Ignite comes through, but they can easily cover that one up. Now Reckless is in trouble in the top lane. This is just going to barrel out of control, and again, it is Fnatic that will pay the price. This time it's a double kill for Bengi. They did get the mid turret, Paranoia comes out, Faker in trouble, Cyanide on the tower will go down. He got Faker down for the price, actually it was Peke that picked up the kill.
But yeah, Faker got one back. When you look at the overall map, it's 3 kills to just 1 kill. And you also need to think the Piglet's going to be pushing the top lane. But let's take another look at this fight up top. This was proper pink ward placement by SKT. As soon as Reckless tried to juke around with that ultimate, Pumandu put that pink ward right there. There's no way he could make any sneaky moves. Even if they didn't put the pink ward down, they probably would have had him dead to rights.
And the Boomerang Blade doing the full damage as he tries to roll out of it, tumble away. Wasn't to be. Big advantage building. It is still only 2-2 in turrets. The middle turret still standing for Fnatic. That top turret did not go down to Piglet either, so I feel they maybe could have taken that advantage, but they didn't need to, honestly. They have a 2,000 gold lead now, 5-2 up in kills, and Peke missing the Glitterlance once again on Faker. We saw how many shots he dodged earlier on. That red camp again, it was not cleared out on that invade. We talked about how they managed to get in there twice now. Soaz, though, he's having problems.
At least Fnatic's going to have a timer on their own red buff this time, but they're still only down 1,500 gold, which isn't an insurmountable lead, but it's not like they have a hyper-scaling late-game team. They're going to need to find some vision control so they can force good things, because once again, just like in Game 1, they're reacting to everything that SKT does to them, as opposed to making their own moves.
5 members of SK Telecom in that top jungle now. Soaz spotted the danger early because Pumandu showed himself from that tri-bush, and that will be the top turret going down. 3-2 in turrets, and again, objective control for SK Telecom is strong as they invade and take away every little resource from that jungle. Fnatic trying to do the same though. They are on the blue buff and pushing them towards the bottom turret as well.
Well, this is at least a good move for them. They knew their blue jungle was compromised, so they decided to take the blue jungle of SKT, and there is also a mid lane push going on. So Fnatic actually taking a pretty nice move here as long as they can get it unscathed. This has crushed them in the past.
Well, in the mid lane, Piglet is rotated down there, straight in, pushing in towards the middle turret. We'll see whether Reckless does manage to close this turret down. That's 3 for 2 now, 3 for 3, sorry. And a look across, it is 3 for 3. Peke is not going to get caught out by a spear from Faker, and that middle turret will stand its ground, but Dragon is now up.
And teleport down on Soaz, up on Impact. There would be potentially a Lee Sin kick soon to stop that, but the Dragon is going down so fast. I mean, this could be a time for Cyanide to try steal. No, he doesn't even have his ultimate up.
No, doesn't have Paranoia. Will be quickly smited out by Bengi. Spear catches
it is
on
up now, though.
Well, there's Paranoia. They go in. Wild Growth was used as he dashed in there. He will get the Paranoia off, but Faker is in Cougar form and will be able to pounce away from this one. Peke can't quite get close enough to land that pick, but
they're trapped.
They are trapped, as you say. Beautifully done by Pumandu. Throws that box down. Where are you going to go, Fnatic? You've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Reckless does get himself one, but at what price? That's the question. Piglet's going to get focused on. He gets one down. Cyanide manages to turn it back around. Reckless manages to tumble to danger, but Faker's in chase. Cyanide's in trouble. Faker's going to close in towards him. Fake himself gets the kill. Oh no, it's a double spear from Faker. And that is not what Fnatic needed.
A tricky play turns a little bit sour right there for Fnatic. They lose 3 once the teleport is burned. And this top lane was all about Soaz trying to stop Impact as he goes hard for Soaz as the ultimate hit, and then he kicks him away, and with the kick down, Impact would be free to teleport into that bottom lane. Unless Impact actually continues to chase. I'm not sure what happened here. Oh, get the kill? Oh, no.
Where's he gonna go now?
All right, and then he teleported in for the end of the fight.
Just about in the end there. So, Soaz throws out a few jukes, but unfortunately for him, the rest of his team were caught out and locked up, and that was really a beautiful ultimate from Pumandu just to completely lock them in position.
It really was in that last fight. They trapped them in the jungle. And so as, again, nice kick.
Nice kick, safeguards away, gets out of danger, but look at this, Pumandu's coming in, and Lantern thrown out the back, pulls in Bengi once again, and this time Soaz has no tricks in his bag to get out of the danger. He will go down to Bengi.
And that is a lack of vision control, but more importantly, map presence that happens right there, because 3 people were freely able to go and mess with Lee Sin with absolutely no answer possible by the Fnatic team.
You gotta feel that this is once again playing into the hands of SK Telecom. Oh, Zenith Blade not landing. Yellowstar going blindly into that bush, realizing Pumandu and Piglet both there. They wanted to lock down that AD carry. He caused so many problems last game on Twitch that may well be a little too prevalent in their minds. Faker, meanwhile, with that blue buff, is starting to toss out the spears, and we know what happens when a Nidalee gets ahead in a game.
Flank right here. This is Fnatic's chance to try and get some. They have a 4v5 with no teleport. SKT retreats immediately, and they're going hard, but they miss it.
Oh, everything thrown out, everything missed out there. They didn't go solar flare. Actually, I tell a lie, they did go solar flare. We didn't quite see it on the screen, but it was already used up, and now Soaz is in trouble. He has to step away. Impact, so confident in his team, doesn't even bother moving.
And he's just forcing Fnatic to go elsewhere because SKT disengaged so well. Didn't even have to burn Sivir. Now they push down mid lane. Pekka gets hooked!
Oh, Pekka hooked in. Wild Growth comes out. You see the Paranoia pops in towards there. Cyanide goes down to Faker. Yellowstar in trouble now. Piglet can pursue on towards him. The Boomerang Blades will not quite be enough, but the tower went down. Oh, quick sidestep of the turret. There's the tower going down. No spears. They're starting to cause problems.
This game is going the wrong direction for Fnatic, but absolutely perfectly for SKT. 5 kills onto Faker, 4 kills onto their jungler Bengi, who is having a fantastic all-star event, and they are in complete control of the map and the series.
Bengi really has answered some of the critics, I feel, and maybe gained some serious confidence that may have been lacking after going out of the OGN Champions and NLB over in Korea. We'll see, of course, how they perform when they move into the summer split of that tournament, but right now they have the All-Stars ahead of them and a potential place in the finals against OMG.
Let's see if they can do anything to impact here. They do force the ultimate. D-Man, I think it's actually really important to note how long Fnatic has actually been around as a team, because we've seen so many big players, especially in North America and Europe, kind of come and go. And 4 of the 5 players on this lineup have actually been in the League of Legends scene since the Season 1 World Championship, which is not something you can say about many teams.
No, I mean, you've obviously got Soaz and Yellowstar in there with Against All Authority, and of course, Cyanide and Peke. Peke actually only turning up on day 2 as well, if memory serves me, back in Season 1 to turn up and get Fnatic through to that finals position. But it was certainly a long time ago, and they're very experienced, but this top lane, Reckless, the new boy of the team, is caught out of position, and he will go down to quick success. And speaking of the new boy, you know, a lot of teams trying to bring new blood through, and Reckless is one of them.
Yeah, he was really the prodigy that just came in recently at the very start of the season to try and kind of rejuvenate Fnatic, because these teams that have been around for so long, yes, the events keep getting bigger and bigger, and yes, the pressure and stages, everything is improving, including the competition. And it's so hard to be those guys that were in at the very start, kind of the old dogs on the scene. Fnatic are the oldest dogs when you actually think about it. You look at a team like TSM with recently all their roster changes, their entire Season 1 lineup is gone at the moment. Everyone is changed out, whereas you look at Fnatic, yes, it was just Cyanide and Peke on that Fnatic team, but the others were around on major teams way back then.
Oh, Peke out of position. Wild Growth is not going to be enough. The Solar Flare goes down, but it is all too late. Peke had eaten one of those spears from Faker, and that was an easy turret. It may well turn into an easy inhibitor as they just keep pushing through.
Yeah, teams like SKT, they have not been around as long, but they've been around a while, and they know how to deal with situations like this and close games.
They know how to close games. That's going to be an inhibitor turret going down any minute now. This will fall. Piglet puts the damage down. The inhibitor will follow, and honestly, they may keep going. Teleport going out from Impact. He's off. He's going to defend that top turret because Soaz was trying desperately to get on towards that inhibitor turret of his own. It will get backed off. He's going to have to kick Impact away, but look at Faker. He's making tracks across the map, closing the gap.
And it's all about if he walks over Ward, then they'll know where he is. There's the Ward. They know exactly where he's going to be. Faker can head him off.
Yeah, he's going to run straight across. Oh, the spear is almost enough to do the job right there. Where's he going to go? Burnout from Impact. Who will get the kill? It's going to be Impact. Oh no, Faker.
I think he had an auto attack swinging through.
Just followed him straight through. The Dragon as well picked up every single objective and kill, all going SK Telecom's way. I mentioned they only got 4 kills before. They've only got 4 kills this time around. Can they try and capitalize, get any more? Peke's going to go down. A pouncing Bengi once again comes in. Cyanide tries to get themselves a 5th kill on that board. Piglet may well be that man. Yellow Star taking down the side there. Piglet's still alive, just about. Finally goes down. Reckless gets himself the condemn on Faker, but it is another kill for SK Telecom and another trade in their favor.
They get their 5th kill, but it cost them 3 lives and even more pressure on the map here. 7 kills for Faker with a death cap. Piglet is crushing in items right now. Basically completed his 2nd and on his way to his 3rd. He's 3 items full, whereas Reckless isn't even at his 2nd one. This is a team in trouble in this game, if you look at Fnatic.
And they are against such a fresh young team, honestly, in the form of SK Telecom. We'll go through in a moment because this is, well, it was a clean, crushing replay.
This was really just SKT catching Fnatic out of position, and then Fnatic desperately just trying to get back into the fight. If I'm Fnatic in this situation, you're down 8,000 gold, I do exactly as they do. You see people are low, you just go for the kills that you can get, hoping that turns the game around. Obviously, they go for the damage threats first. Piglet was so low, but it took them forever to kill him, and by that time, Faker melee Nidalee, as we've seen him do so many times when he gets ahead, just finishing them off because they just couldn't finish off the AD carry in time.
Bengi has so much damage, more and Malmortius. He's got the Brutalizer in there as well as the Elder Lizard. He's just pouncing through his targets. 8-1-4, Impact pounces forward. Soaz caught out, safeguards away. Bengi's going to have that leap back available in just a couple of seconds. Doesn't fancy chasing, doesn't matter because Piglet just spins out his boomerang blade and catches him with the edge.
Not the same performance that Piglet had on Twitch in Game 1, but that's because he's on Sivir. It's a much more supportive AD carry. The move speed and the assists are the critical thing to be paying attention to on Piglet right here. They're about to clean out their 2nd inhibitor of this young 23-minute game.
Yeah, it's going to go down any second now, and SK Telecom, they're in the position with the super minions in that mid lane to close the game out right here, and may actually be one of the fastest games we've seen so far in All-Stars.
Exactly, and it'll make for a very interesting finals with how strong SKT is coming into this. We were actually discussing backstage before we came on here just how long has it been since like a North American team has made it into the finals of these big events, and it was really the early days of League of Legends where teams like the Fnatic, who won Season 1 World Championships, or even the old TSMs and CLGs, were the top of the international table. But then the new players from the new emerging regions came in when Korea got the game. They basically dominated since they entered competition. China has done very well as well, winning IPL 5, which was a pretty much
it was
world
the beginning, really. The beginning of the end, I think it was safe to say, for the Western world, perhaps so far.
But quite honestly, it's the newer breed of players that came in from Korea and China back then with the old guard of North America and Europe. And I think we're seeing maybe a slow transition towards, obviously the best of the best are sticking around, like Peke and most of this Fnatic team, but so many of them who are mechanically just not able to keep pace with the players today, who have had so much, I mean, they're just younger, they've been playing, just focusing on their mechanics, they haven't been worried about the competitive game, and they've learned from everyone else. You know, you can only innovate for so long until you get mimicked and then innovated on again. And that's what I think we see happening. So the next breed of teams from NA or EU would have to be the ones to take these guys down.
Well, and it's interesting, obviously, we talk about the roster changes that are obviously going on in North America and Europe right now. There's been always a lot of roster changes in Korea. You know, those teams do not stick around for long. They are rapid. If you are not at the top, you are not at the best in solo queue or at what you do in team fights, you will get replaced. There's no doubt about it. There's no, friendship is not a thing. It's all about the team, the winning. And, well, that is what's happening, whereas you look at the team, so is this like...
There's a problem in the mid lane, though. They're pushing down pretty fast.
Yeah, this could well be game. Soaz is actually out of his place. The inhibitor will go down once again. Baron, of course, was picked up, and SK Telecom, just 25 minutes into this game, are looking to close out by the numbers and take the final turret. Faker's going to get dived on. They want to throw everything at him. They haven't got enough, though, simply put. The spear does not return in its favor, but you can see Piglet with that ultimate running. Reckless just disappears from the map with a single spear landing. Cyanide tries to jump away, but Bengi just pursues through. Pumandu will get focused down. It is another kill, only the 6th kill, and more importantly, only the 10th kill of the entire series for Fnatic.
And Fnatic is running to the wrong base right now because they are getting picked off by SKT, desperately trying to save themselves, but this could be game, D-Man.
Yeah, looking towards the base, you can see the Nexus turrets are tumbling, and SK Telecom will reach the finals as honestly expected to face OMG at the All-Stars. It is going to be an all-Asian event, and it is the 2 seeds that expected to be there, but what a fantastic performance by SK Telecom, no doubt about it. 26 minutes gone in this game, and they have dominated Fnatic.
And it was really a statement by SKT in general here. Bengi in particular was struggling so much coming into this event, and to go 10-1-6 in the semifinals after a great performance in game 1 as well is truly a statement for the finals club. The fans sending their support to them.
Even in defeat, of course, they are the home team, and you can't take away. They play with their hearts, but unfortunately for them, that's not enough when you come up against the Season 3 reigning world champions. And you've got to look forward maybe to the Season 4 2014 event that will be happening in Korea, and look towards the reigning champions. Will they find their form and make their way back there? Could they do the unthinkable and win 2 in a row? Who knows? Yeah. All-Stars is the focus right now for them, though.
And they are looking strong heading into the finals tomorrow after that performance. Obviously, OMG looked really strong, too.
Absolutely.
You know, thinking of a quick preview of that finals game tomorrow, OMG, even though they looked to struggle at the end of group stage, they had it clinched after day 1.
Yeah.
And they said themselves that they were hiding a lot of stuff and still had tricks up their sleeve, that they were waiting against Cloud9 and ultimately against SKT, because if anyone's coming into this looking to win, they need to be able to beat SKT.
Well, if teams certainly know how to do their research, it will be SKT, so it'll be interesting to see what they can pull out tomorrow. Where do Fnatic go from here? That's the question. They've won the European splits 3 times running now. Clearly, they are the #1 team in Europe. No doubt about that. And, you know, there's a lot of teams out there that may try and debate it, but the fact is they have won that playoffs. Yes. They have won that tournament every single time. Where do they go from here? What do? They came up against Royal Club, of course, in the semifinals at Worlds and found themselves wanting 3-1 overall. Put up a good performance, but this time around, not really close against SKT.
Yeah, I think they need to get out of their slump. It's hard to say that they are in a slump because they did win the European split, but they started off so strong. They almost need a new infusion of some kind. I don't want to say they need a roster change, but they need a change of some kind.
Something in there. We'll find out maybe what it will be in the coming months. For now, though, we are going to send it back to Quickshot and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys, and a dominating performance from SKT. They were the heavy favorites going in. They delivered. Fnatic, again, we've highlighted those oddball picks, the oddball champions. They went with a very heavy brawl composition, tried to pick fights. It didn't really work in their favor. Let's start with the Fisher.
Pretty much what you just said. I mean, they went for skirmish comp. They knew they were going to be fighting all the time. They tried to pick some champions who could snowball, maybe a Vayne. Potentially, if he got some kills early on, Reckless could try and one-on-one everyone, maybe get something for Fnatic. Overall, though, it didn't work. And just to touch on the thing we talked about with Source before this game, I just noticed him here in the end. He was actually smiling. His manager was smiling as well. I think they knew going into this game how hard it would be, and I think they were just glad to actually play against SKT.
Well, the thing about it, though, is that part of the composition, and we were talking about this on the desk while the game was going on, was that it was dependent on Nocturne ganking some of the side lanes in order to win these skirmishes. And the problem with using this was if we actually look at the composition from SK Telecom, Shyvana, Kha'Zix, Thresh, Sivir, and Nidalee, these are all high escape champions post 6, and the solo lanes will hit 6 before Nocturne will, so it's really difficult to use that ult, actually, because just the lanes themselves are very slippery.
So I don't think Fnatic were actually looking for big team fights.
No,
this
just
year.
in terms of the ganks on
exactly.
the lane.
I mean, I think the Nocturne was just for we're gonna fight you one-on-one or 2-on-2, and then Nocturne is gonna join in and try and turn things around. That was they could have picked Pantheon as well, for instance.
Right, but the escapes from SK
Oh, yeah,
Telecom
indeed.
from all the lanes made it very difficult.
I believe Freak wants to chime in.
Yeah, but it's not just even the fact that they were escaping, it's the fact that SKT were picking fights all the time. An interesting stat from this game was that every single one of the carry lanes at 10 was winning for Fnatic in terms of minion kills, right? Soaz was up against his lane opponent, Peke up against his lane opponent, Reckless up against his lane opponent. Thing is, that's SKT giving up minions to go do other things. And Fnatic's caught in lanes killing minions, so they're up 5 CS, then, well, there's 4 Koreans in my lane, and they die. And it was like a bunch of that all the time, where SKT shows up and Fnatic's still farming minions, and they get caught out.
Pretty much ties in what I wanted to say here. If you compare just the play style of both teams and just any Western team compared to what's going on in Korea, it just shows how valuable analysts and coaches are, and how much more the game is going about how you play it and not how good are you playing at like these micro level type of things. Like you could be the best mechanical player in the world, but you can just see that how much more important strategy is getting. If we go back to Season 2, when we were playing at a really high level, it was all about literally just, okay, we'll farm for 20 minutes, whoever farms best is a really good player, then we'll start fighting each other, whoever wins that fight wins the game. It's no longer about that. So I just can't wait for the Western scene to get more coaches and more analysts.
Yeah, I have to just kind of completely back you up on that one. Jat was talking about Fnatic needs like a change, and to me it's like, well, yeah, get a coaching staff. You look at a team like SK Gaming, who's not necessarily the best individually skilled, but they rocketed to the top of the standings out of nowhere with a brand new lineup because you got guys like N-rated who are like, let's think about how to play the game properly, and this team skyrocketed in skill. I think Fnatic needs that as well, and the rest of the teams that want to compete on the world stage.
We'll have to see what they do to rectify their problems in terms of winning some of these bigger matchups. So just to reiterate where we're sitting in the tournament, the Taipei Assassins, they crashed out in the group stages, going 0-4. The only team they lost to was Fnatic, who have now crashed out in the semifinals. The only teams they lost to was, of course, the North Americans, who took them out, and obviously now SKT. I do want to highlight Bengi. Bengi really showed up in that series. He went 14-2-10 over his 2 games. This is a player that had very little positive impact over in OGN and in Masters and things like that. What's your take on Bengi and how he's playing?
Well, I mean, when we came in and I was talking about Bengi, I was highlighting how he needs to move away from more of a vision control style that he had at the Season 3 World Championships and subsequently, and move because of the utility mid lanes these days, or mid lanes that take a long time to ramp up, like Nidalee. And the burden now falls to early game junglers like Elise, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, these things that have a lot of kill pressure on the lanes. He needed to step up and get those kills, and that's exactly what he's done. I mean, it's really fantastic.
Yeah, really, really showing through. The rest of SKT not really showing any weakness in their play. We didn't really know what to expect from the level of SKT coming in, even though many considered, the majority of people expect them to be the favorites. What do we think in terms of SKT versus the opposition? Is SKT still in a slump, or are they still just that far ahead that even in a slump, they can beat some of the rest of the world's best?
I mean, you can't judge their slump until they play against Korean teams that actually punish these mistakes. I mean, a lot of the mistakes that SKT make, we probably don't even see. It takes like these very high-skilled, in strategy terms, type of teams to really start exploiting that, and it's just not here. If any team is going to beat SKT in this tournament, it's going to be OMG, and that won't be by outsmarting them. It probably will be by outplaying them in these skirmishes or just being out-brawling them in team fights, but purely in type of quote-unquote macro-level strategy, yeah, SKT has everybody's number.
Well, we'll have to see how that pans out tomorrow. With that win locking down the semi-final, let's chat to 2 of the winning players. We'll head over with a quote from the classic Winnie the Pooh. "I wonder what Piglet is doing, thought Pooh. I wish I were there too. Be doing it too." Now it's time for that interview. So, dear Shocks, it's over to you.
What?
Thank you very much for that quick shot, and I'm very happy to welcome Pooh-Mandu and Piglet to the interview lounge, and once again assisted by Homin for the translation. First off, congratulations. What an incredible game. You guys did so well. The very first question I want to ask is, generally, you played Fnatic yesterday. What did you focus on? What was the strategy to take them down again today?
우선 푸나틱 상대로 이런 대단한 승리 축하드리고요. 어제 한번 푸나틱이랑 붙고 오늘 또 한 번 붙었는데 오늘 경기 준비할 때는 어떤 전략을 준비했는지 설명 좀 해주세요.
저희가 라인전에서만 안 진다면 푸나틱 경기에서 이길 수 있을 것 같아서 일단 각 라인전에 힘쓰는 걸 위주로 했고요. 저희 본라인 같은 경우는 상대방 옐로우스타 선수가 레오나를 잘 쓰기 때문에 뱀픽에서도 그랬듯이 레오나를 밴하던가 갖고 가면 카운터 칠 수 있는 캐릭을 많이 준비했어요.
So we thought that if we focus on our lane phase, we could play the game really easily. So for our bot lane, we were aware that Yellow Star's Leona is very strong. So we were either trying to ban it, or even if they do take Leona, we were trying to counter it with a lot of champions.
Let's talk a little bit more about the picks, and I want to ask Piglet, when they saw Reckless locking in that Vayne, we know how much you love Vayne and how good you are on her. How did you react to it, and how high do you rate that champion for Reckless?
이제 레클 선수가 이제 베인을 이 경기 때 골랐는데 아무래도 베인은 피글 선수의 가장 주 챔피언이잖아요. 잘한 챔피언이고. 그래서 레클스가 베인 골랐을 때 어떤 생각 들었어요?
저는 우선 푸나틱 원딜분이 베인 하시는 걸 보고 베인을 픽하시는 걸 보고 얼마나 잘하는지 보자 그냥 이런 생각이었어요.
Okay, so when I saw Reckless lock in Vayne, I was like, okay, let's see what you got.
And what did he have? How was the experience playing against it?
그래서 해보니까 좀 베인 좀 잘한 것 같았어요.
제가 볼 때는 그게 만약에 1대1로 됐을 때는 1대1로는 충분히 잘하는 선수 같은데 이게 좀 멘탈이 약하신 것 같아서 멘탈만 많이 기르시면은 더 잘하실 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think Reckless 1v1 skills with Vayne are very good, but I think his mentality is not that strong. So I think he needs to train his mentality more to play Vayne.
Okay, well, now that we're on the topic of bottom lanes, tomorrow versus OMG versus Sun and Alan, you've played them already, and well, it's a very strong bottom lane as well. Humandu, what do you think of that bottom lane matchup tomorrow?
이제 내일 OMG가 결승전에서 보는데요. 특히 OMG 바텀 라인이 지금 되게 강력해 보이고 특히 알렌 선수가 서포터인 알렌 선수가 되게 잘하고 있어요. 그 OMG 바텀 라인에 대해서 좀 생각을 말씀해 주세요.
일단 5개 팀이 토너먼트에서 만나서 했었는데 저희 바텀이 좀 제가 실수가 많이 해서 졌었어요. 그래서 좀 결승전에서도 준비 많이 해야 될 것 같고 상대 본라인 선수들이 그렇게 막 저희랑 비슷하거나 좀 비슷한 것 같아서 내일 많이 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
Throughout the tournament, during group stage, I think I made a lot of small mistakes, and that really influenced our bottom lane. So I think for tomorrow, I think OMG's bottom lane is really good, and I think we're in the same level. So I think I'm gonna have to really focus to not make any mistakes during the game.
Well, I'd like to ask the same question to Piglet actually, as he'll be going up against Sun. How is he going into that matchup?
이제 똑같은 질문으로 내일 이제 산이랑 한번 이제 붙으실 텐데 그에 대해 한번 말씀해 주세요.
저는 최근에 산 선수랑 친해져서 산 선수 정말 굉장히 잘하시는 것 같아요.
Recently, I became really good friends with San, so I just want to say he's a really good player.
Okay, keeping it very nice to Sun from Piglet. Final question for you guys. Final tomorrow versus OMG. What will it take for you guys to take them down in that best of 5?
이제 마지막 질문으로 이제 내일 OMG랑 마지막 결승전을 붙는데요. OMG와 이기기 위해서는 이제 어떻게 준비해야 될 것 같아요?
우선은 요즘에 최근에 라인전을 지면은 게임이 굉장히 힘들어져서 우선 오늘같이 라인전을 최대한 연습을 많이 할 것 같고요. 그리고 픽도 굉장히 중요할 것 같아요. 누가 좋은 픽을 더 많이 가져가냐 그게 관건일 것 같아요.
So to win tomorrow's OMG match, I think it's going to be really important to not lose during lane phase. And to do that, I think the pick and ban phase is going to be the most important. So yeah, we're going to really focus on pick and ban and lane phase.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic matchup tomorrow. Congratulations once again for making it to the final. What a game it's going to be. But for now, we're going to toss it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. It's great hearing from the players. But there is one thing that I do want to take a look at. Fnatic, Europe's home field team, as they actually stepped off the stage after the game. Take a look at this. That is Fnatic, of course. Well, the crowd is definitely getting behind them.
Oh, yes.
Definitely got the support of the home field.
Massive respect to the crowd. I mean, it's been like this through the entire tournament. They've been cheering for everyone, especially for Fnatic, also for Cloud9. So just massive respect to the crowd.
Yeah, the one thing I really like about the French crowd is that we're getting behind the foreign teams as well. We actually heard them chanting SKT earlier, singing happy birthday to Faker.
For everybody that had a birthday except Faker.
I mean, I really have been very impressed with this crowd. It's so good to see an international tournament where the fans not only really support the home team, but respect all the teams that are present too. That's awesome.
The number of times we've seen SKT flags and Faker Senpai, please don't hurt me, posters is definitely great.
I can't wait until it transitions to something you see a lot in football where every supporter has a memorabilia. Maybe Mandy should start sharing his props with the numerous fans so they can all hold up.
How can he share them if they're always being used on set?
That is true. That is
They only have so much. Yeah, and I especially love when they get behind certain players as well, right? When they were chanting for Peke, like when he got the first couple kills and like on the jungle invades and whatnot. Like any of those high points where they're like going above and beyond for like a specific guy, like the happy birthday, right? Like all of that is just, it's unique and it's awesome.
I mean, getting your name chanted feels pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I had that happen in the NALCS with like 30 people, and I was like, really good.
Guys, we didn't move this one along. So with 3 amazing days of games in our match history, it is time to take a look at the bracket as we now know who is duking it out in tomorrow's finals. After winning their semi-final series today, both OMG and SK Telecom T1K will face off tomorrow in our All-Star Invitational Final, which is a best of 5. And sadly, all things must eventually come to an end, and tomorrow will mark our final day of matches for All-Star Paris 2014. We'll kick the day off with the much-awaited 1v1s and 2v2s, so tune in to see the top of the tops, the king of the jungle, the mightiest mid, and the best duo lane. That will be followed by the Invitational Final Best of 5 series, as OMG will face off against SK Telecom T1K for a chance to be crowned the All-Star Paris 2014 champions. Those matches will begin on Sunday at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 4 a.m. Pacific. I would like to say thank you to our special guests, both Monte Cristo and Crepo, for joining us. Crepo. And for Shocks, Deficio, Freak, D-Man, Joe, Jat, Kobe, myself, and the entire All-Star Broadcast crew. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Keeps on killing Ezreal before he dies.
Cool again, there's a flash, and then the home from Madline. Frogan actually picks that one up in the end.
Egg and 25.
It's okay, we can take mid.
I'm ready. Stay close to me. Holy crap. Okay, I got it.
There's just not enough people right here for Ice. They're in trouble, but there's Frogan.
Oh, cool.
He's trying here, he's doing his best, and he's getting the results from it as well. Frogan slams up another one. Down and down, slow from the ulti. The wall comes in. He's slowly but surely going down. It's a double kill for Frogan.
Honoring the crowd.
SKT!
천천히 하면 텔 노플. 천천히 하면 이겨. 텔 노플. 텔 노플. 텔 잡았어. 텔 얘 노플. 나이스. 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 트리플 킬.
Tons of damage!
It is only a level 1 impact. You can see Pumandu, if he can get in range to land